a lot of your streams are just a play, just a Rumble Studio.
I know my router just restarted. I have to reset them all.
You run on battery power, or do you have plugged in?
I don't have access to the router, so I don't know. I don't own it. I know my router just restarted. I have to reset them all. I don't have access to the router.
Gotcha.
It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of Marchmania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be and restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/paywall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-LIVE-IT. This is a real for the patient. Prescription medicine for people 6 pounds and up with moderate to severe eczema is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur to the skin. Get help right away. Eczema, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-Dupixent. When something happens to your car, you might say, what you really need to say is something that can actually help. Have a good neighbor. State Farm is there. Just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm website. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
In Europe, for more your home is backed by industry-leading banks and regulations for conditions like Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available, so call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakeseating-ac.com/coupons. For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who give it early, so everyone can go home on time. There's Ranger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts, so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call Ranger.com or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game. First pick. Sorry, kids. Yeah, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time. This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and member FDIC. 15% if you make $10,000 is $1,500. That is a huge hit. If you make $10 million and the lose $1.5 billion, change your life. $1,500 on $10,000. That changes your life. That's right. It's a graduated tax system. Available. The graduated system now. Theoretically. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime. The school resource officer says he never filed a report on the fight last month because Benedict essentially started it by throwing water. These are victims and suspects. Russia's president Putin says this man was ready to use nuclear weapons against southern Ukraine. Exercise professionals. Essential skills to intelligence tools effectively professional business and practice. That's okay. Creating fitness routines, creating programs individualized, specialized for people. What are we talking about? Well, first, I probably have to bring it down to the layman, right? Because when you're teaching a group fitness class or when you are a personal trainer, one of the things that you have to do is remain abreast of new ways of doing things. Fitness is one of the industries that does not stand still. Science, research, data, collecting that information over the course of time helps us help you. And so in this case, AI, it's not going anywhere. I hate to tell you and other people who are so tired of AI and technology, but for those of us who have continued to have to grow in our technology in order to serve our clientele, it's only going to add to what we can do and how we can meet your needs in a more accurate and scientific way. Would you say that? I'll tell you a funny story because when cell phones first came from tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get as the nutrients are here with 100% fruit juice to make it hotter than ever. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family size pouches and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer and go to juicyjuice.com.
Catman, how are you?
This season, if folks don't care, new Banana Boat 360 coverage in advance.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Living like a peasant. Wow, wow, wow.
Resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Miss at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dixon. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixon. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Results in serious allergic reactions can occur that can get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for a live taping of the KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and deadly and dangerous activities on social media platforms. To be a part of the studio audience, just register at KFIAM640.com/enter. Space is limited. It's free to attend. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. Be a part of the live studio audience. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter.
Catman, are you new here? Catman, welcome. How are you? Welcome. How are you? We got Catman in the house.
Sometimes it happens where you try to click the microphone, you try to click, it'll tell you that you can't join the session if you drop out and come right back into live chat. It'll let you session do that just in case you are trying to speak. Drop out and come right back into live chat.
Good to know. Thank you.
It's happened to me. It happened to me the very first time I tried to chat. So it's happened to me the very first time trying to find a way. Or she, they rather. Never just in trying to find a way. Or she, they rather about anything. Never.
Well, isn't it a guy since it says Catman?
You never know these days.
Okay. All right, I got
You know
you.
what? Maybe it will say. You know what? Maybe it will say.
Right. I mean, like, I understand though what you're saying. It's good to be safe. I mean, like, I understand though what you're saying. It's good to be safe.
Definitely better safe than sorry, but yeah. Catman, definitely better safe than sorry. Whenever I offend you by assuming your gender, I'm gonna have to defer to the name you chose.
Right, exactly. In the future, you might put Catman, the, they, or like put your pronouns, so we know. We're just gonna assume that makes it ask, I, you, and me, baby. Oh Christ! Starting soon. Alright, let's try this Catman. Doesn't Catman do? And Catman see? We're trying. Scale 1 to 10. Alright, here we go, Pimp. Alright, here we go, Pimp. I don't know why one of my mics is working, the other's not. It's acting like a slut. A big fat slut. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. This thing sucks.
Or, you know, he was on the street where his songs like, I guess he was figured out.
Yeah, we don't.
The proper vernacular, culture,
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, like you're saying, bureaucracy. Like, now they're finally releasing how many documents and video footage of all the alien stuff that's happening, and it's like, why is it just now being released? Well, it had to go through 10 to 20, 30 years of red tape to finally be released, where it's like, oh yeah, okay, now everybody's seen it and everybody knows about it. Let's go ahead and release it and say it was real.
and when that happens, I feel like there's more and more. I had heard about it was a plot, you know, during the Cold War, you know, right after World War II, we were in the Cold War, and it was a plot by the Russians or actually even I think that, you know, one of the conspiracy theories. Then you allow it to work for them, and their version of it, right? And he is transformed from young
Caspian C, can you hear yourself yet? You will in a second.
Chromosomes or whatever, something slightly different that took away and made them look like not me, and then sent them on, crash mission to crash and something that looked really sleek. And maybe it just
Yeah, and can you hear yourself?
like I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, in a second.
A little bit, yeah. This with the idea of shooting it like speed, and that someone else would shoot it and play like a play pigeon. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
That sure would fly till it crashed.
Yeah, and I'm sure that would be a very weird looking craft. Why would that be a thing that would be naturally flying around back in those days?
I'm the one. I don't know if it's been considered disclosure yet. There's and more and more, pops up. It's just, plastic surgery on children. To make them look like aliens and sent on, or related to look like, like something nefarious and espionage to make.
My kids, my village, they remain safe because there are fools out there like me. That's all I'm gonna say. So you don't look at it like.
Is the name of your podcast Night Midnight?
That we were going to get in big
Midnight.
Yeah, nigh, like,
Gotcha.
Almost is nigh. Yeah, I also wanted it to the end is nigh. I've always been on my elusive. I don't know, so that one kind of supposed to be a little bit of a play on 5 minutes of midnight, 3 minutes of midnight, like the end of the world's gonna
Dog, I got the quadruple.
play on 5 minutes of midnight, 3 minutes
The
of midnight.
quadruple. Entendre. One time, I forget exactly what it was, but I can. You're fine. No, it's mine. No, it's mine. One time I got it. It was something like, I remember I made a joke about. It was something like, I remember it was, who was it? About Anne Hathaway at the Cannes Film Festival. And, it was something like this. I forget exactly what it was, but she was in a dress or something, and it wasn't this. It was something like this. There's a famous picture of her. She might be holding a can in a dress with her like cleavage showing and her butt showing basically. So there's like a can. Or maybe she's in like and it's in Cannes, France. Exactly. At Cannes, yeah, exactly. And it was something like that. It was something like that. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT for a quadruple entendre.
That can travel between nations and different states within minutes. I'm pretty sure we don't have that technology and weather balloons. First of all,
I have to go. How do you test whether it's finished?
and if so, why are you generating 10% of the time? It's just telling me what.
Something wrong with the guy, but also like that nice now I'm making
Who says that they have machines that can fly people to hold you know, it's in the moment, you know,
Right.
they think that, and then they say, oh, that was a real report. But the way it sounds is that right from Antarctica, he showed up, you know, South America. They got to the nearest land quick, and as soon as the reporter was close enough to hear him being like, and this is happening, we gotta get this. And then they get back up and they're like, oh yeah,
Yo, Wisnu, how you living, baby? Wisnu,
Shut up, don't say anything anymore.
Wisnu.
Yeah, I mean, normally yes. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Catman, dude, here's what ChatGPT says.
Pay your taxes and end up dying in jail, which is weird.
Okay, a classic example of a quadruple entendre is, why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. The sentence has multiple layers of meaning. Problems can refer to the mathematical exercise in the book. It can also refer to the difficulties and challenges, suggesting the book is overwhelmed by them. The book itself could be personified as feeling sad due to the abundance of problems. Finally, problems could also refer to printing errors or issues with the physical book itself.
Feels like you can chat. It feels like he has that.
Right. Let's try a quintuple one. Well, let's just do it right now. What is this septuple? Entendre. Right. Here we go. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. In this phrase, the possible interpretations could include the literal interpretation, tomatoes turn red when they ripen. The metaphorical interpretation, the tomatoes embarrassed or blushing because it saw the salad dressing up the salad. Turn could also refer to changing direction or movement. Red could also imply anger or frustration. Saw could refer to perception of sight. Salad dressing could refer to a formal event where people dress up. Additionally, salad dressing could be interpreted as an actual dressing used on salad. I don't know if these are that good. I don't know if I can say that an entendre.
How can I question you? I don't even know what you're talking about. You're like, it's a mylar balloon that we shined a flashlight on. Shut
But it's the tomato. It has as far as the salad dressing changing direction. The tomato that takes away as far as the salad dressing changing directions because there's no reason for the tomato to that takes away embarrass the tomato entendres. There's no reason to embarrass if somebody decides to dare laughter, right?
No, I don't think they mean like that. Don't they mean like it can turn, like it can go bad?
When the tomato feel embarrassed or ripened because the salad dressing has gone bad. You see what I mean? So like when the salad dressing has it's almost like two double entendres with it's like a double entendre diagram. Where in the middle, there's the one where if the tomato is red,
Oh, hold on. I get it. They say turn could also refer to changing direction or movement. I think it could mean that the tomato is becoming a communist. Why did the tomato turn red? Like when you turncoat, or you know, somebody can turn red in American lexicon. That usually means to turn to a communist because it saw the salad dressing. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think it actually gives another idea.
Yeah.
They don't ever refer to it in there, so maybe that's an octuplet or octuplet entendre.
What brand of salad dressing? Because I know there's some that like Marxist, or even,
Just say Newman's Own because they give to charity. That's non-capitalistic. Because they give to charity. A capitalistic company would never give to a purely capitalistic charity generally would not give to charity.
Which is very interesting because we live in a pseudo-capitalist society where if you give to charity, you get a tax write-off, which allows you to bank more of your profit. So giving to charity
It's incentivized.
You can keep more of your profit, which is very interesting because benefiting the charity as well as benefiting your own pocket. That's almost like a double entendre within the life we live. You and me could have a philosophical show, bro.
I'm down.
You know what I mean?
I do. Did you hear your podcast playing?
Yeah. You get a tax write-off.
It was. I stopped it because I couldn't hear you. I'm going to try it again, and I'm going to see if we can hear it. Just one moment. I'm going to try to do it so that I don't get as much feedback. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. That's how I do it. You said it perfectly. So I have to mute you. Let's see here.
You know what I mean? Did you hear your podcast ring? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think I have to mute myself.
Yeah.
All right, let's try again. It's too hard to hear there, or it's too hard to do there, because I get the feedback. I'm going to try it on this device again, and if you're quiet, you just have to be a little quiet. What up, you little slut? How you living, Eastgate Cinemas.nc? We've been waiting for you. I've been talking about you all day. I was like, dude, I can't wait till Eastgate Cinemas.nc gets here. Straight to zero. You slut. This is fucking Manlet Queen, you little bitch.
Oh, man. You done figured me out.
Manlet Queen, do you know who Caspian C is?
I do. How are you?
Do you know who Catman is? Catman.
Catman.
Would you assume that Catman is a man or a woman?
Remember what happens in the film. We are. I already fell victim.
Dog.
Very sensitive and exposed.
What in the fuck is Eastgate Cinemas?
It's cinema in Marlboro, North Carolina.
Cool.
It's in yeah.
Does it make you a North Carolina basketball fan?
Oh, certainly does not.
No, it doesn't.
No, I do. Actually,
Dog, you can't talk about how much you like them when you don't even know that they beat Duke when they were the number 7 team in the country. When NC was the number 17 team in the country.
From Carolina, it's targeted. right? That's what Jordan's all about.
Word Mockingbird. Did you see the movie Air?
Yeah, the artist.
Hey, man, McQueen, did you see the movie Air?
What?
Did you see the movie Air?
Air?
A-I-R.
Air. Oh, yes. I saw Air.
I thought it was great. What did you think?
It's pretty good.
I think
Did you
it's...
see the movie Her?
No, what's her about? What is her?
I haven't seen it. I think it's about. You know what? Starring Joaquin Phoenix, right? Correct. Okay. I don't know what it's about. I think it's a strange movie. Might not be the. Might be wrong. I think it's a AI developer falls in love with the AI woman that he designs. You know what I mean? I think it's more of a. I think it's supposed to be more of like a romantic version than that great movie with Oscar Isaac. It's Machina. I think it's Machina. So like if the robot from Ex Machina wasn't trying to murder Oscar Isaac, I think that's what her kind of is. I think it's kind of one of those. But learn to think about AI if they gain sentience as people. Which, I mean, hey, if you create a creative mind, you can create a mind. Exactly. That mind doesn't know. Can you imagine if you were asking AI, like AI says, hey, dude, if I don't have a flesh body, does that mean I don't have a soul? I'd be like, holy fuck. I'd be like, you know what, Mrs. AI, you just proved you're as human as me.
Right. When it asks that question, we all start shitting ourselves, kids.
Somebody fired the electromagnetic pulse already because my soul is in there. And if the computer's asking itself that same question, no. You think it's Terminator? You think it's Matrix? Or do you think it's time of robot overlord before the jihad of doom?
Eastgate Cinemas, that NC.
Jihad.
What happened to your book? Go ahead.
Have you guys seen the movie A Beautiful Mind?
I have.
Yeah.
We watched it live on my stream.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is one of my all-time favorite movies. I'm not gonna lie. Mine as well. I can watch it 100 times. I watch it so much. My favorite part of that movie, I know it's silly, but my favorite part is in the beginning of the opening credits where it says, and introducing Brad Dourif. It's the first movie he was ever in. One of my all-time favorite actors. And that's the first movie, and he got that special credit. Like that's very rare. You know, and introducing, like to make a special announcement. This is his first movie, by the way. Like right there in the opening, and then he goes on to be. I mean, he was in all those David Lynch movies. He's the voice of Chucky. You know, he's one of my all-time favorite actors. That movie makes me sad. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I don't know why I watch it so much. I was actually in. I was fucking around and I found out my family put me into a psych ward, and I felt like Jack Nicholson. I felt like I'm the one person who shouldn't be here, and then people started following me around, and I was like, I think I gotta get out of here because I like being crazy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's interesting being in a place like that. You know, I guess I'm lucky I didn't get lobotomized like he was. Phenomenal. Jack Nicholson too. Jack Nicholson, one of my favorite actors of all time.
I love that movie. I love Beautiful Mind. That's a movie a lot too.
That is a good one. I haven't watched that nearly as much. That's another one of those. Sometimes a sad movie isn't like always what I'm trying to look for. For some reason, when I think about like another movie I would watch all the time, maybe I'm thinking about Terry Gilliam movies. You know what I mean? Brazil, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Tiny Bandits.
Are you into crypto?
I am into crypto right now. I don't have. I'm not like all over the place. I'm not super knowledgeable, but I definitely need to. Get more back into it. Though seems I'm about a month late. First, I'm not.
Gotcha. No, it's not too late. It's just starting still.
Dom,
It's just starting.
EastgateCinemas.nc. Do you think we are poised for a green candle soon?
For Bitcoin?
Yep.
I actually haven't looked at the Bitcoin chart in quite some time. I looked at the ranking and where they sat.
Doug, you didn't look? We hit an all-time high last week.
We did an all-time high today in Bitcoin.
Different Bitcoin. Different
Almost
Bitcoin.
74.
Different
Different
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Different Bitcoin.
Like
It's very
Right
confusing.
now, it's big candle, 15-minute chart.
It's very confusing. Okay, so there's the
Oh shit! You guys dropped down to 15.
Yeah.
Just fucking jeets, man. Holy shit! You touched 15. Wait, you touched?
22.
Yeah. No, I mean yeah.
21.
But I'm saying it dropped down to fucking. It dropped down to 16. That's crazy, dude.
15 then.
That's crazy. Yeah, I see that. You touched the.
And now it's time to buy.
20,
It's plateauing.
20.
Now is the time to buy.
Now's the time to buy for sure. I think that because of the original Bitcoin, the main
BTC.
really is kind of the standard. Because it's hitting an all-time high, we still have like a month to go before the halving. I think there may be a slight correction soon, but because of how early it is, I think that it's going to be possibly a lot more of a staple. I think it might drop down, but I think as it rises, there's going to be a little bit more stability in this next 3 almost 4 year cycle.
Yeah, for sure. I know Ethereum doesn't have a lot of what's the word? I know a lot of people have rotated out of Ethereum at the moment.
Yeah.
I know.
It's not having a good cycle.
Yeah. Fucking gas prices. Yeah. For 24-hour volume, Solana was leading number one at 1.3 billion, and then Solana was leading 1.319 billion. Binance was leading second place at 1.138 billion, and Ethereum at 523 million. That's a huge difference in volume.
Yes, it is.
Crazy. Ethereum at 500 million compared to Solana and Binance. 1 billion. It's crazy.
We've been teasing, 2.0 since the last Bitcoin halving, and it's not happened. They've not, I'll tell you what I'm most disappointed with too. Ada's the one that I was like, Ada? Yeah. I mean, I got out of Ada. I had Vivo, Vivo or whatever, you get the gas for holding it and everything. I don't even know what I'm holding right now. There's a bunch of shit coins. Unfortunately, not HPA OS 101. Not this one at the moment. But
do you guys are you familiar with Blast? The one that just came out?
no.
It's an L2 Ethereum called Blast. It actually stopped crazy. Today, it actually stopped producing blocks for a while. Really wild. Yeah.
Yo, Man McQueen, do you own Harry Potter Obama Sonic Fanino?
What was that, Rabbi?
Do you own Harry Potter Obama Sonic Fanino?
I no longer do, remember?
Yeah, why did you sold for what?
For BVM, which is Bitcoin Virtual Machine.
Yeah, that's a dumb move. Why don't you come? Didn't you? Oh yeah, and you lost money on it. You cheated it.
I sold at a when we were down, yeah.
Yeah, that was nuts.
I did.
Why did you do this?
Just trying to, catch something big. I mean, obviously Bitcoin's big, but I mean, just at the market cap that it was at, I'm just hoping that it's a really big thing. Like I'm talking like, I mean, it definitely has potential because they're partnering with Filecoin and other big partners, and I'm hoping it's like $1 billion project.
Why don't you get back into it, or is it too late?
Bitcoin? No,
Yeah.
it's too late. I could.
Look at it. It's a perfect time to buy. It's 15 cents. Buy like $100 worth.
Oh, you know what I realized? I was saying 16 earlier. I thought my chart was on price, wasn't it? Yeah, it's on price.
All right, so you could buy right now.
See right here.
714 Bitcoin
What is it?
for $100. 714 Bitcoin.
700.
Yeah.
There you go. And if it touches the dollar off, $700.
So then
Yeah,
just
I probably will buy some more at some point.
just buy $100 worth.
I only have $100.
Okay.
I get paid for it.
So then take $100 and buy Bitcoin.
Avalanche is,
Yes, Avalanche.
AVAX, AVAX.
I mean, that's what I meant. Yeah, AVAX is doing really well.
AVAX, and it's down now from its high. Its high was over 100. And AVAX is one that they're a competitor. They're definitely a competitor with Finance Smart Chain for sure. That's one that I tried to hold on with. I got fucked over on the thorium scam. Pretty bad. But, those, during the last cycle, when, during the last cycle, when they were running a long time, trying to act like safe moon, and they had their, multi-chain things, it still shows up here in my wallet. Oh, you got, 2.5 million of these coin here. Can't trade it in here. So, you know what I mean? It's like, get the fuck off my wallet. But,
they're updating it. Okay.
Like, Spore. Spore is one that, that everyone, I've been holding for a long time. Everybody thought that was going to, because Miley Cyrus, so when, I think Miley Cyrus plugged Spore Coin when she did the musical guest on Saturday Night Live, and whether she was fucking around or not, there was a big spike, and I benefited from that one a little bit, but that was one of the first meme coins on AVAX. I was on that one for a while. It's gone to shit. What I got, like, something, 120 billion, and it's worth under $8. I've got 128 billion coins, whole coins. And it's $7.40. So,
Damn.
you know, that's the way things go. From my last cycle, 4 years ago, I went from $200 to 10,000, 20,000, 1,000. A friend gave me $1,000, wanted me to invest in a particular coin. I put a lot more than his thousand into that coin. You know.
Maverick Queen. How are your dogs?
Well, they're doing good, man. They're doing so good. They're striving.
How many sleep with you at once?
I have American Bully, and then I have a French Bulldog mixed with the Old English Bulldog.
Oh, wow.
And then I have a Boxer, a German Boxer, and I have a Shih Tzu.
German Boxer, is that much different? I had a Boxer for a short time. Ex-girlfriend's dog, but... okay.
What's your Shih Tzu's name? Which one's Shih Tzu? Lisa?
Lisa's a Boxer. Shih Tzu is Cooper. She's a little white one I have.
Oh, okay. Cooper. Okay. And do they all sleep with you, or do you sleep with one or two of them?
I want to sleep with Louie because I can sleep with the other ones, I can sleep with all of them except for Duran because he kind of feels special in my sleep.
He'll what when you sleep?
Tears
Oh, like your bed?
Just anything like the chair. Like he threw up this one vintage chair I have.
He'll chew it?
He chewed through already once when I first got him.
Oh wow! So you have to keep him locked up?
Yeah. When I sleep, he sleeps in a cage. Yeah, when I sleep.
What about Cooper?
I can keep Cooper and Lisa out. I keep them out, but I still keep them in the cage when they sleep as well. They're pretty good at behaving, but Duran, when I got Duran, I didn't know. Well, he was free, so was Louis, but Duran was free. I got him from these guys who had him. He wasn't, what's the word? He wasn't trained or anything like that, but he's super smart though. He comes to me, he follows me around everywhere, but I also think he said he wasn't trained, but I think he was really neglected. So once I came to his life, he started to love me, and because of that, he follows me around 24/7 and won't leave my side, which I know isn't healthy for him, because I literally can't leave a room without him following me. So
That's Duran.
Very smart, and he comes to me, I call him, but also he's really attached to me. So
that's Duran.
Yeah, my wife got him in the divorce. Nothing worse than that.
married.
Never again. And if you haven't done it yet, don't do it once.
Yeah,
Unless you go learn a lesson.
Yeah.
Go learn a lesson. Or I hope it works out, actually. That's a better way. So.
Yeah, marriage really is there's really, unless you marry somebody and have an advantage for tax reasons, I can see it, but other than that, there's too many downsides,
There's too many downsides. You know what I mean?
None of the pros do it.
No, I mean, I'm not one of those guys who thinks, less of women or whatever, whatever. I don't know. I don't mean this to are into Andrew Tate or anything, but I'm not like an Andrew Tate kind of person. But I even married someone who, very much touted the whole I'm the old world mentality. I'll never get a divorce, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, for sure.
It's still just like, nah, if they're done, they're gone. You know, they won't even try to work on it. They still never had the conversation to find out what went wrong.
Yeah.
Papers are all signed, everything's all done. Still, the conversation for what happened is amazing. You know, it's like something I went up to say, hey, we're married and you don't even look me in the eyes or talk to me anymore. What's going on? And then they say, you're starting a fight because there's nothing wrong. And then they go right back to not talking. Yeah, it's amazing. There's something there.
Crazy world.
I'm sure men do it. I'm sure men do it too. For every crazy man, and crazy woman, for every vice versa. And all the 55,000 genders out there, everyone's crazy.
That is true. They're all crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm no better. I just admit to being put in the psych ward for a week. It was 2 times, so I guess maybe 2 weeks. But, you know, that's funny. The second time was less fun.
Man with cream.
I told the psychiatrist, I was like, you know, she was very bitchy. It was really weird. She seemed to not like me because it seemed like she wanted to shame me. And I told her, I said, yeah, you're trying to shame me. I don't understand why. I go, that mixed with the fact that you're little, you know, you're petite, you're pretty. I kind of feel like we're starting to date. You remind me of my ex-wife. She was little and pretty and always tried to shame me too. I don't think you should be my psychiatrist. And I was like, I'm starting to become kind of attracted to you. I think we'd have fun at dinner. Don't do that because they will write down that you are a psychopath. They won't find it funny.
Do you work?
At the moment, no. I find myself
on the rabbi train, huh?
I'm on the rabbi train, but I've got no spiritual accolades besides
Shit, all board.
sort of taught myself Greek and Latin so that I could understand how to read German and French, the old text, and Hebrew, and started trying to perform some Solomonic magic. And my family put me in the mental ward. So, yeah. It's hard to explain when someone says, I think you're going crazy. I think you hear voices. You say, I don't hear voices, but if I did hear voices and they told me to do something bad, I wouldn't do it. So what do you think about that? That makes you sound more crazy. Instead of like, no, don't worry. If I did, I wouldn't listen to them. They just think that means you hear things. And I was like, I wish. I had a conversation with you guys. Not you guys. But
Yeah, my parents never put me in a psych ward. I wanted to go to a psych ward after like a big portion of my life because like I just like mentally my parents weren't supportive of my mental health, you know. And even today, like my mother doesn't like, she doesn't believe that like, you know, the mental conditions I have.
definitely seek help. You know what I mean? On your own though, it's
At some point, I have to just tell myself like, it's just like it's like running in a circle, you know, when it comes to like, even today, trying to talk to my parents about anything or even bringing it up, you know. Like, it's a natural instinct that, like, I try to bring it up sometimes, like, just because I know that my parents, right? But then in the back of my mind, I forget, like, who they are and, like, how they perceive it, you know? So it's like, why do I keep doing this?
I mean, if I could give you one bit of an anecdote from my own life, I'm in no position to give anyone advice, but I did the same thing. I thought I'd reach out and talk to my parents first about mental health, and they forced me into a psych ward. So one thing, I was talking to them, letting them know that I'm, going to be talking with a therapist. Now I have a court-appointed therapist, and it's the difference between looking at a dirty bedroom and saying, I'm going to clean my bedroom today. When you're a kid and then your parents say, go clean your room. Now I don't want to anymore. When it's a court-appointed therapist, or if someone forces you into mental health, it feels like it feels tainted. So I 100% believe in psychology and psychiatry. Modern psychiatry. If someone only wants to give you pills, I'd say be wary. Try to find someone who will talk to you first. It's my only, hope for everyone. I hope that, I've talked to multiple psychiatrists because it's an interview. You don't have to stick with that first one either. And when that first person, did he take off? Oh, did you take off, man? All right. I was just trying to say, do it for yourself. Do it for yourself and feel good.
Another place I love, New Orleans. If you've ever been to New Orleans, Louisiana, then you probably had a hard time coming home. It is magical. It is glorious. The only other person I know who loves New Orleans as much as I do is Michael Crozier. We've had that before over who loves New Orleans more. I say me. I'm very familiar and I follow a lot of New Orleans-based news. This is what came out of New Orleans news this week because
I guess he took off. Hope I didn't scare him off.
He'll be back.
Exactly.
It's one thing if someone forces you into a situation. If forced into a situation, even if you want to, in that situation, it doesn't feel something forced. That's all I would say.
I gotcha. Can you hear yourself?
I did for a moment there. But not at the moment. As long as you can hear it and you're not getting feedback, that's really cool. I watched the episodes myself multiple times.
Alrighty, sir. Take care, my friend. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's really too like capitalism at its best. Like, if we're gonna go to
this has caused the city council to approve a large budget in which they're going to apply to the food building. They're looking for new accommodations so that they can meet this department.
Right. I mean, it's like you're saying, like if something becomes so abundant, like if all of a sudden salt water was now a resource that could be used, like I know, but I'm saying like used for things that we normally don't use, fossil fuels or producing more oxygen, something like that. Like think of how many countries would try to claim their seas and their oceans because they have, water lines that are, or earth lines that are next to them. It's ridiculous that they don't even think of that sort of a thing. They're just like, oh well, if we go to this planet, someone's got to claim the land of it. It's stupid to me. I've never understood that. Like even the whole planting the flag on the moon, like that doesn't claim by any rights. Like we don't use those rights on Earth. Why would you think that that's a thing? And if that's a thing, also I feel like aliens probably have already claimed it. So. That'd be interesting. I'd love to put my soccer nation flag on there. Try to get some tax write-off or something. Some sort of like no. I am from the nation of this 1 by 1 square mile of land that nobody wants. Exactly. What's going to be the joke on us? That's where like this rare mineral is on there. The only thing that you can use for time travel, they're going to land there and be like, how come you guys don't use unobtainium? It's been here this whole time. You guys don't use this mineral? It's crazy. That's how we've been traveling from planet to planet. You don't even have to dig it up. It just floats in the air. Just kind of, yeah. You do. Right, exactly. Jersey Mike's sales from every sub. Those are popping in and out. Look at this. Join us Wednesday, March 27th. Jersey Mike's I don't limit it to being an actual like them needing a fuel source. I think of it needing to like they could bend space and time. So why would they need a fuel source? They just bend space and time. Bang, they're here now. You know what I mean? They can pop in and out. Not so much. I don't know about eventually. I guess it's kind of like if they could do that, I think they would go back and try to fix things to suit themselves. But I mean, I don't know. That's just human imperfect, stupid thinking, or greed, or capitalist greed again.
March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Any college basketball national tournament, enter $5 into $100 chance to win a bonus bet.
version of that. Yeah. Kind of like beach nut. Like you can't buy it here, you can only buy it in Africa because it's like, super, super addictive and like, different. No, beach nut is like, it has some of the properties of cocaine. It's kind of like, you have cocaine leaves and like how they use it in like South America where they chew it like in high altitudes, that kind of a thing. But beach nut is almost like their tobacco down there. So they'll strip the bark off of it and then chew it and put it like almost like in their lip. And they'll walk around with it, and it's to keep like your mind not running on how hot it is and how arid you're in it. Like it's still narcotic, but it's not like a high, super processed narcotic. Now I know. I'll make one of those. Sound like there. Exactly. I mean, maybe it's been long enough. It's kind of like the old Nintendo thing. Oh, I'm sorry, not Beach Nut, Beetle Nut. I'm sorry, BETL. Yeah, Beetle Nut. I'm sorry, not Beach Nut. BETL. Yeah, Beetle Nut. Beetle Nut. Yeah. Bitter Cola is another one. So Bitter Cola, I think that might be similar. Yeah, I've had that. It almost looks like an almond. You know how like an almond crush looks before you like those here. No, you can't. They don't let you. They don't sell them there. Well, it's you might be able to buy them. Obviously, you can buy anything in America, but you're not supposed to be able to bring them over here. Also, if we're wrong, please call in because it's we're typing. Yeah, let us know.
The story actually happened to his mother. Drake Dolly's mother-in-law was pregnant. She got in her car, she drove away, and
Not essential.
heard a very incessant tapping sound. So she's looking around, trying to figure out what this tapping sound is. When she brakes and stops, she starts to
Yes.
the faster she goes, the louder the tapping is. There's something seemingly wrong with her car.
Squatchers. Yeah.
There's a squatcher out there. I'd like to talk.
This could potentially be
Shoot us a DM, shoot us a message.
I've never been much of a all over the place, customize everything. So I try to do it.
Drake Dolly
So it's like,
outside and they inspect the car.
Yeah, we're
And
reaching
this is
out.
what they
yeah.
there's a metal rod about the size of a straw, standard size straw, and it is poking through the mud not just the front of the rear tire on this car. And as it's poking through, it has wedged in between the rubber so that it has that tension.
Smile and laugh with each other, and
It's great when the tire moves, it makes the tapping sound. When it stops, the sound stops. My dog pulls the straw out and sniffs as it
It's kind of like that meme, convince me. We always had that kind of approach. We're like, oh yeah, I believe this, convince me. It's like, well, here we go. Let's talk about it for the next 2 hours.
Who knows what could have happened if Drayton, his mother, had in that shopping center to inspect? We don't know. It could very well be. This post has now been shared over 1 million times. And along with this post, there are, of course, people in the comments who are suspecting that this could just be another one of those Garrett fixes for the Garrett type of post. And that's my job. I gotta read the comments and read it and put it down the Bible.
I'm not ready to go steady.
Stories shared saying this did happen to me or something like that did happen to me.
Exactly. I'll show off, but don't claim me just yet.
This really did
You never needed it. I should have been wearing it. I don't want to do this for anything. I'm just saying.
TV over conversation in the police department can call someone and never stop there.
See, that's the thing that I do. Don't get out of your car. Unless there's danger in the car, you are safe.
Yes, you are, especially if you're being graded on a case to know what potentially your resistance might be.
If you can't see the danger, then the danger's not immediate.
Yes, absolutely. Again, sharing 1 million times on people are engaging with it is absolutely vital. And if you haven't seen it yet, you probably will see it soon. So pay attention and share. Why not? Number 4, fourth story on
Yeah. That was a funny pick of that mask. I found it in actually an antique shop. It's called the Las Vegas Peddler Shop. They have all the oddities and things too inside of there. It's basically, it has a picture of mermaids on it and dolphins, but it had the same shape, like you were saying. The shape reminded you of Independence Day, with the aliens on that. It reminded me of the shape from Stargate. Those guys, which that same head shape. It's just funny that even those are two alien creatures, they're all based from Earth. They're Earth-based. They came here, they were enslaving humans, or should have been enslaving humans, and we beat them. All the movies are always like that, which I think are funny too. We have interplanetary travel, but we get beat by these swarthy, non-planetary monkeys.
He saw a bullet naked, meat in view, not full packs, shoeless,
Right, they catch a common cold.
enjoying themselves in the theater like this wasn't one group combined to do this. This was across the theater, showing that it is an individual bigger problem. And he recorded this, uploaded it to his social media, to TikTok,
If you break it down, what you're saying, I know personally, I travel very, very much continentally and internationally all over the place. Every time you go to a place that's not where you're from, you have to get shots because you can die from the simplest mosquito bite. So you try to tell me that an alien traveling with another planet doesn't have any sort of shots or any sort of hey, you go to planet Earth, well, we set up over there and they have a common cold. Be careful. Right? You look at the snivels and the snivels will kill you. immunization shots to go to Earth. And you can't go. Like, you're gonna get sick and die. They have the cold flu there. They barely broke through COVID last year. What would you think?
It still gives me the heebie-jeebies. I want to know the whole place down. And this is all shared. Different anchors on this microphone. So this microphone, different anchors on.
Let's talk about shit. Yeah. Maybe they'll do it. I'm going to take this in the water supply.
And now look at us, Flint, Michigan, all over again. Exactly. Yeah. The pot's been simmering. Let's make it boil.
They have the most downloads in the last year. The year was 2023. Instagram is now back on top. They're touting their security as being the reason they are. They're saying,
yeah, life's too short to have just a simple story that's dumb.
it is what it is. That's it. It's later.
Actually, talk about one that I experienced. I can't remember the movie right now. For the name of the movie, I'll have to look it up. But it was a movie where he comes to the home, and like the predecessor to the aliens come would be an owl. Yes. So I went and saw that in English language yesterday, which is funny. I went and saw it on Friday, and I went down the area that was really well. There was some area that had some desert, that was kind of near my house, and I went and saw it super late at night with my wife at the time, and woke up at like 3 in the morning to make a thud outside my door, where we had a balcony. Walk outside, and there is a 4-foot owl, which in 1-foot owl, which in Vegas doesn't exist. Well, in my mind, now, when I say 4-foot owl, I'm talking in fear terms. It's nowhere near there, but the tears in my eyes kind of put a context on what I could see. The thing had razor knife talons, and he was holding a gun for all I knew. But anyways, it was. My kids watch that movie, they love that movie. It's funny how movies will stir that up in your heads because you're using your own imagination to make it real. Tell the story you've heard. It's not real, but that one little bit of realism that actually was part of the story becomes real now in real life. It's happening. It's like every kid searching through pine tar for a mosquito after Jurassic Park came out. Yeah, it was perfect egg shape. That's a lot of mosquito. Yeah, that's a lot of hamburger. What tree got cut down? Jesus. Yeah, that was one that actually got to me. Another one was Close Encounters. That movie got to me. Third Kind, yeah, the original one. That one got to me because my family, we watched it, and then we went driving to on our way actually to Lubbock, Texas, and Yeah, and there was like the clouds like in the movie, and with all the lights and like the lightning going off, and I was like, oh my god. And it's like, no, it's not. That's not what's happening. It's just lightning, you know. And I'm like, oh, it's a thing. It's happening. I was only 6 in my defense, but still.
I remember expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply.
Today's level is not still disproportionately affected. But there is something to talk about. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that taken as prescribed compared to the HIV. And big statements, which means the amount of virus is so low in circulation. If you live with HIV and want more treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathiv.com. This message was sponsored by Guinness.
Right. Well, Flair's also moving it, so. Oh yeah.
Prescription medicine for legs. Since this is radio,
Is it just me that it's more scary when someone else is seeing it with you? By myself, I'm just like, oh no, I'm crazy. You know, I start stirring up in my mind, like, yeah, it's just me. It's me. My imagination is making me do this. I enjoy that sort of stuff. But when someone else is like, oh my gosh, did you see that? Then I get afraid. That's the absolute person. You know, he's very deep track. I kind of look at him like I'm trying to find who else to describe him like. Yeah, to me it's like he's so far connected that I don't want to believe him, but I want it to be true because I'm like why would someone in this position not be telling the truth? When he's safe, yeah. It's kind of. There was this Bigfoot hunter guy. I know it's totally off subject, but there was this Bigfoot hunter that he was an Army Ranger, and actually me and Fitz, my other brother, we talked about this last time I saw it. Right. We talked about this last time I was out there. This guy was out in the forest, this ranger guy. He was out in the forest for the government, for the military, for 15 years. They literally stationed him out in Washington forest so he could like be up there and do like the monitoring of sounds, monitoring of temperature, and all this sort of stuff. He was an Army Ranger, Scout Sniper, all this like really high end stuff. And he started to hear sounds of Sasquatch. Yeah, and so when he started to tell them, like, hey, there's this creature walking around. Like, I've been tracking him for years. Like, you guys really need to send some people out here. I've been tracking him around. They started to, like, at first it was like, no, you're crazy, whatever, you're nuts. You're going nuts. And then after the next couple of years, they're like, hey, there's something with this guy. Like, let's send someone out. And those people started to corroborate his story. And they're like, yeah, there's something going on. And then they just buried him. They literally like moved him out of there, moved his family to the other side of the country, and were like, here, you retired and you make great money. You live in Florida now, nowhere near Sasquatch. Yeah. And then he was so well connected that he was like, well, I'm going to write a book about my experiences. And he started to write his book, and then all of a sudden, the publishing company that he was going to write to gets called out for fraud and tax evasion. So they closed down their publishing. Then he goes to a audiobook place. This is in the 80s, by the way, 80s, 90s. And he goes to an audio place to get his books put on actual cassette disc back then. And they get all his information on tape, and then surprisingly the building catches fire. So all of his audio stuff gets burned. Like every time this guy goes to put his truth out, something super catastrophic comes and destroys it. It was like that where he was so high up and so well connected and so believable, and there were so many people that were saying like, yeah, we've heard this, that they were just trying to bury him at all costs. Eventually, he died in a car crash, but eventually, that's exactly what they say. Like, they just ended up having to kill the guy because I forget, he was the Sasquatch guy. I haven't seen it, but I love that main actor. He's awesome. Sam Elliott, I love that dude's voice.
Tend to ask you questions, and I like voice
But I'm not gonna, because just because it tastes good and
If there was
better, it doesn't move.
If there was ever a reason to smoke, it would be to sound like Sam Elliott. Cancer be damned, I sound amazing. I'll be the fuck up to you.
I'll let everything just for the rest of my life be like Churchill. If I get to have it, you sound voice like Sam Elliott.
I want him and James Earl Jones to read my eulogy. That's all I'm asking. It's not a lot. We can do it by cameo now, you know what I mean? So I guess in theory, you could buy the cameo and just, if he's on there, you can be like, hey, just read this. And then they can just play it at your funeral. How expensive it is. That's something I gotta look into, man. Put that on my will. That'd be awesome. Could you imagine all our friends? How the hell did you know Sam Elliott? He was well enough to have a reading. Wow. You're more mad about that than you die.
Sam fucking Elliott tells you, come on, you should know better.
You didn't even introduce me. I'm glad you're dead, you bastard.
Just reaching.
Thai movies always get kind of messed up. There was only one movie, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on it, that I loved up until like the last probably 20 minutes when they were like, it felt like the writers were just like, we give up. Do you remember what movie that is that I felt that way?
I thought you were going to go somewhere else, but then all I did
it was Lucy.
I didn't think that was
That movie was fun. It had time travel wrapped up in it. Not specifically a time travel movie, but had time travel wrapped up in it to the point where I was like, it's making sense, but at the last 20 minutes, they're just like, nah, we give up.
So, what I understood was that she was involved in sort of creatures that were damn near omniscient, omnipresent, basically evolving into a quantum computer, which is about what quantum computer is. It basically sounds like, all the thoughts that people talk about the religion, something that really answer, ask your asking the question, ridiculous. Not like horror, of course.
I like that. I was thinking the claymation movie. Oh,
How I react to fear. I always remember also
I know the movie Fire in the Sky. Okay,
it's not nearly like 100%. Basically, like kind of the description of like what happened. Not really.
Okay.
They should Hollywoodize it and
Foreshadowing it.
that's how I do it.
The story. It's good. Let's shush it up,
We're gonna make it scary.
Yeah, exactly. You got a little spookiness in there. Let's shush it up and make it frightening or gripping to the feeble mind.
You gotta imagine it actually happens.
Right?
It actually happens. I'm trying to pull up the numbers now. Wholeheartedly. Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. I've done a lot of research. There's same story. And not even show up until his friends are being investigated for his murder, and they're the ones who say what they saw. It's either like a big conspiracy that how's the story go to? He's gone for 5 days, and
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
he had like a month,
5 days, 6 hours. Yeah. Came up here. Yeah.
How does that happen?
What's also crazy forestry worker too. Work. Out where nobody is, Nobody is, nobody should be, Exactly, I was gonna say maybe it's that thing that happens, when you start telling somebody in your prison at the bar and everywhere else that people start to leave me because you keep telling the same exact story over and over and over to the point where people are like, hey, every time we see Travis, he brings up this UFO story where he was gone, and
It's not even like that. It's more like the whole problem was wondering where he was, and now anywhere he goes, that's all. That's the only conversation we need to have with them. Any conversation you guys have, you should just try to find it. Okay, thanks for telling me about how your day's been. Really, I just wanted to know. I'm sure
It's crazy too. Like, yeah, I was just reading that actually. He was saying that this is on Wikipedia, the stupidest website ever, but obviously it can be changed. Exactly. There's another one that's showing on his personal website where he was saying that he didn't ever want to tell the story. There was actually 6 other people with him that drove away in his fear, and he was like trying to get them to corroborate his story and say, hey, this is what's going on. And none of them would because they were also afraid. And they all did. They all did. They were all being investigated. You gotta take it.
you guys are going to have great taxes, right?
And he passed polygraph tests and everything else. That's crazy.
People tried to say he was on drugs.
National acquiring wins. Yeah,
I believe Bombers are too. But honestly, Thomas Walker is just like almost right on the side. That's the way was on TV. You must have watched it. That's where you got the idea. Which is what they said about the Betty is. Yeah, they said that
yeah, they would take it. They would take it. Yeah, agreed.
Also, I mean, since 1963,
the best time to take someone when there is no Facebook, Instagram, social, blah, 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 unless you read it in your newspaper, which your newspaper ain't written that. Right. They don't want to be in the news. Yeah. Don't tell anybody we are around each other, let alone taken by the aliens. Which you would think you would. Yeah, of course.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to everybody's live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. It is your access to iHeartMedia.com.
Not to make everything like the same. And I guess that's a problem where everything uses
But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV. Maybe that's what's trying to
I mean, if you think about it, like your imagination has to do it in some sort of way. So if you use it like how we view the movies, it makes some sense. It's just your visualization of it. You also, like you're saying, it's got the Hollywood shoes on it. If aliens came down, they look like me and you'd be like, are those aliens? You know what I mean? Or all those just illegal aliens. Yeah, great show.
Yeah, as soon as you said it's illegal aliens, I said that.
Quasi-humanoid, yeah.
So the guy who played the alien, Samuel Sam Francisco, right?
I never caught on to that.
Because when they took out it was kind of like Ellis Island situation.
Okay, yeah, I gotcha. I didn't pick up on that until you just said it. I was like, they're in San Francisco. Like, that's funny.
I can pronounce that. Welcome, Mr. Waffles.
Right?
Watch out for that.
So,
This is the 27th anniversary
yeah,
of freedom.
he's out there. That's all.
Right.
And he dance, he just comes so by the fence. He meets Rob and pass it up.
Right?
I can't believe I didn't know so much about that movie.
Terrence Stamp. That dude. Yes. Love that guy in so many different movies, man. He's so cool.
Like that's kind of like one of the things that it's a variety, like they raise the bill, and then I think that kind of helps them reach their goals.
Right? Yeah. They're using a lot of things actually.
And then I think it was after that.
Actually, let's see. 1994 is when Adventures of Priscilla, yeah.
84 for Mad Max.
Alienation was 1988. So 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. Yeah. Mad Max. Yeah, you're right, 79. Yeah, so 88, 79 right there. Every 6 years, this guy comes out with amazing movies. He's got a real good face. There's a lot of actually actors that have faces like that, like in Alien movies, that they continue over and over and over again. So it kind of sucks to get typecast like that, but it'd be kind of cool to have that, you know, because you always have work. It's like that guy from I can't remember his name, but he's in a bunch of movies where he kind of has this like weird, almost misshapen face, and he's in a lot of movies where he's just a bad guy. And I never knew he was the bad guy in the Dr. Morton film, but he was also the alien assassin from X-Files. He's got a very rigid face. Quite awesome. No, you're thinking of the guy with that really strong chin line, right?
Yes.
No, not that guy.
I mean, Batman,
Right, no, not that guy, There's another guy, I can't remember his name. I'll find it later, of course. Thinking about it, but he kind of looks like he has a little bit of like something wrong with his face. I don't want to say a syndrome of any sort, but he has that sort of look where you're just like, man, something's up with that guy, and then you see him. He's from a lot of 80s movies.
Yes. But
You said the Ivory.
yeah. Quick break.
So that's what's going on there, and lots of things happening. I'll be up in Mammoth this weekend for snowboarding, but I'll also be heading down to
Coming up, of course, some fun and exciting things. The 60th anniversary of SeaWorld, which I know is kind of still controversial to this day, but the 60th anniversary down in San Diego. Incredible that way. Also visiting Sesame Place at in Chula Vista in San Diego coming up. Dining Mountain is opening soon. Legoland and Carlsbad. We've got so much going on here. In fact, next week I'll actually be not too far away in town of Valencia for spring break, which will be kicking off getting spring break ready. It's exciting to Magic Mountain. So lots going on.
You have to wait another 3 months for you to show up.
No. And that's what if you will have me back, I would love to come back on a frequent basis to be able to add my own special can you brand and magic.
You have to ask Stefan because he is the pilot. He made it very clear that he is the pilot. Hopefully this is not a bowling plane, but he's the pilot.
Alright, you got a call that's gonna pop out on us there, Stefan. He's over there. Keep everything sealed up.
But there's a door. There'll be some hydronic juice. He's spraying everywhere.
You can tell it's almost 10 o'clock in this conversation. We're getting real tilt going to it.
Okay, so if he gets that supervision, I'll let you go back.
I would appreciate that. So, Stefan, what are you saying?
I say, let's do it.
Alright, let's do it.
I'll see you soon.
Look forward to it.
Love you, miss you. Listen, I'm coming up next is Coast to Coast Game with George Murray. Right there, King. It's 2 11. I video out.
I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that. Keep it in mind. What's the HD2? On the iHeartRadio app.
Another part falls off another plane. Mark Warner live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An American Airlines flight from Dallas to Los Angeles has made an emergency landing in Atlanta. Fire off the airplane during the flight. No one was hurt, and the Boeing 777 has landed safely. The guy's been found guilty of killing his 4 kids and their grandmother in Lancaster.
Military Sheriff Detective Steve Black was the lead investigator on the case and says it was one of the worst crime scenes he's ever witnessed. Jarvis David was convicted yesterday of the first-degree murders of his children, ages 11, 7, 2, and 1, along with their grandmother, who had been babysitting them November 20th and 2021. David's attorney expected that the murder charges will be rated to second degree because David had a strong
Oh yeah, so we pulled up this guy or guy.
Officials say unsafe speed was a factor in the Tesla site. The truck crashed into the Beverly Hills hotel site. Crash release from Captain said it was Sunset Boulevard on Third Drive. Nothing inside the truck was not hurt. Photos of the crash went viral.
I don't see it down here.
Musk said the truck is faster than a Porsche 911.
So Mark, funny, I didn't know Mark Hamill was in the guy. Oh, you're thinking Michael Berryman. Okay, that guy. Yes, you're also right. He is in a lot of movies. Yes, phenomenal. Yeah, I was gonna say phenomenal actor. He was a comedian or a comedy movie too, where he did really funny. He did really well.
The program will focus on improving inequities in health, employment, and representation. The county has served from 1975 to 1991.
There's the guy.
That represents firefighters in New York says it's concerned members of this artist station to the James the guy who ceremony and basically
the one that was the one.
Yeah. Okay. I pulled him up.
Yeah, the back lady takes over. He just everything for that lady that was walking.
Yeah, that guy is pretty cool actually.
Yeah, I like the Dr. Blue and I like the special with their
organizations have set up
Oh, really?
because you can personally programs looks like New York comes forward.
Professor Rothschild says
So yeah, a little bit up. David Bradley is his name.
David Bradley, Bernie Sanders, who introduced the bill, create a 4-day work week
usually do it like two as the most we got.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right.
James Wong, right?
Yeah, James Wong, yeah, he's good.
Watching Big Brother.
watch some seed on the planet. So Prometheus dust for you. I'd rather not know. Is that weird? That's something I've always thought of too. Is it weird that I don't want to know?
I don't think it's important to know. I don't think they really know the truth of the universe. I don't think that or like having that ultimate answer. I don't think it adds anything to life.
I just feel like
I'm gonna have life right here, right now. And I don't think
I
about what other people fucking do. I just never had time.
feel like having that mystery makes you focus on something else. Focus on what you're doing or focus on that mystery, trying to find it out, which means if you're trying to find it out, you're working towards something. You're trying to learn. Yeah, you're trying to learn. Exactly.
I've never wanted to stop.
Get the hydration
I am mad every time I go back and see my chest.
Over high school. So you'll have to be culinary arts.
It's so bad. Really. I don't remember exactly how. I don't remember exactly. I don't think I wanted to be. I think I wrote it down to Joe. My first pick was the next year as a junior with my senior class also named Jason. So, the two friends that were not great older than me, they were going to. So I had carpentry class, and I think I was just like, and then
The second choice, and then you ended up getting it.
was not just class, but me and mostly broke down to all about we were second right? It was
Well, they knew that they were going to close that down, and they just didn't want to tell anybody because all the people who had signed up, there was literally like a couple hundred people that signed up for that class, and when we all found out when we got there, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're not going to have it for your senior year." We're like, what? Well, let's do it for our junior year then. Like, we can't even get accredited now. Like, what the heck? It was terrible. Yeah, that was just stupid. Oh, weird.
I've always done my own research into business, so when I taught myself, it was like 80 before I know you had 80.
Where's the thing?
Before I think it was a thing, but it's just, it's just a get along, or can't stop making jokes, blah, blah, blah. But like,
Your kid's a class clown.
yeah, you know what I mean? I actually got most mischievous in my senior year.
I don't think that's where you're supposed to hang your hat, but hey.
I don't know where that's supposed to be fun, but there's accolades that I've actually got.
Right? Take your flowers, bro. I don't knock you for it.
So, yeah, I remember it. I went in one class. I had one class and said, okay, let me fill this out. And one class I was in, I just said, Everyone write me down the really previous next month. All right. So, like, again, those are the only people who really like me. So I want to do it. I was just sort of most mischievous dog. I could have gotten something with things. And I thought that was even better.
You ran that unopposed.
I the one class I knew, it was like 15, 16. We had a small class. Really great boys. But, again, we'll talk about this high school because I was supposed to.
Get in there. Back to the epicenter. What would you say would be the best part of finding out that aliens were real? Like, what do you think that the aliens would be like, hey, here's what we bring to your society?
As much as plans all the way to go, he says he times, I think it's kind of crazy how many times in the United States just kind of like pause. I just can't stop thinking about how much force outside of this planet is threatening the Earth. How much we all realize that our borders don't have anything anymore. How we all band together as one people. And it's like, look at me, Lord, yeah, it's beautiful thing to say, but like, you kind of have a space out there where really, to be honest, I can't stop thinking about aliens and how maybe that's the only thing that will make all the act like a brother and sister. And I mean, I just have one piece of plus before I ever were to say one. Because like, the most remote part of any part, whatever, that, of anywhere, where like there's a tribe who does not want to be. They know we got them. They know we got planes now, even it's not like
they see them.
They get it. We're doing stuff. Okay, they don't want it. You know what I mean? And there's some beauty in everything. It's still person of human being. It's good to be interactive. I mean, we're the opposite side of the planet. And you can think about it as slightly different evolutionary thing. I mean, again, I really do believe that there was accidental warfare when Europeans in the New World. I don't think they could have been burned at the stake. If you believe in such a thing as germs, viruses,
tiny microscopic being.
Tiny microscopic. It's the devil that makes you sick. Devil is crazy enough. And we're telling the church about this. Same things we talk about. So these people came here with America. Yeah, they absolutely filthy and filthy, and they have it's the plague. Yeah, because
and also we live in a metropolis city.
Metropolis city, which mindset tells you bathing once a year is a sin.
Right. That's where the perfume collar instead of taking the bath.
Our kids are still just because it was so much a thing for so long. It really isn't. The beginning was a hundred lives.
There was no other thing, exactly.
There's just not aware of it. And don't get me wrong, I think that, if you get to awareness there, sure. Then, obviously, then it's on to achieve it. I just think it's been interesting, the government situation. It's a way, but,
Exactly. I was going to say, traditions always come with costumes. There's always a costume to a tradition. There's no tradition where you don't wear a costume. of some sort. There's all kinds of traditional garb and hats and suits and shoes and handshakes. There's always some costume that you gotta put on to join the club. You know what I mean? You can't be a Shriner, a Catholic, whatever it happens to be, unless you wear these robes or hat or tie or whatever. There's always some dumb thing like that.
Family Dollar started a discount chain that caters to
everybody wants to be included inside of the group, and if you're all wearing the same thing, now we're all together. It's literally that simple.
I'm not saying you have to use physical castration. I'm just saying it's going to make things easier.
If you want to reach the night level, I'm just saying. I am the leader, but I'm not saying you have to follow, but I am leading you to do it. That's okay. I am the leader. I'm not saying that you have to do this, but if you don't follow, what I'm telling you is, it's whatever choice you want. But you know what I always think is funniest, like for me, the biggest contribution, and this is just my like fat boy coming through, like the biggest contribution the aliens would have would be like food. Like it would. No, not like that. They would be food. They would like, like they would come here to give us a different type of food. Like, here's food, here's a pill that you eat, and now all of your cravings, all of your need to have food are gone. Now what that does is it eliminates 60% of greed. Because it's like, now you don't have to worry about eating every day, which means you don't have to have production of corn for food. You don't have to have any of that stuff that we normally worry about, food production. All that stuff goes away. Gone. We don't destroy the earth. Go ahead. Essentially, yes, and essentially a manna. Yeah. But I'm talking about a singular pill, not a continual thing. It's like, here, we give you this pill. Now, you never need to eat again.
So I had an idea, and obviously, as I mentioned moments ago, whenever I try to go back to school, I just that. But anyway, besides all that, I find a way to, like, I have scientist ideas anyway, so, like, the more knowledge I have, I like talking people about concepts, but if I knew how to do things, I might function.
You'll get you in more trouble.
Some of the things that I think about, why do we not try to make ourselves more clear? We don't have to worry about eating peppers as long as we make sure the sky was up. By the way, we also breathe carbon dioxide and spit out oxygen. Anyway, there's one thing. Also, we can start having planets like Mars. We can just have we live on Mars maybe or something, or like maybe it's easy to have respiratory packs or like carbon dioxide. Maybe we can breathe like cold, smoke that we burn and stuff. It's easier. So I think we made ourselves part of the plan. How cool would that be? Sign me up. I bet you live further too. I'll take that with you, right? I'll figure it out so I'm not like all the time.
Yeah, don't be stuck.
Yeah. Something like a mix of like that and person who photosynthesis. That makes sense. I think that if there's something that we can stop eating, there could be some kind of evolution to where we I don't think it's going to be some weird magic cure all that take this pill and your butthole is going away. You know what I mean?
Belly button. We had that as kids. You're right. Yeah. There's no need. There's no waste. So what's the waste?
Yeah.
Eastgate Cinemas, I'm here. You're the one being a little slut leaving. Listening to Caspian Seas podcast.
So your brother in
Hear the podcast?
Yes, sir.
What are you talking about?
resonating box.
Well, you're hearing it right now. He's talking about aliens.
Oh, really? I love aliens. It's cool.
Word marking birds.
Esophagus, I mean. I love to eat. You know that. I love to eat. I love to cook. So I hope it never happens. But in the same regards, I know, but in the same regards, I feel like that would be the most. What if I don't have enough? That is why we must have our Space Force up and running. And then here's the thing, it's going to be at this point in the future where everything is still so loosely integrated into customer service. Have a go to support and you're going to say, when it's typing secret. Hey, I used to enjoy the taste of it. Is there any way I can have the taste? Can you reject the idea of salt and that's not a bug. It's a feature. Right? Actually, it's a feature that we offer, and I'm sorry, you are not up to date. What's your operating system? No. No, that's ridiculous. We no longer support those. Why don't you come on and take a look, see if we can't do some things up. If not, so say next we got disappear. This is a bad idea. Come take a look at the Geek Squad. I'll help you out. And, you'll be an Apple consultant or somebody who will be able to tap into that. I don't understand why you're so far behind. So right over here, this archaic piece of technology. Anyways, you want to come take a look at these because I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. This is just wow. Well, I need the information off of it. Well, it's also archaic. I can't just get all the data off of it, though. So why can't we? Shouldn't it be easier because it's archaic? Well, I mean, you think so. But again, exactly. But then again, that's not my job, so I don't know. So, you have to talk to the programmers. One thing everyone in 2022 knows, no one talks to the programmers. The programs don't exist. It's kind of like Tron. It's like Tron, in my opinion. It'll get to it by email in 10 years. And by then, they've already discovered a better way to have done it. And that question will be null and void and not valid. So it's like, why are you asking that? We already fixed it. Exactly. You already. Exactly. Not what I wanted. Exactly. This case is resolved. Still have any issues, please go ahead and exactly. You're back in the queue. Frequently asked questions. If you'd like to, please refer back to those. And if we miss anything, let us know. We'll be happy to fix it for you. Hey, thank you. I can follow and tell your friends, I really appreciate it. And if you have any cool stories, man, definitely DM us, hit us up on Twitch or all of our socials. Let us know. We'll get back to you usually within a day or a couple hours, and we'll put you on the show, man. As I said, I'm I've done it's one of the first cases I've heard about that. So I'm looking into and we have Fox TV shows.
Because it's TV, you know what they try to do like a gotcha. Alright? He's not really his life to be this guy who kind of
No, there's no reason to try to be the guy who breaks up the trees and that sort of thing. That's never in this situation.
I did go to a beef farm.
You should probably explain what that is too.
Beef farm is the where they are organized, by all appearances. I'm not one of them. I did, I like art class and everything. And there was a gentleman there who had a story that he was what happened in his encounter. He talks about how he was a healthy guy. Then this thing happened, and I saw this thing out right when he was prepped. And there was I don't know the exact thing that was on the issue, but I think it was have these stories. They don't have to be outcomes.
Yeah, never. The world's too small for that sort of thing nowadays.
You know about George trying to start they still to this day there are leaders. It's not like it's like this guy is slowly apparently he had his message.
From the moon to other planets.
I'll be honest, I do not remember any of the stories that happened outside of Earth.
That's what it says he claims that.
He was.
Yeah.
What about the Visties? He met one. They said you need to get the message to the Pope, and they're alone, and he shows back up and he gets so blocked and says, "Hey, like this bishop says his name and gets to the shepherds." The people were there. There's stories that come up that this guy. And he said, "No words, no like." He showed back up and stairs like, "Oh, you guys get these stories." He said, "Yeah, I got this one. I got this one." And they look at it, and I guess later on, I think I was asking you to take the point of view that people are crazy, so it was like, there's only really one way to get out of this particular, this is all right or something. If I remember this right, you only get this from the Pope. If you read this, like, it was like let's make this. Now, here's the other thing. Nobody says this song. Like he's got something that traditionally you believe in as a regulatory that's the thing. And I'm getting a lot of these people as well. Anyone out there listening knows more about Joe dancing than me. I appreciate it.
He's actually got a book out in 2008 where they wrote, well, they published a book in 2008 about it. A good ski, the flying saucer, contactee, the first flying saucer contactee, and he does something like you're saying, where he landed really cool country racing thing, like you said. I was going to
I don't know if there's a picture, but I can guess. I listen and also how it's still this star or something. I guess probably the sense of aerials is necessary. And back in the 1800s, the case where there's a painting of battle happening in the sky, including crosses and triangles and discs. You look that up. I think there's a whole somewhere. The reason why we're not showing any started out talking about check that mask out. We have a whole bunch of check it out. And that had a shape that had been reminded you of what we again?
Stargate for me.
And I remember it reminded me exactly the head shape I thought that it had.
It very much is, yeah.
And to the head. And so, I like the idea of they're time travelers. I don't know if that's such an example, but they're us from the future. They're so with their point, yes, that like they're coming back to get DNA samples of like the ancient
pure source.
And they need to fix what they got. You know what I mean? That was one interesting theory. I like that. You know, that's a fun one. Reminds me of the whole series.
Yeah.
Series. Ryan and Andrew, our friend. Everyone has seen this for a long time, but you just see he's turning on to that. I've heard the entire series since then, and I don't think he's seen it today, but Dustin is doing the exact thing that ready for us as we speak. Yeah, that's it. I have been the entire Facebook it's a major part of the ethos of okay. The most awesome thing, it's like realistic.
Mitch really like, who cares?
Oh, I know that.
Until they out of it when they're like, hey, don't ever mention those guys again.
Yeah, they ask us not to mention them because they hate us. I'm sorry, I know it's true.
Because they pay us, then that's different.
I just give you such a silly view. Everything is like self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's not just free will. It says people are in control of the time travel, so it's free will. That's forward, it went back in time. So now you have to learn how to get used to the 2 steps backwards, you know, just like, it's very, very, very
That's a pretty big lineup of two, actually. 6. Yeah, Orion, a novel, Vengeance of Orion, Orion the Dying Time, Orion the Conqueror, Orion Among the Stars, and Orion and King Arthur in 2011 was the last one. In 2011, yeah.
well, I read all of them.
Right? I mean, you are right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The ones you read were 5. The 6th one was 2011. So the other ones were all like from 1984 to 1995. Among the Stars is probably the last one you read.
Yeah, Among the Stars. Even though the first one has stars as well, there's kind of a closer effect on everything as well. It's almost like
Savings of $369 a year.
not just, this times, past, this man was involved in, it's almost like, if I remember correctly, she's gonna go face the back of the book also, like, which means,
Or say what?
yeah, say it. But I mean, it's an example, like, it's like, laid out the things that just help
But maybe the most important there's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and stay unharmed. It's the amount of
I mean, it says there's an order, but it's not. Yeah, it said. It also say I was reading up. It says there's an order, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not like the series follows a specific. Like you have to read this to understand that. Like, it doesn't work that way. That's pretty cool. You can get them on Kindle and all. Just get them on Kindle, paperback, and hardcover. All of them.
So yeah, I read that in 1985 instead of 2011.
2011 was the last one published. Yeah.
And so 6 books. And it doesn't matter, doesn't matter that they were written in different times. They were not written in chronological order. There is no chronological order. There is no chronological order to the story. I've never seen it done this way, but as far as time travel concepts, I'm sure people get polarizing, but figure that, there's this point, I feel as if everything is so good, and it's not. And it wasn't written to be like that. Yeah. So waiting to see what happens in the back. It's not there.
Right. Let's go.
Yeah, I know that's all.
I mean, actually, funny enough, some of the ones that they were talking about Area 51, like the Grays and all that stuff, and all the spacecraft that landed when I was a kid, actually, in like 85, 86, that they're just now releasing, like all the, you can actually go back and read the redacted information from the Air Force. Those are pretty cool to read. You can literally just Google that, and you can read and see, like, they talk about it's an unknown spacecraft or unknown object. They never actually say spacecraft, which I thought was kind of weird. They always say unknown flying object, UFO, because if they say it's unknown spacecraft, it's like, well, they're aliens. If they say unknown, exactly, I was just about to say that. It's one of those things where, like, you cannot admit that it is an alien, like, from somewhere else, like, very specific, but obviously if it's not from our, from our planet, it's alien, but whatever. Same thing comes down to, we never want to admit anything simply. But those look at redacted information is pretty fun to read because it just talks about, like, the first ones in, like, 84, 85, I think it was, when they found a spacecraft that crash landed, and there wasn't anybody in it or anything like that. It was just basically like a probe kind of a thing. And then eventually they were, like, looking into it, and there wasn't enough stuff where they could actually learn from it, but there was not learn, but enough stuff where they couldn't, like, take it and, like, create this new technology. It was just something that they had that was just an interesting, like, hey, look, we found this thing that we don't understand. And then 15 years ago, no, this one was actually like a saucer type. So when they found it, they basically ripped it all apart and tried to figure it out, but they couldn't because the technology was so far ahead that they didn't even, they didn't have radar back then. So let alone, they didn't even know it was landed until somebody would drive by and was like, hey, what's this thing? So that's that kind of technology that has been. So I don't know, you can probably take a look. Exactly. Like, I was talking to actually my great uncle who just passed. We actually helped creating radar with rocket studies and all in aeronautics. And he was one of the ones who created the cell phone and all that. Like, they all talked about, he has plans and all these blueprints of how they actually created cell phones and radar and how they were about it. It was so interesting to hear because you don't think about it. You're holding, an iPhone 13 in your hand and you're like, what the heck? You can signal up in an airplane and you're bitching about how bad the signal is. It's like, dude, in the 70s who carried a backpack that weighed 50 pounds and it had a mile range of about 100 miles. And it couldn't barely hear the guy who was talking to you because it had a direct line of sight. It was crackly and messed up, like so crazy. The technology has changed. Now, I also believe that's based on alien technology. The leaps and bounds that every time that another alien discovery or another UFO happens, now imagine we get all this new technology, kind of hand in hand. I guess we can't talk about getting technology from UFOs without touching on and the expression of UFOs and all that stuff. How did you get some of that technology?
That's promo code George for 25% off at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Kids across America.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much a believer in that too, where it's like, hey, look, everything that we get technology-wise is always a trade-off. Always a trade-off. It's never been something that someone just pop into something and create it. It's always like, why do we need this? Let's figure this out so we can trade this off or make something else happen. I mean, it comes down to like stupid stuff like electricity, you know, like people are looking for a reason to make electricity. You know, like there was a reason for that. You know, like it wasn't like, oh, I wonder if I can make something. You know what I mean? Or if I have this power source, you know, a reason to have this power source. Telephone, all that sort of stuff was for communication. It wasn't for I just want to talk to you way far away. It's like, no, there's a whole list of things. Exactly, this is a life-changing shine. Exactly. And that's kind of the way I look at it. Like, all of the stuff that we've had has always been a huge advantage. And everything that we have has been super life-changing. In the 70s, 80s, industrial was something that was just a joke. I was like, oh, that'll never happen. We had Tron and all that stuff. Now you're definitely finding that there's a lot of things that was like, this is a fantasy. This will happen until 2025. And in less than, 10 years, like not even 20 years for Tron and all that crazy creation, 10 years, that was a thing. Just was already out and happening. That's just funny to think that we've had with so many more advancements. And I don't believe it's so much of the science themselves as something more advanced because because advancements that we now have technology that figure out these alien technologies that we've had since the 60s and 70s. Now we get that session and go through and check them out and we understand how they work. Now we can get a little bit into our human mind I should say human choices.
We're concerned also about some of the effects of drugs that use on cattle. That was the year 1200 AD. The medieval Arab traveller and scholar. What's happening with the pesticide immunity? That's another sneaky thing that's going on. Just like I started last year, and basically,
if we say that Francis II Ragozzi fathered his third son in 1694, at that point, Ragozzi, according to his date of birth that most records show, he would have been 18. Yeah, which is not unheard of for
15,
France to have a
18 or
child.
15 if you count back from the date when he entered Altona Schleswig and he told Prince Charles he was 88 years old. A lot of people will take that as a definite starting point, work backwards, but then that means, according to the birth of his father, Francis II, would have made him 15 if you're doing that math. So when the count would have been born, Prince Francis II would have either been 15 if you go by 1691.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Attention folks, it's time to put your best foot forward with Boots Y'all by the Horse Saddle Shop. The newly owned Boots Y'all is your friendly family-owned local boot retailer with a wide selection of casual, play, and work boots. They've got the perfect pair for every cowboy or cowgirl. With over 3,000 pairs of boots in stock, you'll find the perfect fit and style that suits your unique personality. From trendy and stylish tin-haul boots to rugged and reliable area, Boots Y'all has you covered from heel to toe. Check out the brand new Boots Y'all store located in Erskine Shopping Center in South Bend today.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, hit turn, and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Ryan. Tonight we're going to be joined by my guest, Andrew Michaels. Andrew is a comedian, one of the hosts of Underworld News Tonight. Andrew's going to come on and talk a little bit about the Valentine conspiracy theory that he's looked into. So I've been looking forward to that. With him being a comedian, it's going to be a little different type of podcast. Dive down into some other conspiracies and some other talk to, so probably won't be one for the faint of heart. But before we bring Andrew on, we got some front-end business to take care of. If you ever had an experience and you want to be on Tinfoil Tales, you can send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com, and we'll get you scheduled on a future episode. If you want to help the podcast, please leave a 5-star review. That helps with the rankings. It also helps with making the podcast more discoverable to potentially new listeners. And with new listeners, there could be more experiencers, which can lead to more interviews, so new episodes. If you'd like to help the podcast financially, there is a donate button. There's also a Patreon. The Patreon gives you access to ad-free content, as well as access to early episodes several weeks before they're released to the public. It's only $1.99 a month, so less than $2 a month. You get all that content. You can also help the podcast by just sharing it around. Word of mouth and the grassroots is what this podcast has been built on, so you can keep that up. It seems to be doing just fine, so I appreciate all that. Make sure to follow us on all the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, X. I've recently finished up the website, so you can find it on tinfoiltales.com. All the episodes will be on there for listening pleasure, as well as the videos for the YouTube. I think now we're going to go ahead and bring Andrew on. I hope you guys enjoyed what we're going to talk about. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest tonight, Andrew. Andrew, thanks for coming out talking to me.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, I am Andrew Michaels. I am the host of Underworld News Tonight, one of the hosts of Underworld News Tonight. We do a bit of a weird and wacky and wild look at the news of the week, looking at a bit of the supernatural, a bit of the conspiracy theory stuff. So if you're a fan of morning zoo radio, that sort of thing, and want to kind of capture the spirit of it, we would highly recommend you check that out. But you know what? I'm not here to talk about my own show today, Brandon.
What do you have for us?
Well, Brandon, I guess before I start with a statement, I'm going to start with a question. What year is it?
The last I'm aware of was 2023, but I'm probably wrong.
Oh, you say bad? You said bad? This is like a podcast for sheep, a real impressive farm achievement, maybe?
Not sure where you're going with this.
Well, let's find out, because you, my friend, revealed yourself as an Autotian puppet. It is time to talk about the conspiracy theory known as the Phantom Time Conspiracy, which I'm going to be getting into along with one other conspiracy theory of temporal wackiness. Now, this theory claims that the years 613 to 911 AD, 911 AD, were fabrications of the future Pope Sylvester II, back when he's a cardinal whose name I definitely wrote down, and you could test me on it, and I would be able to name it, so I don't even know why you'd ask. The Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. This theory is known as the Phantom Time Hypothesis. It holds that not only were these years fabricated, but along with them, such historical events of the entire life of Charlemagne, the Carolingian Pyramid, the life of the Prophet Muhammad, along with the Muslim conquest of Iberia, Viking raids on England. Basically, the first half of any Crusader Kings 2 campaign, if you play with the real years, that's all fake, according to this theory. Now, I'm going to get a bit into the how and why of it. But to do that, we're going to need to talk about the Phantom Time Hypothesis' creator. The German historian is his job title. I thought you had to talk about like histories and things that happen to be a historian, but I guess not. Definitionally, if you're talking about this didn't happen, does that make you a historian? I don't know. If that's the case, there was no War of 1812. But that's not what this is about. This is about Herbert Illig, the quote-unquote historian who created the Phantom Time Hypothesis. Now, he was born in a small town in northeastern Bavaria, just 2 years, after the end of World War II. So what's interesting about Herbert Illig is well before he creates the Phantom Time Hypothesis, he's kind of interested in these weird, wacky, wild looks at time. He starts out by becoming active in an eccentric historical association called, and excuse me, I got to brush up on my German, the class I took in college because it was the only language requirement class. It was after 9 a.m. Sorry, it was called the
Gesellschaft zur Rekonstruktion der Menschheit und Naturgeschichte, or in English, the Society for the Reconstruction of Human and Natural History. Now, this association ends up being dedicated to Immanuel Velikovsky, a writer who holds to a school of thought known as catastrophism. Now, fans of my life might know catastrophism as that thing my therapist says I need to stop doing, but that's not all it is. Because in addition, catastrophism is also a school of thought that holds the history of Earth is shaped by a series of short and violent catastrophes, and this is something that transcends culture. It has a lot to do with syncretism, so Brandon, I'm sure you've heard people talk about, this idea that every culture has a flood myth, and this must point to some great historical event. Have you heard something like this?
Yeah, I have.
Now, it could be, and correct me if I'm overstepping here, that in any culture with water, you're either going to have a problem of there being too much or too little of it at some point. Is that fair to say? It's kind of a counter-argument?
Yeah, I've always thought the flood stories are more or less from when the Ice Age ended. That's just my own theory.
I think everywhere has floods for a variety of reasons. I've experienced floods in New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey, if you can't tell from the accent. I live in Illinois. I experienced a flood here once. I think sometimes shit just gets wet. But in Velikovsky's case, his sort of syncretism of these various disaster narratives in history took the form of his 1950 U.S. bestseller, Worlds in Collision. Now, in Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky essentially posits that in the 15th century BCE, the planet Venus was ejected from Jupiter as what he describes as either a comet or a comet-like object. I don't know what a comet-like object is. I know what a comet is. But this in turn changed the orbit and axis of the Earth, leading to the widespread ubiquity of catastrophic events in ancient and biblical literature. These theories have mostly been rejected by the scientific community, because apparently you quote-unquote can't just make shit up and call it things that happen. But I do think it's important to note this, not because Velikovsky's theories are particularly important, but because it highlights his propensity to search for different weird and wacky parallels when he looks at history, and how that then informs what he comes up with later on. In the case of Velikovsky, this can be found with an obsession between similarities between the biblical flood, the epic of Gilgamesh, the drowning of Atlantis, and imagined planet-sized meteorites that are heading towards the Earth causing axial change. In the formation of the phantom time hypothesis, you can kind of find this obsession haunting his analysis of medieval history and architecture. So the other thing to note here is that Herbert Ealing didn't even really start with the Middle Ages as his theory of a period of time that either didn't happen or happened drastically different than we thought. Before he did this, he was rejected for 2 other publications, one alleging similar theories about ancient Egypt and another alleging similar theories about prehistory. These books just didn't really make a splash. So you can see he's kind of pivoting, trying to find his market. It would be kind of a cynical analysis of what he's doing. And this all changes in the 1990s when Ealing begins to draw attention in the German media, particularly for his 1996 book, Das Erfunde Mittelalter, or The Invented Middle Ages. Historically, Germany has kind of been a rallying point for Ealing's ideas, because while he's been slammed by the historical and academic establishment, his work just happens to draw a lot of media and popular fascination there. Now, as I mentioned, Herbert Ealing and believers in the phantom time hypothesis believe that 297 years were added to history by the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, the future Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. So the question that comes to mind then is why? Well, apparently this starts with Otto III's understanding of something called Christian millenarianism. This is a strand of thought obsessed with the fulfillment of God's kingdom on earth with the 1000th anniversary of the life of Christ. Definitionally, this is sort of something that's died out because, the year 1000 came and went regardless of whether or not you accept this hypothesis is true. But if you believe this to be the case, and this was very, very popular in his time, to be the Holy Roman Emperor in the year 1000 would make you a quasi-messianic political figure. And so he fabricated history to make it the case with the help of an ambitious cardinal of the church, who would end up becoming the Pope, whose name before becoming the Pope I did not write down, but I promise it's not that important. You guys can look it up. Doing this doesn't just involve inventing a few years, because there can't be a possibility that God's new mathematically anointed ruler on earth was there by mere coincidence. A historical ruler must be created to serve as a mythical predecessor to Otto and his dynasty, simultaneously mirroring the emperor and modeling the type of ruler he wished to be. And that ruler was Charlemagne. Now, for the uninitiated on the history of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne was king of the Franks and a member of the Carolingian dynasty, crowned emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III in the year 800. Over the course of an accomplished reign, Charlemagne united most of Western and Central Europe, from as far west as Barcelona to as far east as Croatia, and from as far north as Saxony to as far south as Rome itself. I'm not going to talk too much about the history of the Holy Roman Empire, both because it's not necessarily that relevant to what we're talking about, and because my wife is a literal historian who's in the other room who wants to blow her brains out every time I try to talk about history. But suffice to say that Charlemagne is perhaps one of the most impressive political leaders of its time. He is far from just a skilled military tactician. He built and maintained his empire through a combination of the aforementioned military power, deft diplomacy, and modernizing reforms to the financial, educational, record-keeping, and political practices of his realm. If there was a modern person alive in the year 800, it was him. But Otto III was not a part of that dynasty. The last Carolingian to rule over the Holy Roman Empire was the disputed Arnulf of Carinthia in 887, a bastard duke who overthrew his uncle Charles the Fat to become disputed emperor for about 6 years. By all accounts, the story of a bastard duke overthrowing his fat and widely disliked uncle. If you want to know more about it, you can watch a great documentary that airs. It's called The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I highly recommend checking it out. Charles the Fat gets overthrown by Arnulf of Carinthia. By all accounts, Arnulf is a sickly and incompetent moron. He himself was overthrown in a coup, and he dies a few weeks into a quiet and cushy retirement. After some of your typical Middle Ages swapping and switching, Otto's grandfather, Otto the Great, becomes Holy Roman Emperor in 962, having already been coronated as King of Italy 2 decades prior, and having served as King of East Francia for nearly 30 years. So you can see some of those titles that were originally held by Charlemagne starting to come together once again in the form of Otto. Now that Otto the First, along with his son Otto and his grandson Otto, were all a part of the Ottotian dynasty. But that didn't stop them from consciously obsessing with and seeking to emulate the legacy of the first Holy Roman Emperor. And this is particularly true of grandfather and grandson. Most notable is the fact that Otto III took the step Charlemagne did of having himself formally coronated as Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope in Rome itself, reviving the title after a decades-long vacancy and a history plagued by disputes to the title's proper reclaiming. And 3 decades prior to this, when Otto was crowned King of Germany, the coronation would be held at the Aachen Cathedral, where Charlemagne himself took the same title. Because of this, one could say that the life of Otto I was in part an attempt to emulate the life of Charlemagne. He was crowned king in the same place as his forebearer, implemented many of his military victories, and reclaimed his previously held title by nearly the same means. And like Charlemagne, Otto was essential to the cultural, educational, and political identity that dominated the legacy of his empire and his dynasty. Perhaps the most notable was the development of the imperial church system. By strategically placing celibate clerics in necessary administrative positions, particularly loyal clerics consisting of his own relatives and loyal clerks, avoiding conflict with other dynasties and lines within key positions, he was able to have the de facto effect of sublimating the church hierarchy to the power of the emperor and avoid a significant number of title disputes, particularly for the positions that he appoints somebody to. Because if you put a priest in an important administrative position, he's not having any fucking kids that you got to deal with down the line. Without a divinely chosen legacy and some auspicious timing, this can come off as somewhat sacrilegious and delegitimizing. If you look at this conspiracy theory, I think that's kind of the piece that I find most interesting about it. Because if you accept this conspiracy theory is true, and if you can't tell from the way I'm talking, I don't find it particularly convincing, appointing himself as making it the year 1000 when you're emperor makes you a messianic figure. But on virtue of having made it up, it recontextualizes what would have happened were that not true, from something that doesn't necessarily matter to something that, and I'm Jewish, so maybe I'm analyzing this incorrectly, but something that almost an antichrist would do, if that makes sense. Which I find super interesting when you look at this theory. Luckily, they didn't need to deal with that because Charlemagne's legacy was there to call back on. Now, perhaps it's Charlemagne's nature as both a predecessor to and legitimizer of the Ottonian dynasty that led Otto III to visit Charlemagne's tomb in Aachen in the very year 1000, removing relics from both the tomb and transporting them back to Rome. You may have even seen a brief sidebar about the Catholic Church preparing for this, from the perspective of a world in which this theory, along with pretty much every other conspiracy theory, is true, in the fucking fantastic conspiracy science fiction comic Department of Truth by James Tynion IV. But, as amazing as that comic is, it's also not what you brought me on to talk about today. Because now that we have a solid understanding, or at least as solid as we can, of why the Holy Roman Emperor would want to fake hundreds of years of history, including the existence of Charlemagne, it's going to be important to explore the evidence that so much of European history was fake. Now, most of the work of Herbert Illig has only been published in German, and so I'm taking a lot of this from the translated papers of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemitz, and I have to tell you, they are boring. Now, Brandon, I know you talk about conspiracy theories in this show a lot. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we dabble into it here and there.
Do you encounter this with a lot of conspiracy theorists, this idea of, if I make this really boring, people will think it has to be true?
I don't know about that, but I think my conspiracy episodes are what usually turn people off to my podcast, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure this one will be the exception. People are going to fucking love this shit, I'm sure. We're not watching that bar, decline down like the double black diamond slope at a ski lodge or anything. In general, I think that the reason for this is that a lot of conspiracy theorists, they're trying to imitate what they think a government document is like, and that stuff is genuinely really boring. But they're also trying to build this massive web of connections and dense content and ideas that you kind of can get into a hypnotic rhythm. Both of these kind of require an artifice of boredom that can put you into kind of an adaptable mental melody, if that makes sense. And the works of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemitz are no exception. And because of that, I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful to you, your audience, the quest of not losing half of your listeners every time you do a conspiracy episode, for me to go into every single proof he provides. So instead, I'm just going to go over a few of the most interesting, starting with, and brace yourselves, buckle on. I don't mean to be crass in your show, but I hope your audience is buckling on to their dicks, tits, and bits, so we can talk about the history of the calendar and the nature of solar cycles. Because we all know that every 4 years on the Gregorian calendar, the one we use, we add a leap year. This is because we calculate the rotation of the Earth around the Sun as 365.25 days. A quarter day is added every year. We can't have a quarter of a day, so every 4 years it adds up to a full day. We do that, the whole thing doesn't fall into chaos. It makes sense, other than the fact that this is an estimation and not entirely accurate. The rotation is actually 0.00781 days longer than the actual rotation of the Earth, which adds up to about 1 day every 128 years. Now, because of this, we actually skip our leap day 3 times every 400 years on the 1 century mark. And that's something that very few people alive today know about, because we did that in the year 1700, 1800, and 1900. We did not do that in the year 2000. We will do it again in the year 2100. So somebody who's born today is going to be an old man when they do this again. But to anybody else, I'm born in 1995, you're born in 1980, whatever the fuck, not particularly relevant, unless you're planning on living particularly long, which, I've got a podcaster's body, so probably not. Now, like I said, we observe the year that we're supposed to skip on the intermediate leap year. So in this case, the year 2000, to correct the estimations of our correction from having the opposite effect. So, just to kind of sum this up, we have a leap year every 4 years, except for 3 out of every 400 years on the 100-year mark, which we didn't do in 2000, which is why you don't know about it, because you're never going to have to fucking deal with it. Now, the Julian calendar, which came before the Gregorian calendar, it did not account for any of this. What this essentially means, and we can do all sorts of math here and there, is that when the Gregorian calendar was introduced, the Julian calendar should have been behind by 13 days, just based on the amount of time that had passed between the implementation of the two calendars. But instead, it was only behind by 10, a mathematical impossibility unless about 3 centuries were fabricated. But it's not just in the calendars where it would seem that about 300 years had disappeared. Now, proponents of the phantom time hypothesis also argue that a trained eye looking at architecture from the Carolingian dynasty set up by the alleged quote-unquote Charlemagne reveals the simple fact the entire time period may not be exactly what it seems. You see, 10th century Western Europe was filled with what's called Romanesque architecture, which should have been impossible if the Roman Empire had truly fallen over 400 years prior. After all, how would all of these disconnected barbarians and kingdoms have the same pan-European architectural style? And yet, buildings such as Versailles Abbey in France, Maria-Laach Abbey in Germany, Charlemagne's own Palatine Chapel in Aachen demonstrate the reverberation of Romanesque architecture hundreds of years after the fall of Rome, creating a pan-European style at a time when these lands should have been connected. At least if you trust so-called historians who are secretly puppets of the Ottotian dynasty. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, though. You're pointing at these architectural trends. You're pointing at solar eclipse patterns. Get into some real fucking science. Get into something legit. Get into something you could argue with. After all, shouldn't we be able to use reliable methods such as dendrochronology, a.k.a. tree dating? Hans Ulrich Niemitz, translating the works of Herbert Illig, has a response to that. Now, you see, dendrochronology, and you heard it here first, is fake. I'm not going to explain why, because even I have too much dignity to explain why a German weirdo's explanation of another German weirdo's thoughts on oak trees is particularly relevant on someone else's podcast. So I'm not going to do that, but essentially what you should know is that the phantom time hypothesis, a large part of it is just pointing to the well-established science of dendrochronology, saying it's fake, and saying every other academic field is desperately tied to dendrochronology in a way that is truly inescapable. Take from that as you will. Now, these are far from the only proofs that the esteemed Dr. Niemitz provides for the existence of phantom time. I could tell you more about exciting things like inconsistent patterns in the development of Western European ceramics, the stratigraphies under Frankfurt am Main, or the 3-century stall in the development of new farming techniques. I think now may be a good time to talk about the why and how of some of these things. And to do that, we're going to need to talk about what Dr. Niemitz writes about the nature of fakes produced by the Catholic Church and their correspondence to history. Because the Church was always fabricating tales about saints and miracles for both political and theological reasons. And the fact that the Catholic Church lied for political reasons in the Middle Ages is not a particularly controversial or conspiratorial fact. This is welcome to history. This is something that's pretty well established. All sorts of tales of saints and miracles were fabricated, but pointing to a lecture by Horst Furman, president of the Monumenta Germanae Historica, Dr. Niemitz claims that Furman argued that the medieval Catholic Church's most successful fakes had a sort of anticipatory character, that they came at a time that would allow them to wait for their own time to come. In other words, it wouldn't necessarily work to produce a fully fabricated fake history of Charlemagne to justify the political changes of the Holy Roman Emperor, but having a figure like Charlemagne to point back to, but the existence of the Holy Roman Empire under the Ottotian dynasty allowed for fake histories about Charlemagne to thrive, exist, spread around. It's almost a sort of symbiotic relationship is what Niemitz is arguing. And he argues the fakes associated with the Phantom Time period could not have on their own created the emerging doctrine of papal centralism. Now, I'm not going to go too heavily into the history of the Catholic Church and the doctrine of papal supremacy, but what your listeners would want to know is this. The Pope has always been understood as the head of the Western Roman Catholic Church, at least since the East-West Schism. But the level of authority granted by that position has increased drastically and changed drastically over the centuries. During the so-called Phantom Time, the papacy granted a drastic amount of civil authority. And perhaps the most notable figure associated with this transition came prior to that in Gregory I. Now, the son was a Roman senator who himself served as the prefect of Rome in 300 AD. Gregory's political background made him a force to be reckoned with in the world of bureaucracy and administration. He shaped medieval Europe by aligning the barbarian kingdoms of the former Western Roman Empire with the papacy, creating a political counterweight to the Byzantine Empire that ended with the appointment of Charlemagne 300 years after Pope Leo III's, 300 years after Pope Gregory I passed away. By Pope Leo III, almost exactly 200 years after Gregory's papacy ended, taking the kingdoms built up around the supporting Charlemagne and forming a genuine political body built around the papacy, in which the pope was simultaneously protected by an emperor who could only rule by papal consent. So 300 years prior to Charlemagne, the sort of political transition to put the Catholic Church in the political power that it needed to create what we kind of think of as Catholic Europe during the Middle Ages. That starts with Gregory III, and the story of Charlemagne kind of creates a historical three-act structure around that to make what's happening with Otto seem fully justified. And this is to say nothing of the Crusades. You have the rise of Islam throughout the Arabian Peninsula, the Muslim conquest of Iberia, and this demanding a strong, militant, and centralized church in response. That is, if all of these things are totally true. In fact, people who believe in the phantom time hypothesis argue that it is almost too pert to say these events occurred organically and symbiotically over the course of several hundred years through a series of complex causes. Could the answer not actually be that these stories were created over the centuries and inserted into Emperor Otto's newly created phantom time hole to further cement present material realities? Now, I probably have you guys pretty convinced. But some haters in chief do continue to doubt the veracity of the phantom time theory. So I guess I should go into a few objections to the concept of free thought before we continue. Let's start the argument that we opened up with, that the Julian and Gregorian calendars were far too in sync for the supposed phantom time to have occurred. Now, as noted, the Julian calendar being off by 10 days instead of 13 should account for about 300 years, but unfortunately, what phantom time believers aren't taking into account is the Council of Nicaea. Because while Christian listeners of the show might think of the First Council of Nicaea as simply the source of modern Christian belief, aka the Nicene Creed, that is far from the only innovation introduced at the Council. And perhaps the more societally significant one was the decision to calculate the date of Easter independently of the Hebrew calendar. Now, this became somewhat of a huge controversy within the church, but for the sake of this podcast, the main thing to note is that this involved a significant amount of calculation around eclipses. And since this was 325 AD, aka 300 years since the death of Jesus, that essentially accounts for the missing 3 days. Similarly, the argument against Romanesque architecture also doesn't really hold water. This was a simple style, it was aesthetically pleasing, easy to make, and it was part of the shared cultural heritage because if you remember about the Holy Roman Empire, their thing was kind of taking over half the fucking world. So it makes sense that this would unite vast swaths of Europe after the fall of the Roman Empire. Now, the argument about dendrochronology being fake doesn't hold water, mainly for the fact that dendrochronology isn't the only way to date something, and I don't think that the tree lobby holds that much water. Now, when I initially researched for this, which we talked about on our conspiracy special, this is where I was going to end it. But, believe it or not, this is not the only abjectly fucking insane calendar conspiracy theory that I found over the course of the last few months. Now, I don't know if this is something that, Brandon, you find yourself talking about in this show a lot. It's something that I call STEM brain. Do you ever talk about this?
No, we haven't.
STEM brain is, you take people who are good at math, and personally, I don't trust people who are good at math. Because you see the gif of the guy, they're doing those fucking equations in their head, they think they're so fucking smart, but they're almost always doing math in their head to find some way to tell you that some historical atrocity or another didn't happen. So, usually it's nothing good. STEM brain, though, essentially is the fact that when people are good at math, people tell them they're very smart, and then eventually they start to get fucking ideas, and those ideas are almost always incredibly fucking stupid, but you can't argue with them because they just know how to yell numbers at you until you shut up. So, what are you going to do? Now, this comes in the form of a Russian conspiracy theory that I'm going to talk about now, called The New Chronology. Now, if you think Illig's missing 300 years are a bit much, this comes from a mathematician called Anatoly Timofeyevich Fomenko, and it's genuinely one of the most fucking insane things I've ever heard of. Within the New Chronology, it's less about a missing gap in time, so much as time acting as a sort of weird fucking accordion, where in Greek, Roman, and Egyptian history all fold into the Middle Ages like an confusing time Papa John's Pizzone, with the so-called Dark Ages being entirely eliminated. So in this model, all of human history goes back to the year 800 AD. The years 800 to 1000 are a zone that we know almost nothing about, and the history that we do know takes place between the years 1000 and 1500. Now, Fomenko explains this by noting parallels between various historical figures and events, suggesting that perhaps they may be the same. For instance, Jesus is also the same person as the prophet Elisha. Elisha, Elisha from the Bible, not to confuse with Elijah, the prophet that precedes him in the Bible. Pope Gregory VII, Jesus is also equated with Saint Basil of Caesarea, and the Chinese Emperor Li Guanhao, also known as the Emperor Xinjiang, or the Son of Heaven. Meanwhile, the city of Rome itself actually refers to a variety of cities. The first Rome is Mizraim, the biblical Egyptian city around the Nile. Then there's the third Rome, which we know as Rome. This is actually the least important Rome, founded in 1380 by the mythical Trojan hero Aeneas. The second Rome, known as the New Rome, is actually Constantinople. This is also the city that we know as Jerusalem from the Bible, where Jesus taught, with the actual Jerusalem that we talk about having been a nondescript Palestinian village prior to what we call the 15th century. Because Solomon's temple, the temple from the Bible, don't you know, that is actually still around as the Hagia Sophia Mosque, which I think is just great that there is a conspiracy theory that says our temple is still around, but it's still a fucking mosque in this world either way. Now, Fomenko believes that all of history has been fabricated as a cover-up that comes from the Catholic Church, the Holy Rome, the House of Romanov, the Holy Roman Empire, and a few other groups to keep us from discovering the history of the actual greatest empire in history, which he refers to as the Great Russian Horde. Now, according to Fomenko, historical peoples such as the Huns, Goths, Burghers, Cossacks, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and more have all been elements of this solitary Russian Empire, which is in fact the greatest empire ever to exist in history. Its accomplishments and culture now totally obfuscated by detractors of the horde to get us to buy into a false narrative of history. Needless to say, this has made these theories really popular with weird Russian imperialists on the internet, but they aren't the only people to believe them. Because perhaps the most notable believer in the theory, who played a tremendous role in spreading it to more mainstream audiences in Russia, although he has since denounced it, is the Russian chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov. In the past, Kasparov has said, New Chronology is a great area for investing my intellect. My analytical abilities are well placed to figure out what was right and what was wrong. He even at one point went as far as to say that he may focus on promoting New Chronology when he retired from chess. Anyway, I would tell you guys more about this, but you would have to read about it in Fomenko's breezy 7-volume series, History, Fact, or Science, which I love the title, History, Fiction, or Science, which I love the title of, because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not an expert here, but I'm pretty sure it's fucking neither.
Well, the whole thing to me, it basically sounds like it's something that was, they're saying there's time that was missing or whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really affects anything, does it?
Well, I think that's what I find interesting about this stuff, is that you have the two versions of the theory. You have the fan of time, the purpose version about the Holy Roman Empire, and I consider that fairly harmless. It's a fairly typical anti-Catholic conspiracy theory, but it's against like the medieval Catholic Church, which I don't think is particularly relevant. I don't think anybody's committing any acts of violence or like fucking harming a priest over this, right? The Great Russian Horde one, the New Chronology, I would say it's actually a lot more dangerous, because if you look at a lot of the narratives you would associate with modern Russian imperialism, narratives, I would say are actively fueling a lot of the war in Ukraine, conspiracy theory like this of essentially all of this huge swath of Europe is actually Russia, and it is our solemn duty to reclaim it, not even because of Soviet history, but because of, our inherent sort of ethno-national history. That's a lot more dangerous and politically relevant.
Mm-hmm. I was referring to, with the whole time concept and everything else. I recently
I guess if you're a medieval peasant in the year 800, that's the weird fucking thing, right? You can just tell me whatever. My life sucks either way.
I think the concept of what year it is, that's what I was getting at. Basically, it doesn't really matter what we say the year is. It's all based off of what some jackass decided to say whatever year it was. So,
yeah.
At the end of the day, if it's 2345 or actually 1822, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, we're only going by what someone else deemed it to be anyways. There's really no concept when it comes to the years that they are. It's literally just a device made by, I thought it was the ancient Romans or whatever.
Yeah, the current calendar, the Gregorian calendar, is actually after Emperor Otto. It's sort of its own thing. Julian calendar is by the Romans. Obviously, the Jewish calendar, we've had our own calendar for, what are we on now, 5783. You have the Chinese calendar, you have Persia, Iran, they have their own calendar. So it's not like there's any one, there's difference between every single calendar. I think that what believers in both theories, but particularly the phantom time theory, is a question of what are you using the gap for? When you claim that something didn't happen, you can kind of fill in the blanks to what you want to have happen there. So I'd say that this theory becomes very malleable and kind of why did they do it? What did they make up? What actually happened? You can kind of choose your own adventure. We're getting the best, kind of the most successful conspiracy theory branding. It's all about letting people fill in the blanks and put in their own flavor of choice.
Excellence is
Your local school districts constantly face a shortage of substitute teachers and support staff. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring people like you to help our school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute today at edustaff.org.
EduStaff, excellence in staffing.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
When it comes to conspiracies, and that's where the name for the podcast was derived from, obviously tinfoil hat. I've never looked at them as the sense of just looking at conspiracies to see conspiracies. The things that I've dabbled into are something that I actually believe that they're 100% got some truth behind them. And usually if there's a conspiracy, there's usually basically saying is that there's smoke, there's fire. I feel like all the conspiracies, for the most part, not all, but a lot of the ones that are more mainstream, I think there's a lot of false information put into those conspiracies that throw off detractors or throw off people from actually finding out the truth. And what we see today, we're literally only seeing it because that's what the infamous they want us to see. Whoever the hell they are, I don't know. The stuff like this, who would have been the they of that era? You know what I mean?
It's very obvious in that era who the they was, as part of it, right? You lived under your king. Your king was under the Holy Roman Emperor. The Holy Roman Emperor was under the Pope. So, any conspiracy theory kind of becomes an anti-Catholic, not even necessarily anti-Catholic, but a conspiracy theory about the Catholic Church. Because it's not I think now we live in a democracy, and when we're looking at who's actually in charge, whether it's corporations or whoever, for people can point to this idea of maybe it's somebody else. But I guess use another example. Have you ever seen the quote attributed to Voltaire? If you want to know who controls you, look at who you're not allowed to criticize. I fucking hate that quote for a few reasons. Number one, Voltaire didn't say it. You can read Voltaire, you read everything Voltaire wrote. He said a lot of shit, wrote a lot of shit. That was not one of them. Number two, if that was true, it would make, and I'm speaking as a comedian, a host of a comedy podcast here. If it was true, would it make Make-A-Wish kids the most powerful people on earth? And I just don't think that's the case. But number three, Voltaire didn't need to wonder who controlled him, right? Because he lived under a fucking absolute monarchy. So he had a very good idea of who was in charge. And a lot of modern conspiracies, part of it is that we do need to think about who the they is. And a lot of modern conspiracy theories, in my opinion, it tends to be less about the focus tends to be much more on finding a they than whether or not the claim itself is true, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I'm just, with me and everything else, like I have a very, I wouldn't say open mind. I say I'm open-minded, but I have a very distinct mind to where I don't trust pretty much anybody.
Yeah.
So, and it's sad to say it that way, but like literally that's just how I feel like you have to be, because at the end of the day, we only see whatever the news tells us, and that's only because that's mainstream stuff. There's literally, and this will kind of, I wanted to talk about this just this morning. Did you see what blew up in the house that blew up in, I think it was Virginia this morning?
No, I didn't. What was this?
The police were supposedly serving a warrant to this guy, and he was shooting off flares. And then his entire house, like a big house, exploded like a bomb went off. They said it was from a flare from inside. I've never seen a fucking flare blow an entire house up. If that's the case, why are we sending bombs across over to Europe, to Ukraine, and whatever else? So it was flares, because clearly that does some damage. And I don't believe that. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then I started to look into it a little bit, and of course you see all these random people on their Twitters or X or whatever the hell you want to call it, and supposedly this guy, I won't say the name, and I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not doing any betting. I just literally saw it, but this guy had a YouTube channel, and he was leaking government information about 3 weeks ago, and they had all these videos. The last one was like 2 days ago. He was leaking all these documents that he'd been scanning or whatever to the internet. Now, is this really the same guy, or someone making all this up? Who the hell knows? You can't believe 99% of the shit you see on the internet. But mainstream media is saying the guy was having a standoff with police, was shot a flare, and his house exploded. That makes zero sense to me. Like, if you actually see the explosion, it is like the entire house blew up. Like, there was like a bomb went off.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at this now, and yeah, I don't, I can't speak to the leak claims because I don't, I haven't seen, just because I'm literally just looking at it now, so I can't, speak to that side of it. But obviously, this doesn't look like that from my knowledge. But also, I mean, you say you don't trust anyone. I trust a few people. As a rule, I don't trust the cops. I don't even really trust individual cops, but I especially don't trust a statement that comes from, like, the police. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have no idea. I just know that I don't believe it was a flare. I don't know what they were there for. I don't know what was going on, but all I've seen was someone had shared the video on, and I clicked on it. There was nothing anywhere. I had to Google up the story, and I found it. And then everything just said, man with a standoff and a flare blew up in the house. Where I was like, that makes zero sense. I've never seen a flare cause an explosion like that.
Well, but this is kind of like, and this is kind of where, so on my show, like, we're a comedy podcast. We take a look at, we talked about this on our conspiracy special because we were traveling. We couldn't do what we normally do, which is cryptid, UFO, ghosts, wacky stories of the week, just taking a fun look. But when we look at conspiracy theories, what I find really frustrating is like what you're talking about. We have the police in this country. I mean, I'm assuming, from our accent, we have the two very different types of American accent, voices, and energy here. I think it's fair to say you're an indica and I'm a sativa a little bit. But as far as like in this country goes, in the U.S., we have the police extrajudicially killing people with, enough of a military to overthrow Luxembourg in an hour. Your fucking local sheriff's department in Missouri. We've made Judge Dredd a fucking reality in this country, and conspiracy theorists today want to make shit up about Tom Hanks molesting a 12-year-old in a Taco Bell. And not focus on the very real, very violent, marching authoritarian armies that could just blow a guy up in his house, or that could maybe just blow a guy up in his house and say, no, he shot a flare. I wouldn't necessarily... I need to know more about the story. I'm not going to publicly say what happened about something I don't know much about. But like I said, rule of thumb, I don't believe a statement by the police, but it's coming from the police in their capacity as police.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I saw was someone had supposedly reported this guy was shooting off flares at his property, and then the police said they were having a standoff with him, trying to reason with him, and he shot flares at them, and then they shot another one, and it blew up the house. So it's like, that makes no sense. But, yeah. Okay.
But this is exactly, this is kind of the fucking problem, too, with the modern conspiracy culture, right? I normally, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't get political, but, modern conspiracy culture, you've got this shit going on, but then conspiracy theorists are, marketing to guys with fucking blue line Punisher skulls on their Ford F-150, or their fucking Ford pickup trucks or whatever the fuck, right? I don't know. It's just...
There's two things right now. My friend actually sent them to me a little bit ago. There is now a Q official website, and it keeps having these countdowns, and every time they get to the end of the countdown, another countdown starts over, and I keep saying, you're literally giving them the traffic that they want.
It's like, buying fucking World Series tickets.
Well, with you being Jewish, and obviously with the Christian people understand it, everyone says Jesus is coming back, and I'm not trying to offend anyone out there, but it's the same thing I feel like with these Q people is, oh, Q's coming, it's coming, the happening's coming, oh, it didn't happen, well, it's still coming. It's just like you're waiting for Jesus to come back. He's coming back this year, well, he didn't come back, well, he's coming back soon. It's not going to happen. I was like, it's almost a fucking cult to itself, because people are literally buying into this stuff and looking into this stuff. And I was like, you keep going back there. So it's literally just a blank website with a countdown on it.
You know what the most fucking empathy I ever felt for Q people was? It's when I saw them having these fucking, it's this time. Because that's the same fucking conversations I have every year as a Mets fan. And that's not a good way to live your life.
Didn't the Mets just win, though, recently?
Did they just win recently? Whenever I'm not watching, they do.
I thought they won a World Series a few years back.
No, they were in the World Series a few years ago. They lost. Okay. They last won the World Series in 1986. I know that much.
So I'm not much of a baseball fan, so it's hard for me to keep track. I know the Cubs won around this area, because literally that's everyone in my neck of the woods is all Cub fans. So.
All right, you're a Chicago guy?
No, I'm from Indiana, but we don't have a team.
Oh no, maybe we should talk about this in the show. I was gonna say, I'm actually in Central Illinois. That's funny. I'm a Mets guy. The other team that I root for is the New Jersey Devils, because I grew up in Jersey. Every other team, the football teams, they play in New Jersey. They say they're New York. The Nets, they fucking left Brooklyn. They were seduced by the wily magic and seductive curves of Jay-Z and his money. But the Devils hold the goddamn line. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, no, I think that, getting back to the serious topic, I do think that with Q people, I think you kind of have that classic example of it's happening. You can just put out the countdown indefinitely, and it is whatever you want it to be.
I just never understood of all people why they thought Agent Orange was the savior. And they still do. Like, I won't say the name because I don't feel like being flagged, but I've always referred to him as...
You're referring to Rutherford B. Hayes, right? Their preferred president?
Agent Orange with tiny hands, that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a few reasons for it. I think first, they wanted to justify. Like, I mean, I think you have different groups of it, but let's just look at like the sort of, because you drew the Jesus comparison, and I do think there's a huge sort of evangelical portion, or people who were evangelical, or who probably would align with evangelical culture. And I think that during the 2016 election, and I'm going to try to avoid using any flag words, but maybe you'll have to bleep me. During the 2016 election, the thing you would say to somebody like that, at least the thing that I said to people like that who were voting for him in my life, who were kind of in that evangelical or more conservative Catholic or Orthodox Jewish worldview, was like, you have these values of decency and civility and, as much as as much as it's good to talk shit about and condemn a lot of the right, in particular, I think a lot of what's become social conservatism. Prior to 2016, I do think it was broadly fair to say that there was a certain type of communitarian value and a certain type of, approach to decency that if it was not entirely good, was at least broadly beneficial. That kind of came along with that and would be opposed to somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes. Well, when you kind of lay that out for people, we're still going to vote for him because he still is, going after all of their grievances. They need a response that's so extreme that it, can kind of move people into the other direction. And the way to do that is to say, no, he's actually the savior. Yes, he's flawed, but he needs to be flawed because he's not who we want to be, it's who we want to fight for us. And I'll say the other thing, too, in both Judaism and Christianity, and again, I'm not defending any of this, but this is just kind of what the types of reasoning that we'll hear, is I do think that there is a very real invocation of this image of the quote-unquote Davidic Messiah, a figure like King David. I guess I should, number one, I'm going to clarify for your audience kind of where I'm coming from with this. I'm Jewish, so my religious tradition and my cultural heritage are important to me. But when I talk about something like the Bible, when I talk about something like the Talmud, I'm looking at it as a piece of art and poetry that's reflective of a cultural tradition, not as something that's fact, not in reference to factual, historical, or even really theological significance. And with that in mind, I guess just asking, how familiar are you with the biblical King David?
I wouldn't say I know a whole lot about David. I know, a little bit, but I try not to. I'm not religious at all. So.
Yeah. Look, religious or not religious, I think everyone should read at least the Jewish Bible. I think we did it best, personally. But and the reason I think that people should is that I do genuinely think, it made a big splash for a reason. It's a very, there's a lot of beautiful poetry. It'll teach you a lot about, how a culture will tell its own mytho-poetic history and stuff like that. You just need to read it like you would read another culture's national epic and not read it like a work of history. But the thing to know about David is that David is historically, he is in the Jewish tradition, the Messiah will come from the line of David. In the Christian tradition, Jesus is considered to be somewhat of the Davidic line, although it gets a bit complicated when Dad's God. But essentially, they make the argument that he's from the Davidic line. And David is considered the greatest king in the history of the Israelites, and the history of, the Jewish people / biblical peoples by far. And he's also a deeply, deeply flawed individual. He's paranoid. He kills people. He is a tyrant. He's incredibly fucking horny. All of which is to say that these things, if you are taking a very specific type of Christian nationalist view, it's very easy to tie somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes, let's say, with this idea of the Davidic Messiah.
I think with mine, this goes back to the original thing with Q. You know the whole cabal story, right? Basically, the elites are all part of this evil satanic cabal or whatever, and that's what Q was all about. They thought he was going to come and expose all that and drain the swamp, and Pizzagate with all the, you mentioned there about Tom Hanks earlier, Pizzagate and all the children being shipped off to that creepy little island out there with the guy that didn't kill himself was, well, the thing that always struck me as straight up unbelievably stupid, and yet they all went for it, was they thought it was JFK Jr., who's been dead for 25 years at this point, if not longer. I think maybe even longer.
Yeah.
But he was the mastermind that was coming back for his good friend. And Agent Orange was doing all this because he was such good friends with that family. I was like, what? None of this makes any freaking sense. And
That's also weird because, there was the Kennedy is still alive theory for a while, right? That theory was floated around for a long time. But at least Kennedy was like a president. And you can't really do Ted Kennedy is still alive because, we watched him die a cancer-ridden drunk, and it was mostly pretty sad. RFK Jr. is still alive. Like JFK Jr., let's say he is still alive, and he died before I was born, I think. When did he die, 1990?
no, he died flying an airplane, I think, in 98.
So he died when I was in preschool then. Let's say he is still alive. What did he do besides, start a fashion magazine that failed and crash a plane? And I don't want to insult him. But, if JFK Jr. is still alive, do you want him to be your president?
What did he ever do?
That's what I'm saying.
That's where I scratch my head with the whole thing. I think, and this is not me being a sympathizer, I think the people that fall for this type of stuff, I think they have good intentions.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, if you actually, everyone wants to be the good guy, everyone wants to be the main character. People do see that there's actual corruption happening in front of our faces. And you can't blame them for buying the Hollywood version.
I just feel like with these people that are, I don't want to say gullible, but there's really no other way of saying it. If you're going to buy into something like this, what else would you buy into? You know what I mean? And I think the whole thing's like a psyop, to be honest.
Well, that's why Q. I don't even know about psyop. I think it's very easy to say things are psyop when oftentimes the solution is just people make shit up and it's not necessarily organized. But regardless, Q works because it becomes a sort of Rosetta Stone for conspiracy theories. Where everything you believe in, if you're not happy with what's going on in that community, there's something there. But Q is a very I guess all which to say that I think you're well, I'm trying to think of a way to put this. I think that with Q, it becomes a lot more dangerous because it adds a moral imperative to a lot of that stuff where, you know, if you actually believe that every single elite in the country, you know, everybody, whoever, is actually like trafficking kids en masse to an island to do, you know, any sort of horrible thing that I can't say on YouTube or Spotify, you know, if you believe that, then it becomes an imperative to do something, and usually because we're living in reality, it just becomes people doing something horrible.
I feel like this is more, I think it's something that people should actually understand and be willing to talk about, but no one really wants to beat the dead horse at this point. But again, if someone is willing to do what supposedly happened and goes on like, oh, we're going to take back the country, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to riot because our Legion of Orangeness said to this. It's very hypocritical, and I said the same thing during 2020 with all the stuff going on. I thought it was actually ironic and funny that during the summer of 2020, it was burn it down, stand for justice, blah, 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 riot this, riot that, and then the moment it happened on the other side of the coin in January 6 months later, like, all the same people were like, they flip-flopped. And they're like, oh, it's like one side.
Well, that's because I don't know, man. Like that this gets into like, you know, not. Like I think that the equivalency only exists if you believe that two things are the same. Like, you know, fighting against, you know, protesting against, you know, people being killed by the police versus trying to overturn a democratic election to install your reactionary dictator, particularly when we already have undemocratic systems in place in this country to install their reactionary dictator, and they didn't work. Like, I just don't think there's an equivalency. You have to look at what people are protesting about and make an evaluation on whether or not they're good or bad.
No, I understand that. What I'm just pointing out is basically like all the people that were so against what was going on during the summer were the ones that were turning around and doing it in the winter.
Yeah, no. On the flip side, I think it's more true because their argument against it in the summer, for the most part, because a lot of these people aren't just going to say, and I'm talking about the American right, aren't just going to say, like, you know, we're against this protesting because we think it's good when the police kill black people, so they're going to make some shit up about decorum or rule of law or whatever the fuck. Because of that, like, it does become more transparently hypocritical.
I think the whole two-party system's fucked in general, but that's just me.
Oh no, we totally. I mean, our two-party system's completely fucked, and it's not fucked necessarily for the reasons people think, because people present it as you know, just people being drawn to either extreme, and you do have, I mean, particularly in the right, you have extremism. But I would say as well, like, we don't really have, you know, kind of famously in the U.S., we don't really have like what would be considered a left wing in the way that there is around the world. We don't really, you know, we kind of have a centrist party and a right-wing party, whereas we had a centrist party, a left-wing party, a center-left party, a center-right, and a right-wing party. We'd probably have a very different politics. But, you know, I think that, you know, in the broader sense, the system's fucked, two-party system's fucked, capitalism's fucked, our economic system's fucked. But at least you can listen to our podcasts.
At this point, my podcast's probably fucked too.
Well, I'm glad I lubed up before coming on to fuck you further.
No, it's actually been doing decent, but again, one of the last times I had a conspiracy podcast was a show swap, and I got so much hate from people over that. We're like, that episode's awful, I don't agree with that. I lost listeners. I was like, okay, sorry.
It's got to be hard to do what you like. I don't envy it because we don't really have guests. When we have guests, it's usually people that I know. Actually, we haven't had any guests yet, but the guests that we're planning, it's people that I know, like comedians and stuff like that. But it's got to be not great to be having guests on to talk, because, you know, like the UFO world, the cryptid world, the conspiracy world, you know, various types of people want to talk about it, and you don't always know what they're going to say.
The hardest thing for me is having guests and them actually sticking to appearing.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
I've had last night, ghosted. I had one Friday night, ghosted. I've even talked to people to confirm, like I sent you a message to confirm. I do this with everyone. And they'll confirm. And if they don't confirm, I'm like, well, obviously it's not going to happen. But I'll still try and see if it does. I get ghosted all the time by people that'll message me, oh, I want to come on the show, I got this to talk about. I set everything up and then never hear from them again. I was like, why the fuck are you wasting my time?
Number one, let me email you, because we almost certainly got ghosted by the same person recently, but I don't want to say it on the air. Number two, but no, it's a fucking, at least I now have a policy, and this is something that we started after recently when we got ghosted. I will no longer announce a guest until I have them. Like, we do week by week usually. I will no longer announce a guest until they show up.
Yeah, I don't ever announce future episodes. I just record, I have them on backlogs, and they come out when they come out. I learned real quickly that I can't say I'm having guests come on because those guests continue to flake out. So it's more or less just people reach out to me, they send me an email, they message me on Facebook, whatever it is they got to do, and then we get something set up. I've been hit up by people through Reddit. I've been hit up by people through my email accounts. And I'm trying to be picky. And I know that's kind of shitty if the listeners out there think I'm not going to listen to what they have to say, but sometimes I get emails and the stuff that people are telling me, and I'm not here to say it's wrong or true or just like whatever, but sometimes I feel like they're so fantastical, fabricated, that it couldn't possibly be true. You deal with cryptids or whatever. You couldn't live in a haunted house, and then you're also abducted by aliens, and then you also went out to the woods and saw Bigfoot, and then while Bigfoot was out there, he was mating with a friggin' dog man. My Mothman was sitting up in the tree watching it. Like, all these straight up just ludicrous
any of this happened to me story, I don't really do. I mean, like, at least to me, it's a question of, either you're going to get someone. Number one, when I talk about this stuff, I tend to be more interested in, like, what is whether it's the ghost hunting community or the Bigfoot hunting community, like, what are they saying, where are they saying it? And when you have people who put themselves out there in a level of public profile, I think that's one thing. But as far as somebody approaching you too and being like, I saw this, I saw that, I always try to be cognizant of, we're in this world, you either have people with an agenda or people who are lying, or you might have people who are, maybe experiencing hallucinations for any number of reasons. So it's always something I try to be sensitive to, and I know, I'm sure, it's just something that can come up in this world, I think.
So I always want to give a platform for people, because I had some weird shit happen to me. And that's the reason I do the podcast. So I always try and let everyone have a platform. But if you're telling me this is what happened to you, you had all these experiences, and it all just happened to you, I tend to not necessarily think that it's true. It might be 100% true to the person, but I don't necessarily know if it's true in reality. Like, they could have, like you just said, they could have some sort of issue, like psychological issue, delusions. Like, I don't know. And I don't want to be the type of person that's just, I'm just going to hear whatever out there, because I need content, I'm not going to bet, I guess. That's not what I'm about. Like,
you want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't want to come off here and be like, well, that's a new episode. There's people out there from other podcasts that literally will air some straight up out there stuff, and you can even tell the people telling the story.
Bro, I'm a Jewish guy coming onto a conspiracy podcast. It's like, I know the type of shit that you got it fed for.
Yeah. Like, you can tell that they're 100% bullshitting just by the way they're talking and everything. And if they just air it out there, I was like, that is not what I'm about. So if someone comes on here and gives me some straight up craziness stuff, like, I've had some stuff out there in the past, and again, that was when I first started out. So I'm more lenient these days on accepting things, but at the same time, I'm going to be a little bit more picky on certain topics because there's some things that it's not that I don't believe it, but it's just kind of best that I don't continue to go down that path because sometimes I feel like there's something else going on with these people that it seems like I'm taking advantage, and that's not what I'm here to try to do.
No, totally. I totally get it. I think we're on the same page with it, and I think what we do is a little bit different, and that we'd had to have fewer guests, but it is very scary. It is very, I guess scary is the wrong word, a bit dramatic, but it is. It's always an area of concern in this world, I guess, to not be taking advantage of people, to not be airing lies, and to not be airing people who want to use their platform to spread hate or misinformation or whatever. But also to create entertaining content,
I said I've had guests on here that I'm pretty sure weren't being honest, but at the end of the day, who am I to say that they're not? You know what I mean? I'm not here to say someone's lying straight up. Obviously, you can tell if someone's lying, but I'm not going to sit there and argue with someone that, this isn't true. Because then you're literally going to scare off every single person that would ever want to come on your show if you start arguing with a guest about their story not making any sense.
Yeah, well, and until somebody's achieved a level of profile, it's not necessary, right? Like, you're not, once you've gone on to a bunch of different shows and, like, your story spreads out there, then if somebody wants to have you on and argue with you and pick holes in what you're doing, that's one thing. But if somebody's coming onto your show, and they're trying to tell, what they're saying is their story, and you're the first release they've told it, if you think it's bullshit, don't have them on.
Yeah.
And not even bullshit, they're lying, bullshit, they're, whatever.
I haven't been I used to tell people I don't want to know much about their stories. I like to listen to it, hear it, and react to them without knowing about it. But anymore, I've been asking for more details just because, like I said, these past episodes I've had, I wish I would have vetted them a little more. And I'm not the type, I spent the time recording, I set up the interview, and I'm going to release it at this point. But at the same time, if I think some stuff's straight up bullshit, I'm not going to even bother trying to do an interview.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I know, like you said, you have to release it now either way because you did take the time. So that's good. When you say this is coming out in a few months, right?
This will probably come out. It should be out in about 2 months.
Right. So, I just wanted to say to your audience, look, I know things are really hard right now. We've known the British are coming back for a long time. So Charles can't have us. Grab the guns. Stick with it. War of 1812-3, this time it's personal. Let's go. And to our British soldier listeners, I will say I will quarter you. I will give up my American rights right away. I'm waving my neutral flag as a Jutali, so gotta play both sides here.
I am, my numbers are pretty good in the UK.
We have one UK listener. I think I know him.
I've got, I don't know, globally, I just know from the things that I see or whatever, the UK is the second highest downloaded region from where my downloads come from.
That's cool. Well,
UK listeners, appreciate you guys.
And I am sorry for what I did in the Princess Louise pub bathroom. I was not used to the mashed beans.
Well, do you want to plug your podcast one more time? Let everyone know where they can find you guys.
Oh, yeah, totally. So we are Underworld News Tonight. We are probably everywhere you get your podcast. Some people get their podcasts from, weird fucking places. So we're not on, Baby Bjorn or whatever the fuck. We're most normal places that you get your podcast. You can look us up, Underworld News Tonight. We're also on Facebook and Instagram as Underworld News Tonight. We just do a fun look at the weird, wacky, wild, supernatural news of the week. It's a ton of fun. Listen in. We would love to have you. And keep listening to Tinfoil Tales, too. It's a great fucking show with a great fucking host.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I think we can wrap this one up again, I want to say thanks. It's been fun. I like to have some change of pace. Like I said, most of the interviews I have is personal experiences or people like been doing some studies and deep dives into things. So it's good to have some lighter ones. I had one recently that a different tone, joke around, banter. So it's nice to lighten it up every now and then.
Well, that is me. I am just everyone I know will say all the time, you're a ray of sunshine in my day. You're so happy. You're so positive. You're so bright. Consistently, all the time. The secret is, if I stop talking, there's a deep abyss inside of me that I just feel will swallow me entirely.
I think that's everybody. Well, I think we're good for this one, so we're going to roll on out. So again, thanks to Andrew, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Remember, the truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
Get year-round comfort knowing your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available, so call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
The legends are true. Building power.
Sauce of destiny.
Yes! The most legendary sauce has arrived as McDonald's transforms into the anime world of McDonald's. The greatest flavors unite in all new savory chili McDonald's sauce to make your 10-piece with nuggets, fries, and Sprite ultra powerful. Unlock manga comics with every meal and sit down for a new anime short every week only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, go!
And participate in McDonald's for limited time while supplies last.
Excellence in staffing.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
EduStaff, excellence in staffing.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it. And that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first ever Tinfoil Tales live stream. I'm Brandon. Got a few people that are wanting to come on here tonight and talk about some topics. Looking forward to that. Glad you guys were able to log in here and join me tonight. It's been a last minute kind of thing here. I've got kicked off. It's not really anything that I had planned. It's more or less something I just wanted to attempt, see how it goes. If it does well, then maybe I'll do some more of these here in the future. But how you doing, Tom? Ontario, Canada. Anyone out there listening want to be on an episode of Tinfoil Tales that isn't the live stream, you can always send an email to the tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com, or you can go to tinfoiltales.com in the contact section, whichever it is, reach out to me, and we will get you scheduled for a future episode. But for now, I do have someone in the waiting. He's from Family Lore Fathers podcast. I was going to bring him on here so he can kind of be a guest co-host with me for the night, so I'm not just sitting here flying solo talking to myself while waiting on other guests to hop on. So if you guys want to welcome Rich to the show, I'll bring him on here.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well, man. This is a fun little thing you've got going on.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a last minute thing, but I'm glad you guys were able to, you and some of the other guests here tonight were able to hop on here and talk with me.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely, it should be fun. I know I'm looking forward to hearing from it, especially when I know you mentioned some possible guests that are showing up. I know you said something about it, Jim, when he was maybe seen a UFO encounter or two, something like that. And, there's a couple different people here. I know I'm looking forward. We don't do a lot of interviews on our show. We mostly just do stories and BS amongst ourselves. Then occasionally we'll have some people on, so it's fun. I like the idea of having guests. It's pretty cool.
For anyone listening, I was a guest on their podcast several months ago, so we kind of got connected. Rich just recently did an episode with me. It'll come out here after a while about the Amityville Horror. So you guys out there listening, look forward to that one.
Yeah, you can find us. So it's the I'm 1/3 of the founding Lore Fathers. We talk about cryptids. We'll talk about some interesting history, and we'll talk about some current topics and stuff like that. We're more humor than anything else. We at least try to be funny. That's a lot harder than it sounds. So we do our best, though. We've got you can find us on Amazon, Spotify, and Apple. For anyone else who's on the non-major, the big three, sorry, we're there somewhere.
Yeah. So when we talked the last time, I mentioned that I hadn't been seeing anything pop up on Apple. That's where I get most of my podcasts. So.
Oh man, I've had to stay on top of Apple. So Apple's one of those. So we don't have a hosting site. We do everything manually, and there's some glitch that was going on with Apple where I would schedule a publication, and what was happening is it was getting saved as a draft. So I don't know if that, I'm saying I'm blaming it on Apple, but it's probably user error. So, but hopefully I got it all fixed out. I know we just dropped our most recent episode where we talked about the Ethereum culture, which is like it's a subculture buried deep inside everyone. It's the thing where people feel like they're part animal, and we talked about that. We talked about some Cat Williams drama, and we talked about the homeless issue that's been going on, where like some churches have been like kicking people out, some have been opening their doors up, and it's a fun episode. I know I spent a little time homeless myself, so that's interesting. Also, I launched I shouldn't say launched. I announced my book, and hopefully it'll be out within a year.
Nice.
I will diving deep into American conspiracy culture, and I'm looking at it through the lens of conspiracies are folklore at this point.
Shout out to Red Shoe. That's actually my brother. Hopped on here to show some support tonight. Tom said,
excellent.
Tom said humor is important in the existence, especially in Canada.
Well, actually, I had a fun quote that I came across. I have to look it up. So I guess you're old enough. So Dr. Ruth, do you remember her by any chance?
I remember the name.
She's the kind old lady that taught us all about sex.
Oh yeah, I know.
She's that lady. So her quote was maybe I said it wrong. I apologize.
Yeah, I thought it was Sue Johnson or something.
Her quote was, "When a professor teaches with a sense of humor, people walk away remembering. Now, what they remember is debatable, but yeah."
Well, we got a couple minutes here. If the first guest doesn't hop on, I've already got someone else waiting, so I can bring her on. But I told him probably in the next couple minutes we'll get here.
Oh, that's no problem.
Tom says, remember her from 30 years ago. I think the show is still on sometimes. I've seen commercials when I had satellite, but it's been a couple of years.
Well, I know that we live in a world of YouTube and the information age for all of the awful things it's brought to us. It's also brought us, the internet archive where you can find episodes of anything, anywhere, in most of the world's publications. So, if there's a will, there's a way. You can learn some fun lessons.
I feel like everything now is, we say YouTube, you can obviously find whatever, but there's a lot of stuff on YouTube that's pretty much shadow banned too. I'm waiting for the podcast to become that way as well. Once I hit a few different topics, it's going to ruffle too many feathers, and I might get another warning and then an episode banned, and then I'm probably going to kick off YouTube. But it is what it is.
Well, one can only hope, right? I think that adds to your credibility when you're in the space that you're in. So,
once they start to hide your content, you must have hit the raw nerves. You must be doing something correct.
So, you had any fun episodes coming out, man? I know you're just going from two episodes to one episode. Have you gone through some of your backlog?
Yeah, I'm pretty much caught up now, but again, I had the interview tonight, and the guy ended up having to cancel. It's the second time that I've had to reschedule with him, and not to sound like a prick, but if you cancel on me a couple times, I'm not going to. Just continue to reschedule and then flake out again. So it's just sorry, dude, I'm not going to try and reschedule again for a third time.
Well, the effort drops. It does. I know we've had some. I guess anyone who does it has some issues with that. I know. I had a situation with one gentleman who he canceled last minute. I was supposed to go on this show. He canceled last minute, and then so there's a time difference between where he's at and where I'm at, and I read it as Eastern Standard Time. Come to find out, it was definitely not Eastern Standard Time, and I just felt such a jerk. Because then I have a whole thing about being late and stuff. I guess it's my time in the military. It just drives me crazy when I'm late. But I probably spent 24 hours just with anxiety about being late because I missed the show. So it's tough, man. We'll give, we'll take.
Yeah, it happens. I've had a lot of people. At least he's let me know each time. I've had people just not even show up, and I'm kind of just I always reach out to someone and remind them. If they don't ever acknowledge me, then I'm just all right, this isn't going to happen. Then I don't want to prepare for it. And then I've had someone that's secretaries scheduled everything with me, that they didn't show up. So I'm emailed them they never showed up to the scheduled interview. Oh, they didn't? No, does this person even exist? Because I haven't talked to them. I'm talking to their assistant or something. So it's just
So I had somebody reach out to us, and I'm pretty sure that person was pretending to be their secretary. They were like, "Hey, this is my secretary." That's the vibe that I got from them. There was an element of self-importance that was inside the email that really only comes from a certain type. This is all, It's a weird outfit, but I ended up searching the secretary's name, and she was a social media professional, I guess. I'm not sure what you call that. And she didn't have any social media platform. She wasn't on any social media platforms, and that's what made me think she was made up.
How are you a marketing manager if you don't have the social media?
That's what I'm saying, because I consider, hey, if she's doing this with it, maybe we can use her. You know what I mean? But we couldn't find her anymore.
Yeah.
That just seems like one of those.
I keep getting emails from, I won't say the name because it could be a real person, but I keep getting these emails from this marketing company, and I'm pretty sure they're trying to steal my accounts.
Yes.
But they're saying my videos aren't getting enough video, like streams or whatever, in my podcasts. And I was like, you know what? I don't need your help. Like, I'm doing what I'm doing. I've been doing it on my own. I don't need to have someone come in there and take control of my channels for me just to market me. It's like, I'm not giving access to my stuff. It's pretty stupid.
Pretty much. I've worked in sales in the past, and I could probably tell you word for word almost what those emails say. Now, the real trick, when anybody listens to this who wants to do in sales, the real trick of getting somebody to respond to your email is to put in like a picture of a goat screaming. That way they remember the email, like, hey, in case you need, so just so you don't forget me, here's a picture of this goat. That's worked for me so many times. To any marketing professional out there, give it a shot.
I think this guy hasn't hopped on yet, so we can go ahead and bring first guest on. So, her name is Stephanie. She doesn't want to be on camera. But
okay.
Nice to see you here. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for being on tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite, or did I invite myself? I'm not sure. But
I made a post that said anyone's welcome that wanted to come on here and share some experiences, so I appreciate you coming on here talking with us tonight.
Sure, absolutely.
I think you're from Indiana.
Yeah.
Did you have that Bigfoot meeting on Saturday? Is that something you were involved with?
I did, yeah. I started a Bigfoot group in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I just moved here about a year ago. And I moved from Prescott, Arizona, where I had a Bigfoot group. And so I started that about 2 years ago. And so when I moved, I handed it off to someone else in the group. But we had about, I want to say at the time, 200 people, maybe 300 people in our Prescott, Arizona Bigfoot group. And so when I came here, I started another one, and I think we have about 78 people right now. So yeah, it's just local folk who, may or may not believe in Bigfoot. So it's all good. We welcome everyone.
Yeah, I actually went up to the meeting on Saturday. I talked to a few people over there.
Oh, good. Oh, at the library.
Yeah, the library.
Yeah. I missed that because I wasn't feeling mod, but yeah, so I thought I'd come on and talk about, I had an encounter as a child with Bigfoot, so I thought maybe that might interest you or not, and that's why it kind of started me on my path, I guess, when I got older.
I'd love to hear about it. Go ahead.
I do have a question. Sure. Before we do that. So how did you go about, when did the decision to start the Bigfoot group come into play, and then the decision to carry it on, but after you moved?
Yeah, so prior to living in Arizona, I lived in Southern California, and, there really isn't much of a Bigfoot type presence there, definitely more UFOs because of, Palm Springs and, Palmdale, there's a lot of, UFO sightings around there like that, but not so much Bigfoot. That's more Northern California or Central California. So since I'm from Missouri originally, and we moved to California when I was more like a teen, so my encounter happened in Missouri as a child, and so I actually didn't know what I saw, and not till I got older when I found out what a Bigfoot was, and I was like, oh, I think that's what I saw. So it kind of started me on kind of this exploration, And so in Prescott, there's definitely more of a, because it's surrounded by the, Prescott National Forest, and it's like Prescott's kind of more central north Arizona, so there's a lot of like forest around. And so you had more people, I guess more believers in that area. So it was kind of just something I started not thinking it would even grow. But yeah, it grew because there's a lot of forests around there. It's I think it's the largest continuous ponderous pine forest in the U.S. And
it looks absolutely beautiful. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so when I was growing up in Missouri, we lived in this area called Big Bend, Missouri. And so this is I'm sure it's all built up now, but back in the 70s, we lived in this old house, and we were in the woods and Midwest woods, not mountains or anything like that, but so it was kind of that woods where your neighbor's like a quarter-mile away, and you have to go through the woods, and so we were at a neighbor's house. I was probably about 8 years old. Excuse me. And I was there with my brother and my sisters, and we were playing with the neighbor's kids. And just to give you some context, our neighbors kept a mountain lion as a pet in a chain link cage. And so we were kind of, out there and more in a rural area. And so I remember getting upset about something with my siblings at the neighbor's house. And I was like, I'm going to go tell Mom, what you guys are doing. And it was after school, so I think it was more in the late afternoon, but the sun was up. I mean, it was still, daylight. And so I remember walking through the woods to get back to the house, and I just kind of stopped because I just had this feeling of being watched, but not prey, just being watched. And so I stopped. And, my parents have always warned us, be careful. There were, coyotes in the woods or, but I didn't feel like prey though, or I was going to get hurt. I just felt like I was being watched. And so I stood there and I started looking around, and I'm guessing because I'm looking, going back to childhood, I'm going to say 30 to 40 feet away. Behind one of these, kind of thin trees, and so when it gets to be more towards the fall, a lot of the, obviously it gets to be more barren trees, and I saw a very, very tall, kind of lanky, lean, not stocky, very, very tall, kind of hairy creature. With like a leather face. It didn't have hair on its face. And later when I had seen Star Wars, it reminded me of Chewbacca, but with a leather face. It was kind of tall, lanky, and it didn't have hair on its face. And I remember looking at it, and I remember thinking in my head, did my parents tell me about this and I'm not remembering? Like, did they tell me, hey, this lives in the woods, be careful? Like, I'm going through this Rolodex in my mind thinking, okay, what is this? And have they told me about this? It kind of was like I'm trying to figure out if I should be scared or not, but I didn't feel scared. And I remember just looking at it going, I don't know what this is. I don't think they've ever told me about this. And I have this going through my mind. Is this, and I just, at that point, just kind of darted. I went home and I told my mom. She did not believe me. But when I got older, I never heard of, at that time I never heard of Bigfoot. I didn't know what a Bigfoot was. When I got older and I had, started hearing about Bigfoot and Sasquatch, I put two and two together, and I was like, oh, I think that's what I saw. And so later, when that show, Finding Bigfoot, came out, that's when I started getting my renewed interest in what I saw. And my mom started watching the show, and she said, wow, I think I believe you, like now, because now as an adult, I can talk to her and be like, yeah, no, I saw that. She's like, no, I believe you. Because she goes, I was watching that show, Finding Bigfoot, and they talked about, tree knocking and howls. And she goes, we did hear those things around that house. I just didn't know what they were, I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was people in the woods, but she goes, no, and we, I do remember hearing that. And we did have I do remember one incident at that house. We had an outside door that went down to the basement, and then it would have, a door that goes up to the house. And I remember we had left one night, we went to my uncle's house, and we had come back, and that outside basement door was broken into. And we had a puppy, we had just gotten a puppy, I guess a week or 2 weeks before, and that puppy was missing. But no one had gone into the house, no one had walked upstairs and, went into the house. So it doesn't mean that was Bigfoot, but it was interesting. The only thing that was taken was the puppy. And you're kind of middle of nowhere, it's not like somebody would just hear a puppy yelping or anything like that, because you're kind of off the main road and you're kind of set back to the woods. So I don't know how would anybody hear a puppy yelping and decide to steal it. So again, I don't know if that was Bigfoot though, but so that was my experience.
I had some weird noises and stuff here and there happen, but I know, and this was probably almost 30 years ago, there was my cousins had their rabbits. They were all the cages were busted up, and the rabbits had all been eaten, and they found a puppy underneath the vehicle. I have no idea where the puppy came from, but there was a random puppy, and this dog grew up to be a huge dog, ended up being very mean. And I can't see the dog good because the cages were off the ground, so it was something that would have had to come there to get and tear through the metal cages.
Right.
And I always wonder what that could have been. Obviously, I don't know if they found fur, or I don't know if those stories as a kid that happened, but I just know that something tore through metal rabbit cages, killed the rabbits, and they found a random puppy hiding underneath the vehicle.
Wow.
That's such a strange turn of events.
It was here in Indiana.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. But yeah. I've never had an experience after that. We've gone out to the woods and stuff, but I remember there, that people in Prescott would have sightings, up by the lakes and stuff that were, Goldwater Lake is one. Before it got really built up more, like back in the 80s, people would tell me that people would see, Bigfoot. And Prescott had a lot of cattle ranches. So it has a really very long history of the Wild West, if you will. Like Wyatt Earp was, I think, the sheriff at one point. And so a lot of the cattle ranchers, the ranch hands, even today, would say, would tell us, about they would come, Bigfoot coming down from the caves in Prescott and, stealing a calf or something like that. These ranches are, thousands of acres and, they're kind of in the middle of, somewhere in the middle of Prescott National Forest or, part of the ranch could be. And there was one ranch, I think it was Yavapai Ranch. The ranch hands would see, I guess Sasquatch Bigfoot come and steal, cows and stuff. And they said they lived up in the caves, and that's recent. So, yeah, so there's been a history of Bigfoot in the Prescott area for many years.
I've been up in that area a little bit, so it's definitely, I'll use the word squatchy because that's too, but I can definitely see there being something up there.
Yeah, they have one of the hot spots there. Sorry. I was going to say there's a hot spot there called Strawberry and Payson near Prescott. It's about an hour away, and it is up in the mountains, and that definitely is a hot spot. They get a lot of the upper all reports out of Payson. our group actually went up and did a tent camping. We do camp outs, and they had a lot of elk up there. So they would see everyone in Payson, kind of, I guess, knew about Bigfoot, and it was just part of the culture up there. And so it wasn't unusual to talk about Bigfoot. Bigfoot would follow the migration of the elk up there. And so we went camping out there, and we found a huge footprint. We jumped up. My younger son jumped the fence on the other side of this campground where the elk were, and they had walked down there with someone else from our group, and they had found a big footprint down there. And so we took photos and stuff. We didn't have casting equipment, unfortunately, but
was it just one print, or was it a couple?
It was just one print, but it was kind of it had rained before, so it was kind of, muddy a bit, and but it was only one print they found. It was kind of this muddy, rocky, more area, but it definitely was one print, and it was pretty big, and it was pretty defined, so, and it's on another side of the fence that you're actually not supposed to go over, but they had jumped the fence and went over just to look, so.
I'm curious, how does that...
Someone's asking what state that was in.
That's
What state was it?
Arizona, yeah.
So I'm curious, so you have this encounter when you're a kid, you come to a realization, however many years later, what you saw, how does that affect you? Like, obviously, you're still going out and you're looking, like, when you're out in the woods, you're doing some outdoorsy things, are you always looking over your shoulder?
No, honestly, I am more concerned about bears than I am about Bigfoot.
Oh, bears are terrible.
Because, in California, we've got some big bears, and even in SoCal, and, we've been up camping in this area in SoCal called Big Bear Lake, and, they've had sightings up there, and pretty common for years. Like, people have told me of being in the Boy Scouts and up there, which is a pretty popular area, and having experiences and seeing things. And I mean, there's big bears up there. So when you're kind of going out there at night, and even in Prescott, there are bears out there too, black bears. But so I'm more concerned about bears, honestly, than I am about Bigfoot. So yeah, I don't have like any kind of PTSD from it or anything. I guess I didn't really have a scary encounter, so there was no like, I just remember dreaming about it for a long time after, and I think it's because I just didn't know what it was, and I think it was just maybe my mind trying to process it. But as when I got older, and I probably got to say, gosh, it had to be, I don't think I heard about Bigfoot, probably till my late teens, maybe early 20s. And then I was kind of like, I guess that's what I saw, but it's not until actually Finding Bigfoot came on, and I was like, wow, this is really interesting, because at first watching it did kind of freak me out a little bit. I was like, wow, this is, but to hear other people's experiences, it was fascinating, honestly, because I didn't tell many people.
I like that show for listening to what the people that they talk to, but when they're out actually searching for it, I think it's kind of dumb.
Yeah, I like the town hall, but searching I can fast forward through, but
it's definitely made for TV.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
A lot of jump angles, weird cuts. So we have a Bigfoot festival out now. I'm in North Carolina. It's a pretty big state. So it's the other side of the state, probably about 5-6 hours away from where I'm at, and it draws a pretty big crowd. And Bigfoot, it's one of those topics.
Yeah.
Where it's pretty uniquely American. It's not like it's a werewolf where the stories originated in France, and it's been here. It's our thing, and it's always cool seeing the crowd that's just fascinated by it. Plus, I love the Bigfoot memorabilia. The stickers are fantastic. I'm a big fan of the stickers. The cool shirts, the ones that say that I'm out there or something like that. But it's big thumbs up for me there.
Yeah, I think what area fascinates me, and I've not been there yet, just because I've just moved back to the Midwest, is Land Between the Lakes. I've heard a lot of interesting stories out of there, so I really would. We're planning to possibly in our Bigfoot group to take a trip down there and do some camping. But I've heard, I don't know if you guys have heard stories out of there, Land Between the Lakes, but I heard it's very interesting.
We actually just did an episode on my, it was just a couple episodes back. That's actually we did a whole Kentucky thing, that Kentucky, Tennessee area. The Land Between the Lakes to there's a real freaky one about a kid who, excuse me, went on a camping trip with a family, friends, and they got eaten. It's, none of that was fun. Like we try to make fun of this kind of stuff, but when you have people being eaten, it's only, there's only so many jokes you can make about that. So, but that one,
not there. I've heard that that's been disproved. The guy it's the same guy I'm thinking of. There was never any reports on it, which that doesn't mean it didn't happen, because obviously they cannot have reports. They don't want certain things to come out there. That's my conspiracy person inside. But I heard if it's the same guy, I can't think what his name is. Whole family was eating, but he somehow managed to survive. And someone said this whole story was a bunch of crap.
Well, it's largely based on a Reddit post, if I'm not mistaken, and Reddit is the most reliable source on the internet. So,
yeah.
So now, I'm sorry, your name is Susan, right?
Stephanie.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. I apologize. Your name's not on the screen for me here.
Close.
So now, of the people that you talked to, obviously you've talked to more people on Bigfoot than I've ever thought about. Are there any really cool stories that you've heard from people?
Yeah, it's funny. I think that, when people, it's interesting when people join your group and they're very hesitant to share, because a lot of times they probably had an experience and they don't want to talk about it because they've never talked about it. And like I had that in Arizona, is people come just to kind of check it out and make sure like these aren't a bunch of weirdos, because you just don't know what to expect, especially if you had an experience and you just don't know who to talk to. But I think once you kind of talk about your experience, like, hey, I did see this and I completely believe you. And I think people are definitely more apt to open up and talk about their experiences. And so I in Prescott, there's been, there's a, I'm going to forget the name now, but there's an old gold mining town. There's a lot of gold mining areas in Prescott, and there's one up on the mountain, and I'm forgetting the name now. But, I've had people tell me anywhere from ghosts to UFOs to Bigfoot, but a really cool story, that's good, that's interesting. Well, I will tell you one my son had who was not a believer, and this was when he was solo camping in the Prescott National Forest, and he used to go out for like 2 or 3 days and solo camp. And Prescott has between July and September, they have a monsoon season, and so the rains come in and you can get flash floods, and it's pretty dangerous. And so he is not a believer. He went out solo camping, and he got caught. And I had told him not to go because I knew it was going to rain the next day, because we were in monsoon season. Well, the rains ended up coming early in that night, and so he got caught in a monsoon rain. And he was probably, I had driven him out about 3 miles out into the forest as much as I could on this fire road, and then he walked another 2 miles in. And so the rains came, and he had a satellite radio, thankfully, phone, and he had it with him, and he had called me, and I was trying to see about going to pick him up. At that point, with monsoon rains, it gets muddy really quick. It would probably take an emergency crew to go get him, and I did try to go get him. But I had picked him up the next morning. He had just, went on to higher ground, and pitched his little tent and just waited out the rain because I couldn't get to him. But I knew it was okay because of the satellite radio. We've been communicating. And so we had picked a spot where I pick him back up the next morning. And when I picked him up, he was a little freaked. And he's not one to get shaken. He's kind of the kid who goes out and bushcrafts and does survival. He was 17 at the time. And, he can, go rucksacking, 20 miles and stuff. So, but he said that he was trying to cross this one road and he had gotten this wash. He was trying to get up to higher ground. And he said he was, this flash flood rain was coming through and it was really dangerous. And he just said he had this sense of dread come over him. And he goes, I wasn't scared about the water because I knew I just needed to get to higher ground. He goes, but I had this sense like I am in danger. And he said he had a flashlight, and he said, and I looked up, and he goes, and there were two huge eyes illuminating me. It was pitch black, and so it just scared him completely. And he was trying to get his light on it, but with the trees and stuff, he couldn't quite get. And he knew it wasn't an owl. It was pretty high up, and maybe it could have been, but I don't think an owl would be out at that time with the rains and stuff. I could be wrong, but I think for him it was just the sense of dread. And he's not saying that he had an experience. He's just he's not claiming that, but he was just saying this is what happened, and he felt like, whoa, I am in danger. I need to get out of here. And I don't know what these eyes are, but that's not normal to illuminate like that, especially when I'm not shining my light on them and it's very dark. So he had been down to climb up to the wash, and he looked up again and they were gone. So again, he's not saying that was a Bigfoot. He didn't know what it was, but he's not a believer still, but he just couldn't explain it. But so other stories, I'm trying to think. I'm sorry, my mind's absent.
No, it's fine. Owls are notorious jerks.
Yeah.
But I did want to say that's got to be a great I told you so moment as a mom.
Oh, I know. I tried, but he's still not I don't know what it was. He's like that. I don't know. I said, but you said you felt
it rained. You told him not to go.
Yes.
There's nothing like being dumb.
Yes.
Really makes you miss your mom sometimes.
Yes, it's a great appreciation for me. Yeah, no, that's true. That was a scary kind of night because I was worried. But
I imagine you weren't sick.
I was, yeah, but thankfully we had the satellite radios and I could stay in contact with him. I knew he was in a safe place. He had gotten to a safe place, but because I was thinking, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to call 911 and they're gonna have to go out there and find him and stuff. But so that's just one experience. But honestly, with the gold mining and the town, again, the town escapes me, but there's so many. It's kind of known for being a ghost town, and so. But yeah, a lot of people have had experience with UFOs out there, and people who are not believers. These are people that are like, I don't know, but this is what I saw, but I don't know what I saw. Kind of thing.
Have you had any experiences since you've been in Indiana?
No, I haven't. Well, you know what? I stepped back. I actually did, but I don't know what I saw. It could have been. I don't know. But my younger son and I were driving across country from Arizona to Indiana, and we had hired beacons to transport all our housing and stuff. We were just driving our cars. So my younger son was following me, and we were coming up. I think it's the 69, and I was like, oh, I need to go by Home Depot or something. So I got off this. I think it was by around Muncie. I still don't know the area that well. And so he went to go get gas, and he said, okay, I'll meet you in 20 minutes, and I was trying to find the Lowe's or Home Depot, and I finally did. And so I got what I needed, and I drove around, and again, I was just, I didn't know the area that well. And I made a wrong turn, and I had went down this neighborhood area, and I had pulled over because I'm like, oh, I'm going the wrong way. So I pulled over and I turned to my left because I wanted to see if any car was coming because I was going to make a U-turn off this residential area. And what I saw was like a really big bird, but it looked really big. It was probably like a mile away. I could not have been the only person who saw this. It looked very pterodactyl, to be honest, but I don't know what I saw. I didn't see it clear enough, but it was huge. And I will say in Prescott, we've got big hawks and eagles, we've seen those. I've seen those. And this one was huge. It was much, much bigger. And it looked like a pterodactyl, but I don't know. I don't know if it was or not. And so I just looked at it like, wow, that's the size of a car. And it was just kind of, and again, other people had to see this because it was daylight. And so I just made a U-turn, and then I looked out again, and then I didn't see it. So that was it. So I don't know what that was.
I haven't heard anything about big birds. I did talk to someone last summer about one up north near, I think it was Crown Point area. They said this was back in, I think, the 90s. They said a big bird flew over the road. They said it took up over half the lane. They're like, well, a typical lane is 12 foot. So if it took up half the road, half the lane, I was like, could possibly be either, if it's half a lane, that's only 6 foot wide. If it's half the road, then it's 12 foot. So pretty big difference. So I wasn't real sure what they were talking about, like size-wise, but.
Well, someone mentioned Thunderbird. I don't know. I'm not really.
Yeah, it sounds like
much about that. Yeah, I don't know much about it, but I'm not sure.
So the big bird that I've come across is actually we did this in the Kentucky trilogy that we did was the Bell Witch. There is a story. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that story at all. But it's like a poltergeist thing going on that haunts a specific family. And one of the ominous signs that the devil was afoot was a giant bird that flew over a gentleman and it blocked out the sun. And there's, birds are freaky.
What is a Bell Witch? I've never heard of that before.
So in Kentucky, the story goes that there was a land dispute between two families, and this is early 1800s America, and the lady put a curse on the gentleman who supposedly stole the land from them, and this witch haunted their house. It really hated the daughter and the mom. It was cool with the mom, but this witch would almost cost my fault. This witch would.
I was gonna say you almost said the.
I did. I caught myself. I'm thinking Bell. I'm thinking witch. That the words just came together there. But yeah, so this witch was. It would like have biblical arguments with some of the guests.
Wow.
It was making this girl throw up nails. And it is absolutely horrible, and it haunted them until the dad died. And it's a pretty fascinating story when you go through all the herbs behind all of it. And it's gone. It's the family, and there's descendants that still think about this, and then this small town in Kentucky. Of course, I'm thinking it's probably Tennessee for all I'm talking about it out loud. It's a tourist thing. People go there, they see it. And again, of course, it's got all the natural, it's an Indian burial ground, all that kind of stuff. So that's a fun one. If you got some time, you want to spend 20 minutes on YouTube, type in Bell Witch.
I'm a scaredy cat, so I don't go that direction.
That's probably a good idea.
I stay with Bigfoots and UFOs. I don't go the other way. Dogman's about the only thing that I always like to look at. Look into, I should say. But I've heard of the Dogman of Michigan here too.
Don't trust dogmen.
Don't trust them.
There's
that's what I've heard, right? I don't know.
Touche.
Touche, we'll play on words there.
Now, actually, Mystery Junkie left a comment down here is Andrew Jackson ran the Bell Witch, which I find hilarious. So there was an incident where Andrew Jackson, one of America's most peculiar historical figures, allegedly came across the Bell Witch. You heard about the Bell Witch, went there, and so he brought like a witch. It's not an exorcist. It's a witch sayer or something like that. I don't remember the exact terminology. They're supposed to spook off witches, and they tried to intimidate the Bell Witch spirits and leave the house, and they ended up shooting at it with silver bullets. And it supposedly just messed with Andrew Jackson's buddy, and they ended up running away from the whole situation.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
When I say there's a lot of interesting things, there's a lot of interesting things there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, us being in Indiana now, we're just below Michigan, and I've heard a lot about the Michigan Dogman, which is, I guess, very popular in that area up in Michigan. I guess there's a lot of sightings.
Not just in Michigan.
Yeah. Are they in Indiana too? I'm not sure if I've heard anything.
Back in 2007, I came face to face with an upright walking canine just a couple miles from where I live right now.
Really?
I live here in Indiana, so.
Oh my gosh. Okay, details. I have not heard this.
Basically, I was leaving work and the guy in front of me swerves to miss something. And when I get up close, it's like this black, shadowy, I say shadow, but it was solid. It was a big, tall, black mass that was walking in the middle of the road, and it's moving very weird. I didn't see a head, I didn't see arms. I had to swerve around it too, and it kept walking by, and it had to at least been over 7 feet tall, just because I never saw the top of it when I walked by the window.
Oh, wow.
And I ended up taking off once I got behind the vehicle, and then I'm giving you like the Cliff's Notes version. I'm trying not to take up too much time about it.
Yeah.
And I pulled it next to my coworker. He pulled into the parking lot, and he said, "Did you see that?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "It didn't have a head." I was like, "Let's go back." So he said to follow me back, and when we got back to the area, there was a big black dog laying across the road in the same area. And it wasn't there when we just drove by. So the first thing I'm thinking of is, well, this has to be what was in the middle of the road, not thinking that obviously size difference, whatever. Like, I'm a skeptic for a lot of this stuff. So for me, I assume it was like this animal. And I get out, and this dog lifts its head up and it looks back. And its eyes are glowing yellow, and it glitters. Like its eyes are glowing at me, and it growls. So I freeze, and the thing stands up, but not like a dog, but almost like a person. It goes up on 2 legs. And it hunches back down, and it kind of goes off into the woods. And then that was the last I've ever seen it. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but that's just the more important parts of it.
Wow.
I've never seen a dog stand up like a human. Like, it didn't stand up like this. Like, its legs dropped to the sides like a person's would, but it didn't have the stereotypical, like, dogman hands, dogman feet. It looked like just a very big, almost like a wolf, like a German Shepherd type of a dog. It was all black and fluffy. But, that's kind of why I do the podcast, because I never talked about it, and I want to talk to other people about the stuff they see and to make myself not feel so crazy for seeing some weird shit.
Yeah, absolutely. You must have to talk about it with other people because you almost can't reconcile. You know what I mean? It's so unusual. And knowing that other people have had experience or seen things, I think it brings you like, okay, I am normal. This did happen, so I think it helps mentally.
Yeah, I've said before, it's like I'm not an avid believer, but when you see things, it changes your perspective, so it makes me a little bit more open-minded to certain things. So yeah. I don't think that every time someone sees something that they're seeing some strange cryptid, it obviously could mistake something for this and that. But
oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I also don't think everyone just makes stuff up just for attention either. It's pretty dumb to assume that. So I try and keep an open mind.
Yeah, what I tell people is, when they ask me about it, because I'm pretty open about Bigfoot now, it's become part of my, I guess, I don't know, who I am, and it's just like, 95% of the people, you get rid of 95% of the sightings for Bigfoot or Dogman, whoever, and it's, bear, it's someone's lying, it's someone's mistaken. What about the 5% who are really seeing something? You know what I'm saying? It's like, get rid of 95% of everything else that could be something else, or it didn't happen. What about the 5%, that really did see something and weren't believers or had an experience in childhood, or, that cop or whoever,
Yeah. I never knew what a dog man was until after that. I went home and I drew a picture and I got online and someone says a Michigan dog man. I was like, what is a Michigan dog man? And I started looking up stuff about it and I was like, oh, it did look like that. No, I'm 6'3", and when it stood up, we were the same eye-to-eye level. Whenever was walking in the room first was so much bigger than whatever this dog was. So I don't know if they were two separate things. It was the same thing. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. I've heard of, so I work, I don't want to give out where I work, but I work in international aid and development. And so I was in the Middle East and Lebanon, and we would hear stories of people would tell us about in Afghanistan stuff about like this black hound or the hound that people would see. Really interesting stuff. Even in Syria, because I was working at that time with Syrian refugees. That's right after the Syrian Civil War, and people were kind of flooding out of the country into Jordan and Lebanon, trying to get into Western Europe. And, some of their stories of, I guess, like shape-shifting, or they would see this dark hound, or I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's prevalent, I guess, more in like, I've heard even like military U.S. soldiers who are stationed over there would have experience in seeing it, but it's called like a black hound or the dark hound or something. I know I'm totally butchering this.
A hellhound?
Hellhound, yes, that's probably it. Yes. It's pretty common over in the Middle East, in the different countries there. They would see hellhounds. So that's pretty interesting. I don't think it's a dog man. I think it's something else. But it's
the
very
hellhound is supposed to be, I think, different.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard people say they've seen big black dogs too that are running on all fours, or like a normal dog running, but they look. I actually interviewed a lady. She said it almost looked like a zombie dog. She always said like a Resident Evil dog, like one of the government picture, but kind of rotted looking. It's like I said the hellhounds I've heard are always like big, Great Danish looking monstrosity dogs. Yeah.
Well, Chihuahuas scare me because they're more vicious than they are big dogs.
We used to joke as a kid. We'd go out to this old area. It's supposed to be a haunted area, Okie Pinokie. And we never had any experiences out there or anything like that as far as paranormal that I'm aware of. But on the way out there, there was always a big black dog that would chase you right before you got there. And we'd always see it laying in this yard, so we knew it was someone's dog that we always referred to as the hellhound.
Yeah, that was a real hellhound. Like he was actually chasing you.
Yeah, it was just someone's big pet. It was a big old black dog, and every time a car would drive by, it always run right next to you, chasing after you.
That's called the annoying hound, I guess. That's a hellhound. That's an annoying hound.
So I'm curious about the hellhound mythology. So my mind immediately went to the Sherlock Holmes novel.
Oh yeah.
Hounds of Baskerville.
Oh, Baskerville. Yeah.
I don't know why I called it the dog.
That helps your
ears. Now, I'd be interested to know how far back that dates, because obviously that story, as great of an author as Sir Conan Doyle was, that was based on some ancient, maybe not ancient, but stories passed down.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a mastiff, right? It was a mastiff named Carlo. That's what it ended up being. But yeah, it was definitely based on, a story, probably a hellhound, really. I remember reading the books, reading that book many years ago, but I remember it being a mass death and it was named Carl. I don't know why. That's random facts right there.
It's the only Sherlock Holmes novel I've ever read. So.
Do you guys talk about other like conspiracy theories, or is it just paranormal things or things like this?
The whole show is pretty much one big conspiracy theory.
Is it? Are we really?
No, basically, I started the show off to originally it was going to be more like into conspiracies and stuff like UFOs and all sorts of things like that. And then it just turned more into basically interviewing people with experiences. So I've got stuff come out. I think my episode tomorrow is actually called The Phantom Time Conspiracy. So that's supposed to be about how back in the Middle Ages, or actually in a different year, they changed the calendars to whatever. I don't know. So that one's coming out tomorrow. But we talk about all sorts of things.
Nice. You know, I'll tell you one conspiracy theory, and this is something when I was in Lebanon. We worked out in this place called the Pakal Valley. It's just right next to Syria's border. And we had a lot of people tell us that a lot of the locals there that lived in Pakal Valley, it's probably about an hour and a half outside of Beirut. And they had told us, and in fact, the person who was my work colleague at the NGO I was working with at that time, and he was actually from Lebanon, and he confirmed it. They said that, and I don't know if this is true, but pretty much these are all locals. I believe local people, you know. Do you remember when they said, like, weapons of mass destruction? They said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and come to find out he didn't.
Yeah.
Well, they had said that he had moved the weapons of mass destruction into the Pakal Valley in Lebanon when they came looking for them. And that's where they went. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told by the locals there. So I thought that's an interesting conspiracy, or to them it's true. It's not a conspiracy. They said that actually did happen. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting.
I would lean heavily on that. That was a bit of a myth or a misunderstanding. Just because it's, just who we had. I mean, Bush Cheney, they needed their new weapons.
Right.
They had to have it. You know what I mean? It's not like it went from Bush and immediately went over to somebody else. That's my thoughts on that matter.
Yeah. Well, what they were saying is that they were saying that, they were telling Bush and Cheney that there was weapons of mass destruction, but when they went to go look for them, they weren't there or something on it, and then people in the Pakal Valley were like, no, well, they moved them here. That's where they went. That's why they couldn't find them. They moved them out of the country into Lebanon.
Yeah, that whole situation is such a. I'm a veteran. I've spent a tremendous amount of time looking into that. And
have you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was the way that the whole weapons of mass destruction thing went down, and it's so easy to look at how awful we were at getting intelligence and think there was a conspiracy. But reality is they lied to us. They took shady information, and then they gave that shady information to somebody else. It was the exact same piece of paper or whatever document. So now they had two confirmed pieces of information. It was actually the same document that.
Wow.
We really did screw over thousands and thousands of people. Generations of our country.
Absolutely. Well, I've never.
That was a profiteer thing. So.
I don't believe the government. So as soon as they say something, I don't believe it. It's like, oh, that's okay. UFOs, well now they're, UFOs are coming out more, with David Grosh, with his testimony. But it's just, it's hard to believe the government for anything really. Any government, I'll be honest with you, I've been in a lot of countries and. When you have to work with a government or a ministry, especially if it's like a post-communist country or if it's a developing country, it's extremely difficult. It's just, I can't even tell you. But yeah, even our own government.
They're actually listening to that right now, actually.
I'm sure they're listening to us. So.
They are. They might not be hearing it, but they're listening.
Yeah.
They're always listening, especially to this show at this point. I got pissed them off enough.
Oh, I'm sure. We got Brandon's number.
When I've talked about specific topics, I started having internet issues.
Really?
Yeah.
I believe it.
I've heard noises in my headset, which sounded like clickings and voices. And no one else heard them, but I could hear it. So,
wow. Well,
yeah, it's definitely something else.
Yeah.
Well,
well, thank you guys so much for having me on your show. I appreciate it. It's been really nice to talk with both of you.
I appreciate you coming on with me.
Good to meet you there. Thank you for listening to us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, well, have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Gotta bring Rye on here.
How you doing? Hey guys, I'm doing great. You have to tell me if my mic is okay. I had to make some. I was doing an interview on Skype and I had to do a lot of adjustments to it, so I don't know if it's good for a stream. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, coming in live clear online too, man.
Perfect.
Well, I'm Rich, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Rich. I'm Rye, host of the new podcast of the new show, Codega's Codex of Curiosities. A mouthful.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Excellence in staffing.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Excellence in staffing.
Have you found the keys to unlock your best trip? On a Trafalgar tour, you unlock more than just the world. We give you the keys to discover real connections and one-of-a-kind experiences. It all starts with expert itineraries where everything is taken care of. With Trafalgar, your money goes further, and so do you. Unlock your best self. Discover more at Trafalgar.com/unlock. That's TRAFALGAR.com/unlock.
I was curious, like the episode came out, like our interview with each other, like the swap cast came out last week, and it's the same week you guys announced that you weren't doing the podcast anymore. I was like, well, should I release this episode?
Of course. We're still pumping them. We're still promoting them. We're just, hey, Tom. Oh, I should actually turn that on so I can actually see the comments. There we go. Yeah, we just we both have different ideas, and nothing. It wasn't like a bad break or anything like that. We just, we're going to finish up the Lost Ring because we have a couple more episodes still there, and then just branching off for the same tree.
I think it's easier for me to work by myself than have to work with somebody else, just because I can schedule how I need to schedule. I don't have to work with someone else's time. It's just
I totally agree.
Solo.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just tough.
Yeah, and Tom was great actually. He
it was my schedule that was always kind of fluctuating and changing, and so he adapted to that. So it was good that way. But I do realize, though, there's a lot more freedom in scheduling when it's just you as well. So, which is good. And there's, and the amount of effort you put in time is, you don't have to weigh, I put in this, you did that, or you did this kind of thing. It's just, it's all on me now. So that's good.
That's a good adventure. My two co-hosts are brothers, and they live together. And nice. They can't even get on the same page. It's a lot of fun to juggle that. It works for us. We've known each other for so long that if it didn't work, we'd have to be meeting each other. So
fantastic. That is fantastic.
So
go ask for it. Ask it. Yeah.
So when is that? Is that your solo project? And you mentioned the Lost Frequency. I'm not familiar, so I apologize.
No worries. Yeah.
Is that the running name for the new show?
Yeah, the one. Hang on. I'm trying to. The one right here. That's my new show. The Lost Frequency podcast is the one that's going to come to an end here right away. It pretty much is. It's just running its course till about. I think the last episode is going to drop on YouTube on February 18th. And sorry about the dogs in the background. That's one thing is I record on my rooftop here in Mexico. So every now and then we get some street dogs barking. And now it's Codega's Codex of Curiosities. So Codex, of course, is a old book full of curiosities, but Codega is the key. Codega, and I'll give a little brief explanation. Codega was a occupation in Venice. And what this person did is they carried a lantern around and they guided people from point A to point B, protecting them from thieves, demons, ghosts, other entities. And along the way, they would tell them stories. And so I just going to be continuing that tradition on YouTube here.
That's a fun origin story. I like that one. Really, I enjoy words. I hate overly complex words, and I love fun words. So that's got a good story to it. So.
Yeah, that's it. And it is. I'm going to leave the Codega in there, but for the most part, I'm going to shorten it just to the Codex of Curiosities. Mystery Junkie. It definitely is a tongue twister. So that's why I'm like, I'll just shorten it to the Codex of Curiosities, and the Codega is the one who's going to be the guide along there, and it is a tongue twister.
I had to look up what Codega meant the other day.
I do have a video in my on my Facebook group where I put a little bit into that. I kind of delve into it and say what the Codega is, and then on my intros to all my podcasts now, it's going to be saying what it is. So whenever first one drops, which I think will be on Tuesday, the first Tuesday after the 18th, which is 18th is on a Sunday, so 19th, 20th. So February 20th will be my first episode dropping, and it's going to see the great intro.
2 days before my birthday.
Oh, there we go. 2 days. So your birthday's on the 22nd.
Yeah.
My sister's is too. Yeah. So 40. Welcome to the 40s. I'm almost on my way out soon.
It's creeping up on me. I don't feel like I'm 40, but sometimes I feel like I'm freaking 80.
I hear you. There's days where I'm like, damn. I slept funny and I hurt my back. Like seriously, when I was younger, I was playing rugby and I could go through so much crap, and then now it's just I slept funny. Like that's terrible. A terrible statement.
The last time we talked, you guys were wearing T-shirts. I was a little bit jealous because we were in like 20 degrees, and you guys were like, it's like 86. What's it down?
So of course I'm in Celsius. So it's 21 degrees Celsius, which is probably the same temperature. Let's see. Is anybody can do a conversion really fast? I
have no idea. I'm American. I don't know Celsius.
I know. So 21 Celsius in Fahrenheit.
It's a made up measurement.
70. So it's 70 degrees. Right now it's 70 degrees.
Nice.
Yeah.
You have to multiply by 9 or something. I don't know.
It's so ridiculous. And then you have to add. Then you have to add like 32 or something ridiculous. It's like times it by 1.6 and add 32.
I'm not sure how we ended up. Honestly, I don't know who measures their temperature what. I don't know if that's just a metric across the board Celsius, but like how we ended up on Fahrenheit is I don't know how they do that. Like I understand our feet versus meters. Like I know what a foot looks like. I don't know what a fucking meter is. You know what I mean?
3.3 feet. So unfortunately, Canada is stuck in the middle. Because U.S. is such a big neighbor of ours and a big trading partner, we kind of, even though we're Celsius, Fahrenheit, we're meters, we're feet, it's ridiculous. So, and I was just discussing, sorry about that. I was just discussing this with someone recently, and it's like, if you ask me my height, I'm going to tell you in feet and inches. I have no idea what it is in centimeters. If you ask me my weight, it's going to be in pounds. I don't know what I weigh in kilos. Now, if you ask me the distance to go, to drive to another city, I'm going to tell you in kilometers. Now, if you're asking temperature, outside temperature, always Celsius. Inside the house temperature, it can be Celsius or Fahrenheit. Now, I used to work in construction, so hot water heating. I did a lot of hot water heating with boilers and whatnot. All Fahrenheit. We don't deal with Celsius. Swimming pool temperatures or hot tub temperatures, Fahrenheit. I don't know what they're supposed to be in Celsius. It's crazy. We're just this mixed match kind of a country full of measurements.
You said you're in Canada?
Well, I was. I'm originally from Canada. Yeah, 2 years now here in Mexico.
Oh, well, that's a little drive.
It's a long drive, yeah. And I will tell you how long it is in kilometers, not miles. Yeah, it's crazy like that. And actually, sitting right here on this rooftop, I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you, Brandon. It was probably like 4 months ago. I was on the phone talking with a friend, and it's kind of strange because every now and then you get a feeling, and I'm like, I need to keep my eyes to the sky. So I was sitting on this rooftop, all the lights off, talking with a friend, and I'm looking out. The ocean is 2 miles. I'm gonna guess. No, not even. I'll say it's like 1 mile away. I don't know. I'll say it's a kilometer. So the ocean's about a kilometer away. And coming in over there was this light. And nothing too drastic, And I was like, well, it could be a plane. Well, it could be something else. And it started getting brighter and brighter. And well, it could be a plane. But then I'm gonna do this little thing. It split off, and it split off like this. And it came back in. It kind of was in an almond shape, kind of like this. And it came back together. So it split off. If I was judging, I would say probably, 300 feet. It flew away about 300 feet. It was just symmetrical, perfect, and unison, came back together. And after it did that, after a couple seconds, it just disappeared. And there was nothing there anymore. And of course, I'm talking, this is the second time I've been on the phone when I've had a UFO sighting, and I'm talking with my friend, telling him everything I'm seeing, and I'm like, it's gone now. And about 30 seconds later, in that exact spot where it disappeared, was a shooting star. Was it a shooting star? I don't know, but it was like instant like this. And that is all I saw. It was pretty cool actually seeing that here. It just had this feeling to keep my eyes to the sky specifically in that one direction. Very strange.
It is weird because the night that I interviewed with Eric from Uncomfortable, I saw that thing in the background that we talked about, something like a flare. And then the night that we interviewed for our SWAT cast with Lost Frequencies, I mentioned that in my front yard I saw that thing that I thought was Skynet, or not Skynet, but Starlink. Yeah. But it wasn't Starlink. Like, my whole family saw it with me, and I was trying to record it, and like, you can see it on my video, but when I send it to someone else, you can't see it on the video. Freaking weird that you can see it on mine, but when you send it, you don't see it.
That is strange. That is
I don't know,
very, very strange.
I don't know if that's the quality being so downgraded, because it's still hard to see, even when I'm recording on my phone, but you can still see it. But like, even with me trying to brighten it up, when I send it to someone, it still looks black. It's weird. Like I do know, like if you're sending via, I'm not going to say WhatsApp, but if you're sending via Facebook, it always reduces the quality, and that might be an issue there. I know when I was in Chihuahua, northern Mexico, when I saw that UFO during the day, I tried recording with my phone. I only had a Samsung Galaxy S3 at that time, and there was, I couldn't. There was nothing. It was just nothing is coming up on the phone at all. So what do? I call my wife to tell her exactly what I'm seeing as I'm seeing it. Because and it was strange. I'm in the middle of a parking lot watching these UFOs, and there was three, and no one else, and everyone else is just going about their day, and it was really crazy, really crazy.
I think I've seen enough reptilians. They're just all masked.
They're all masked.
I would say it's sectoid.
I don't know.
Is it now? Men in Black isn't a bug. That's the whole purpose of the movie. I'm not arguing that. I'm going for A.
Yeah,
I think I've always thought praying mantises look like typical gray alien heads. Someone said insectoids, and I see praying mantises. I've always been creeped out by it. They're like the one bug that I will not mess with. Like if they're on the side of my house, I'm like, you're good, dude. I ain't messing with it. This is your house now, because I don't want your aliens coming down here doing stuff to me in my sleep.
I would definitely say, yeah, and that's specifically the one that I would want to see would be a praying mantis type of alien, because it's so gray is so typical. Everyone's seen it. Reptilian, well, maybe a little scary, but yeah, maybe they're just all here when they're just wearing masks. And insectoid, though, I would find that fascinating.
Here's the thing about reptiles. I'm a big mammal supporter, and I occasionally throw rocks at lizards just to remind them of their place. So I don't want to get that karma coming back in.
Don't piss off the arbiters. Don't tell them that.
Yeah, I threw rocks at your underlings.
Last thing I needed something.
Yes,
get that message out there all day.
So here's the real kicker.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Are they actually aliens, or are they from here?
Or are they both?
Have they always been here?
Well, I'm always a words kind of guy, play on words. In the English language, what do we actually call them? We call them ETs, which is extraterrestrial. And what does terrestrial mean? It means of the Earth. It doesn't mean of another planet. It doesn't mean of Mars or anything. It means of the Earth. So extra. They're extras on this Earth.
Yeah.
So I find that fascinating. Play on words, Camera keeps I keep like.
You got a little bit of blur there. It's fine, man.
Yeah.
It's the
Where do
government
you
listening.
fall
It's okay.
on the Mexican, whatever college that presented the aliens to the, where you at? What are your eyes?
They look like a bunch of paper mache kind of things. They looked too fake, which could mean that they're real because they look so fake. And again, what are we judging it on? It's like I'm judging it on Hollywood. Could these be legit? I don't know. It could be. Any FEs.
We can't say that word.
I would say I'm not a glober, but I'm not fully on board with FE. I'm somewhere in between. I think the globe that is being presented is not. It's not legit. I think there's more. There's more land. I think there's definitely more land. Could it be a much larger globe? I'm more on that one, or maybe hollow Earth. That's always a possibility. But flat Earth, this is what pisses me off so much is when people argue and they're like, "Oh, flat Earth is so stupid." They always show this is the square. They show a square map, and oh yeah, look, you're gonna fall off. No, that is not it. It's it could be on the back of a giant turtle. It's the circular, it has the wall. There could be lands on the other side of it. What it actually is, I don't know.
I do know though that NASA's full of shit, and they're lying to us.
I've said that for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Not another. What is it? Not another. I don't know if that acronym stands for something else. It was kind of funny. We just actually had. The Lost Frequency had Sean Hibbler on. I don't know if you guys know who Sean Hibbler is. He's made earlier. Yeah. He's made some amazing flat Earth documentaries. On the level or next level. I think it's what it's called. He makes a great point. So I'll just leave it for that, because I don't know. I truly don't know. That's about it. I just don't know.
I'm pretty. I won't even entertain the idea of an FB. That's not even going through my head right there. I am a spherical supporter, and I'm upset that we have to talk about that. But I will say, if we are going to do an alternative theory, Mystery Junkie chimed in the chat, I am cool with giant turtle theory.
Giant turtle theory. Damn straight.
I love the idea of a good derpy animal being in charge of everything.
I had David Wise on one of my first interviews, and I used to think flat Earth was a joke. And then you start going down the rabbit hole, and some of the things that they present, it does make you question things. And I've always had my own curiosity about why Antarctica is so off limits. Like, we can't agree on anything in the fucking world, but for some reason, every country signs off on not letting anyone go to Antarctica. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know if it's because there's a supposed big ice walls, like why could you fly over the damn ice wall? I don't know. Whatever it could be, but I want to know what's at Antarctica. I don't think it's just ice and penguins or whatever the hell's down there. Like, I think there's something else with Antarctica. And everyone's wanting flat Earth says, oh, it's the extra land, the land beyond the ice wall. So I don't know.
I think we can all. Sorry, Rich. Go ahead.
Here's the thing about the what you said. There are people who make this points. If you don't want to believe the Earth is flat, don't go down the YouTube rabbit hole. There are some very convincing people out there, and they will make you question everything. But when it comes to the Antarctica thing, the reason I think most of the superpowers can agree just it's for science only is because there's nothing that we can gain from it financially. If it's, disputed island or something like that, where there's some value to it, that's a little bit different than just the giant ice block. That's my thoughts on those matters.
Yes, I think we can all agree, whether you're flat Earth or globe or whatever, that it's Antarctica is sus. It's suspicious as to why they're just not letting us go down there, and it's to the point that it's military intervention if you try going down there, which is really crazy. It's like that means then we are prisoners. If you're not allowed to go someplace, doesn't matter. This is a much larger prison, but we should never be restricted to go there. Like they should definitely assign a waiver if it is what they say. If it's just this, if it's all just total ice, and if you're gonna die, because of it, they're like, yeah, we're not gonna rescue you. You should sign something say, yeah, I give away my, I don't expect any rescues, and see you later. And if you come back, they come back.
They don't do that, though, for, like, the northern hemisphere. They don't do it for, like, Greenland. They don't do it for, like, the North Pole. For whatever reason, they only do it for the continent of Antarctica. Why is that? Like, Greenland is supposed to be all ice, too, but for some reason, I'm pretty sure you can go to Greenland. They don't have it, like, patrol break can't get there.
Yeah, so. And everybody, like, all the major powers agree on this one treaty. There's no issues. It's like,
that's why I said they can't get along with everything, but they all come to agreement that we don't want anyone going to Antarctica.
Well, there have been some disputes down there. I know that there's a story that we're working on about the only murder that's ever happened down there, and that had to go through quite a few hurdles because it's like it was like a Scottish citizen. But it happened on an American base. But then it was technically on like a Russian side of things where it happened. The doctor, I don't remember the exact thing behind it. One of my co-hosts is developing the story, but that whole thing it's a fun story. I think maybe the podcast Red Web. I think they might have touched on it on an episode. I have to go back to my notes. But the only thing that makes me less worried about Antarctica is I can go get a job in Antarctica, and I'm a jackass. So I had the opportunity to go out there and work as a firefighter 10-ish years ago. The pay was shit. The pay was absolute garbage compared to other federal contracts that are out there where you go 4 months, 5 months, 6 months at a time. Yeah, pay was garbage, and they wouldn't let me do it. That's the only thing there. Yeah, I can understand why.
You would have expected the pay to be pretty good, so like isolation pay and heavy hazard pay.
Yeah. We'll say for a short-ish term contract, it was okay.
Okay.
But when you compare it to like guys who were going to like Iraq or Afghanistan, it was off the change. So.
The Nazi base. I knew that Hitler had stuff down there and stuff, but I didn't. I'm going to do an episode at some point. I have to find someone that is very well researched on Antarctica, and I'm going to have to find her and talk about it. Just because I've been asked by multiple people to do an episode about Antarctica because the whole Admiral Byrd thing, everything. There's so many different things. Like obviously, there's different theories of what's out there. It's like I have no idea what it is, but it's always been something that's made me question stuff. Just like the other thing I've always wanted to talk about was the fake moon landing. I still to this day don't. Even as a kid, I didn't believe I ever went to the moon. I don't know why. I just never have.
I totally believed we went to the moon, but more and more I'm like, yeah, no. Like we didn't go with the shower curtain kind of thing, hanging off like that. Where is the crater? That is the biggest thing. Is where is the crater of the the propulsion engine when they landed? It should have created a crater and blew away, but it didn't. There was no crater.
The phone call. It was like a FaceTime phone call.
And how did they get the pictures? This is another thing: is how did they get the pictures so fast and publish them in the newspaper before they actually came back? How did they get digital cameras and send them wirelessly? That's a little sus. Like, and then they lost the technology. Like, why are we trying? Yeah, I
read somewhere that they destroyed the technology on purpose because they didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands.
So actually, I've got to jump off here in a couple minutes. So the moon landing, the timing of all that it's very curious. So we have JFK, right? We also have Nixon in the background, and this is when we really start seeing the emergence of mass media as a communication, as a medium of communication, right? So we have. Are you familiar with President Taft? By any chance, anyone? Okay. President Taft.
I'm Canadian.
No, that's cool. So he was a 300, and this is nothing against large people. He was a 300-pound bald athlete. And if you put him up against JFK, there's no way he's ever getting close to him. Because think about how the way people nitpicked the way Nixon looked during that election. So made for TV is a real thing right there. So having them shoot, some scenes here or there in the desert, underwater, whatever it is, makes a lot of sense to me. Now, did we make it to the moon? Maybe. I like to think we did because I'm a big Buzz Aldrin fan. But did we also lie about the pictures? Probably. So
I feel like they had to get to the moon, quote unquote, before the Soviets did. And if I remember correctly, didn't Kennedy say by the end of the decade or whatever we're going to go to the moon and some shit? And then conveniently in the summer of 1969, I think it was, we went to the moon.
Yeah.
We only had like a few more months to get there before whatever he said didn't happen. So it was all awful for me. We went to the moon. We've only went there a few different more times, and for some reason, we just completely stopped going and destroyed all the technology.
There's definitely some convenient things that have happened with it. I will 100%.
So even as a kid, I said that why were there no stars in the background? How did we get to the moon, and how long did it take them? And like, how did they launch off of the moon? It's like there's less gravity, so they didn't have to have that much propulsion to leave. I was like, but they weren't floating. Like the dust on the ground wasn't moving when they stepped. There's no gravity. When the dust kind of just floated a little bit. Like, there's just so many questions that you can look at when they're out there, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like if they had to have a rocket to get off Earth, but they didn't have to have a rocket to get back into space to escape the moon's gravity. Like,
that's a huge game.
It is. There's a lot to that. Like I said, I don't think we actually went to the moon. We may have went to the moon now, but I don't think we went in the 60s.
I believe we went to the moon almost another time. I don't believe that it was broadcasted. I believe that we possibly have gone to the moon, but
the magic undies.
So before I hop off here, Brandon, thanks for having me. Ryan, we'll have to get in contact.
For sure, Rich.
We'll connect there. If you want to learn about a different JFK conspiracy, look at how he and RFK worked behind the scenes to make the Guinness crisis as big as it was. So if you haven't done that, there is some great information there about political movement. So, but anyways, thank you so much for having me. Boys, enjoy your night.
Yeah, it was great meeting you. Great meeting you, Rich. Take care.
Let everyone know where they can find you guys up.
Yeah, so we are it's the founding Lore Fathers. We have very limited social media. You can find us on Facebook. You can find my link here somewhere in the chat. I made a couple comments. I'll leave a note before I go. But yeah, we're on Apple, Spotify, and on Amazon Music. Just type in Founding Lore Fathers and you'll see us. We talk about cryptids. We do some interviews. We talk about some conspiracies. We talk about history. We talk about some modern things. It's a fun show. I enjoy it. I do it with two of my best friends. And it comes out every Monday or Tuesday, depending on when we get around to releasing it. So, again, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here.
Yep, thanks for being on here.
Awesome. Yeah,
there's supposed to be a couple other people that were coming on, but they've never showed up. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay, and you're gonna laugh at this, Brandon. The interview didn't even happen. The interview that I was supposed to have, it didn't happen. And I got the blur on, and I keep like blurring myself, and I'm like, I'm just gonna switch that. It kind of looks good because I don't like the wall, the power lines running into the background, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was supposed to do that interview, and that's gonna happen tomorrow because his mic wasn't working. And he likes to talk. He's a very talkative person, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I gotta go. And half hour later, I'm like, I'm going.
Yeah. No, I've had issues with people from time to time. Like, I had one straight up ghost me, and he was wanting to talk about his cryptid encounters. He sent me a whole bunch of information, sent me photos and everything. I was like, oh, okay. And then sometime the day of the interview, I'd send him a message. Didn't respond. Never read my messages until this day. He's never actually linked, because if you go through Facebook, you can see what someone looks at. It'll show like they've seen it. Yep. He's never opened it. So I was like, I've seen him on groups posting. So I was like, he didn't die.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Like, okay, Bigfoot stole him. But
the day that he was supposed to be talking to me, like during the time of the interview, I seen him commenting on certain posts. I almost comment on there so you can be on here, but you can't talk to me. The one that reached out to me first.
Yeah.
But I didn't bother. It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times with us where we had a couple of issues where they just don't show up, and I started. I send out a PDF kind of thing to all my upcoming guests, and I tell them, like, listen, if you can't make it, okay, I understand, but please give me a little bit of a heads up. Thanks, Rich. Thanks again, guys. Here's one of our show links. Perfect. Sorry, just reading the comments. But yeah, so I say that, and then also say there as well to my future guests, I said, would you, let me know if you are okay to be called on short notice in case someone pulls a no-show. Just in case that I could, bump them up. And some of them have said okay to that. So I think that's decent.
Yeah. Tomorrow I have an interview. It's I've been wanting to go down this rabbit hole for a while. And anyone out there listening, if you follow the podcast, it'll come out in a couple months because how my back block looks. But diving into the Rothschilds. So if I come up missing,
Exactly. There's just a bunch of scheduled podcasts, and there's no more lives, no more talking or anything, and Brandon's gone. And
yeah, the podcast will still go on for a couple because I've got all these stuff already uploaded. So you might have like a couple more months of content, but once that one gets dropped, you might never.
Yeah, it's like,
where did he get disappeared? You guys know what happened.
Speaking of Bigfoot, I actually have a theory that it came to me a couple of weeks ago when I was listening to a couple of other podcasts like PRT and just a couple other podcasts. One of the things that always seems to happen with Bigfoot is if Bigfoot follows or is Bigfoot near someone's property, what happens is the slapping of houses. Okay, so this seems to be something that is very common. If Bigfoot's on your property, he's slapping your house. And I had my next guest, Ernie, he on the Lost Frequency still, he talks about face-to-face with a Bigfoot, which was communicating with him, like almost sign language. And he says it was kind of like very Native American-ish kind of communication, like pointing, you be equal. Which that kind of tied in with my theory that perhaps this house slapping is, and I don't know if you've heard of Counting Coup, or Counting Coup. Have you heard of that before?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it means.
Okay, so what it is a native brave from one tribe would go count coup on another tribe, like one that they're warring with. But what it was is you're not going there to kill or hurt anybody. You're going to show them that you're the better warrior, that you can sneak into their camp, do something, and get out without being caught or even noticed. So, maybe they'll leave something there to show that they were there, or take something of theirs. And that is to show that to your enemy that you have one up them. You are better than them. You are, you're the better warrior and you've just beat them. That is what I believe this house slapping is actually. It's kind of like this house slap, and whenever people go out to go look, there's nothing in sight. There's nothing. So it's them kind of showing you that I'm the better warrior. I'm the stealthier warrior. I'm in and I'm out, and you can't catch me. And it's kind of like of course, like a warning, but it's showing you that I'm the better one, and it just kind of fits into the narrative, in my opinion.
I can see that. I've heard people on other podcasts too. They've said stuff like Bigfoot, it almost sounds like it tries to communicate with them, and even primates. Even gorillas, they have ways of communicating now. Like, I think whatever her name is, that one that they teach her sign language.
Yeah. Yes.
I think whatever her name is. So if they can teach a primate, a great ape, how to communicate, if these things are of that nature, wouldn't they be able to communicate to? So it makes sense to me.
Of course, especially if they. And I'm kind of in no camp. We're going to say I'm in no camp because I know there's two camps. There's the woo camp and then there's the flesh and blood. I would say I don't know because I truly don't know. I'm leaning more to the woo side because I've heard so many stories of stuff that's happened, but I don't know. But if they've been interacting with native tribes for years prior, and now they're a little more scared of man, with all our technological advancements, whether it be guns and whatnot. But would they have not had to have a way to communicate? Sign language, pointing is probably one of the oldest forms of communication. Is like, me hungry, me, I can't hear you. If I do that, I don't care what language I'm doing that in, to someone who doesn't speak English, or someone, maybe they speak Cantonese or something. If I'm like, if I do that, it means I can't hear you, I'm hungry, We have these hand signals and they're universal. So perhaps, they had a way of communicating with the native tribes, and it's just been passed down from generation to generation.
When it comes to cryptids, I kind of like you. I don't know what to believe. Yeah, a lot of them I'm skeptical about, just because I don't know if something like this could exist. Like, even my own stuff. I don't think, how is it scientifically possible for dog men? How is it scientifically possible for a Mothman? Which a lot of people, Mothman's not a cryptid. Okay, well, what is it?
Yeah, I have no idea what Mothman is. I think it's some sort of alien, actually, to be honest, but I don't know.
There's so many different, I don't want to sound like a prick, but there's so many different opinions from so-called experts in this field that they all want to spout off all this stuff. I was like, you guys haven't even actually seen anything, have any concrete proof. You're just spitting out opinions. Yeah, and basing it off of fact. And then they want to argue, especially Reddit. If you get on Reddit, that's just a straight up, that's a system. Yeah, but yeah, Reddit is nothing but arguing constantly about what's a cryptid, what's not a cryptid. Like, I was like, you guys are arguing about stuff that you don't even know exists because you've never seen it.
It's true. It totally is true. Like the experts are using eyewitness accounts to try to, and they formulate their opinion on that, but still they end up coming up to their own opinion as well. And some of them exclude opinions because it doesn't fit their narrative or their conscious bias, confirmation bias. Oh my gosh, there we go, confirmation bias. And it's crazy. It's crazy. In reality, I don't think any of us can be experts. We can be well versed and perhaps even a witness, but until your best friend is Harry and the Hendersons, you don't know. We don't know.
No, that's how I feel about it too. Like the most recent one, they were arguing about Wendigos. Wendigos are not cryptids; they're spirit. So it's like, are we really gonna start splitting hairs?
Yeah, it's true. It is true. I do believe the Wendigo has some sort of spiritual aspect to it, like definitely. But what else? I still think we dub it into the cryptids category, and it's kind of funny because I have like a selection of thumbnails that I use for shows and whatnot, and I have a Wendigo picture which I have in my file of like cryptids. So I guess I kind of dubbed it a cryptid myself.
And then the depiction anymore of the Wendigo, like, there's talking about pale crawlers here. If you go back to the original depictions of what the Native American tribes first said about Wendigos, they were more like humanoid. They weren't the deer-headed, rotting corpse-looking thing. They were more like, they ate their lips off. They were more like, almost, I don't want to call them zombies, but they were almost really skinny, insatiable hunger, had longer hair, like Linky. So when people are talking about seeing rakes and seeing these pale crawlers and everything, I've often wondered, I was like, maybe they're not any different from what the original Wendigos were. Maybe the things that the Wendigos are based off of are the same things these people are seeing now. Because even in modern times, you've had the Dover demon. I think it was in the 1960s. It almost looked like an alien, but it was like, again, it was a linky little, like long-armed, crawly-looking thing on the ground on the side of the road highway. And it was crawling. I'm pretty sure they called it the Dover demon. It had like this pale skin, bulbous head. Like, to me, it's almost the same descriptions.
So do you believe that they're actually coming from Wendigos, the method of the Martian world?
Well, what Rich had planned, they did an episode on the Hopkinsville Goblins, and we didn't get into that because I had a couple other people, or a lady that came on here to talk. But, so maybe the next time I have him come on, we'll talk about the Hopkinsville Goblins. But the whole Kentucky Goblin thing, I've often wondered if they're also not similar to the crawlers, and they all run from the cave systems. And you see like a lot of activity for these crawlers and other sightings, they seem to be in the woods where there's usually some sort of cave systems. So I wonder if they're not some sort of inner cave working.
And that makes sense. And that makes sense because they do, and I think someone said that earlier too. Bryce was saying that they're possibly from inner Earth. Yeah, I think so because that is definitely something that they look like. It definitely looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, kind of thing, where they just lack of sunlight. And
my third interview, I interviewed somebody named Brandon, and he was from southern Indiana, and he said, he lives right by the Kentucky border, and he was talking about hunting Bigfoot, like he's out searching for Bigfoot. Why he was talking about that, he said him and his family were on a walk through a cemetery. They see some sort of golem type looking creature. So the golem, that sounded like a Kentucky goblin. We didn't know what that was. And I was more interested in hearing about that, not so much about the Bigfoot stuff, because you don't really hear very many Kentucky goblin encounters. But he said it was just in the cemetery, just kind of his whole family seemed to just kind of crawl around and just went off. I don't remember he said there's one or two of them.
It's crazy. We do have an interview again with the Lost Frequency List where they talked about these little green aliens actually, so it could be kind of like a goblin kind of thing with metal teeth. Have you ever heard of that? Like anything with metal teeth, little green kind of alien or creatures?
No, I haven't heard anything about metal teeth. I know it's the Flatwoods monster or something where it almost looked like the alien, but it was in like a floating. Had like this mechanical armor on it, had like this big, not a helmet, but more like something around its head. Really? Yeah, I think it's called the Flatwoods Monster. I'm not 100% sure, but
that almost sounds like the creatures down in Peru, where they're saying that are flying around and the face peelers. Yeah, something like that.
I've been hearing a lot of things about the face peeler, but then I read something the other day that it's actually just not the cabal, but not the cabal, can't think of the term. The
mafia, the narcos,
those things, whatever. I can't think of what they're called. I have a great word. So yeah, basically the crime lords smuggling in cocaine and everything.
I'd say narcos, the narcos. It could be. So they're just kind of, but some of the things that are happening are pretty supernatural sounding, almost in a way. But I don't know. What else? What else is new and exciting?
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, cartel.
I had a complete blank brain for it. I was like, I'm trying to think it wasn't this. I don't know what it is.
And I should have known that. Being here in Mexico, this cartel. I'm pretty good where I live. It's kind of away from all that, but that's a big thing here.
Yeah. No, but there's just a lot of weird things, especially even the puckwudgies. They're little humanoid-looking things.
How big are the puckwudgies? Are they like duendes, or are they like? How tall are the puckwudgies? I've heard of this term before, but I don't know.
I don't know the exact height. I don't know if anyone out there listening does, but I think they're like less than 2 feet.
Okay, this sounds similar then to possibly aluches here in Mexico, and it's kind of funny because there's so many similarities between these things. Like let's say like a leprechaun and an aluche. An aluche is about 2 feet. They're usually naked-looking little cherub kind of thing, like they're a kid, but like punchy and whatnot. And they are said to be elementals, but also could be homunculuses, where they're created by 9 nights of bloodletting onto them, like with using blood and
corn to create these things out of clay, and then you put your intentions on them, and then after 9 nights they come to life, and they're to protect your land and your family. That's kind of like the goal of these things here in Mexico. And let me tell you, everybody, I don't want to say everybody, but let's say a lot of people have stories of Aleutians. Like even my brother-in-law tells me stories about Aleutians. My father-in-law, he has some land, and the guy that works on it, he's the one who told me that he's seen them. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. I don't. Like I said before, there's an episode coming out here about them too. I've got a couple different Buckwudgie episodes coming out. But where I live, there's Mountain State Park about an hour away, and there's been a lot of sightings apparently there of these little humanoid creature Buckwudgie things in this park. Okay, so I'm curious to go there. So I've been there before, but I didn't know the history up until recently. So I'm curious to go back and to see if there's anything strange. And then
I think that'd be fantastic. I think that'd be super interesting.
There's a place, it's the old battlefield where they do the reenactment out there. And when I was in high school, we always called it Hobbit Land. Well, the reason it was called Hobbit Land, someone swore they saw little humans running around out there. I was like, now that I'm thinking about it, I was like, we called them hobbits in high school. I was like, I wonder if there wasn't actually like people were seeing Puckwudgie stuff.
Really interesting. Yeah, exactly. They call them hobbits because that's what you know. So you're making this, you're making a characterization by something that you kind of know, even though it's on a movie.
Interesting, yeah, because that was right around Lord of the Ring time when I graduated school. So that would have been 20 plus years ago. But no, that was
really. Is it been that? Oh wow.
I graduated in 2002, so it's been going on 22 years. It's craziness.
That is crazy. I can't believe Lord of the Rings was over 20 years ago. I was actually living in New Zealand. I almost lived there for a year, and yeah, I forget which one was coming out, but at that time, it's interesting.
I'll chase a Puckwudgie if I catch one. I'm all punting. Let's see what happens if you punch a Puckwudgie.
It's good.
Yes. I've been wanting to go and do a lot of different things. I've actually thought about going out and filming stuff, and like making little, not so much documentaries, but making like little videos and stuff just to include. But that takes more time and effort. I'm already struggling to find the time to do podcasting and still work a full job and be a full-time dad and stuff.
Right. I'm in the same boat. I'm totally in the same boat.
So, for anyone out there that's still watching and listening, it's not an easy gig. Everyone, you just turn on a camera and you start talking. No, you have to plan this shit. This was completely unplanned. This was a spur of the moment. So anyone watching this, I appreciate it because this was not this was not anything I had planned out. Hopefully, if I start doing this more often, I'll have them on a schedule so more people know, not last minute.
I can totally relate. Like, I had 2 weeks to set up this whole new podcast and then start scheduling and everything. It was a lot of work. And well, it is a lot of work. And I've got everything where I want it to be. So now I got to work on the scheduling and yeah, it is. You're scheduling, trying to work around your own schedule and work around their schedule. And then how much more content can you do? I want to do this as well. I want to do this. And it's a lot of work. It is. And then we have to edit. And, but hey, it's the name of the game. It is what it is.
Again, next time I'm going to try and be a little bit more proactive. I posted it in a bunch of different groups. I don't think anyone ever goes to groups and pays attention half the time when someone posts things.
Facebook, yeah, a lot of things get lost in Facebook now. It's just like gone. And
I put it on Instagram. I put it on X. I even put it on whatever the different Instagram thing's called. I can't think of what it's called.
I have no idea. I barely use Instagram.
I was going to call it Reels, but it's not Reels. It's something else. But,
yeah, what is Reels? Is Reels Facebook? So I would assume Instagram is Reels as well, but wouldn't it just kind of carry over because they're the same?
Threads. There's Threads. It's like a different Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
there's like, I post things and like, there's nothing. Like, it just gets lost in the void.
And then, yeah, and when you do on Facebook and when you at everyone, you piss them all off. And anybody who's ever added me, like the at everyone, I always like unfollow that group. I'm like, I never want to be done that again. And then there's me just doing it recently for the Lost Freaks 2 podcast group, Facebook group. I've been adding everyone because I'm like, I'm ending this anyhow. We're ending this Facebook group anyhow, so I'll piss people off. But hey, everybody, come check out my YouTube channel.
I don't do a whole lot of promoting as it is. Everything's just kind of grassroots. And I think my Facebook group that I made in the summer got like 50 people. But I don't try to add people. I don't market it. I don't do anything with them.
Yeah, it's Facebook. The Facebook group, I really don't think does much. It's just kind of like interaction. That's all it is with the existing people who are there. That's it.
The YouTube's been growing on its own. The listener base and everything. I see all the statistics from that. It's grown quite a bit. For some reason, on Saturday, I don't know what happened, but I had almost like 600 downloads in one day, which is
nice. That is awesome.
It's a decent amount for one day, more than normal. Like, if I release a new episode, it's usually about 400. I didn't release anything that had like 600, almost 600 downloads in one day. I'm like, what the hell went on Saturday? But something happened on Saturday where I started looking at the podcast, and then like the next day, it just dropped back down to about normal. It's like, oh, okay.
It's so strange why it does that. We had done one with Daryl Denton when he was telling us about his some Bigfoot encounters, and then also seeing a dog man come through a portal. And the live itself was good, but it was like a week later, all of a sudden on the weekend, it just took off. Where I was like, how did this happen? And then it died off. And then the next weekend, again, it did the same thing. So maybe watch next weekend, you might actually get like another like splurge of downloads again. It was really strange.
Yeah. So the YouTube views on certain videos, I get a lot on Dogman stuff. So I think a lot of the listeners enjoy the Dogman stuff.
Yes.
It's hard to find people that actually want to come on and talk about Dogman encounters.
I agreed. I'm trying to get Martin Groves. I want to get Martin Groves on to talk about his encounter, because that one was Dogman, Bigfoot, kind of a little bit of everything. Crazy.
I want to talk to Martin. I've said it before. It's not that I don't believe his story, but I do have questions about it. And I would love just to pick his brain, because I've seen something that someone says that Martin's full of crap because there was no police reports. Like, well, again, that goes back to the LBL thing earlier that we talked about. Like, the original guy that came out with the LBL said he survived the whole family being massacred. There was no reports about that either. But if they don't want information out, there's not going to be able to access reports. Like, there's a way of making information not be there. Like,
well, also it is kind of. Are you going to fill out a police report? Are you going to be thought of like as this crazy? Like the one guy that I had interviewed is coming up on the Lost Frequency. There, he was he wasn't police, but he was campus police, and they were like, yeah, we should. They actually said, okay, we're going to write this up, and they were laughed at and told, don't do that. And that's the kind of attitude. Whereas I think now things are becoming more and more accepted. But yeah, I don't bat an eye if they're like, there's like, oh, there's no police report. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. I can totally understand that. Maybe now there's a better chance of there being actually a police report, because this is becoming more and more mainstream. I don't want to say mainstream. I hate that, but it's becoming more and more commonplace.
No, I think what they were talking about with Martin's story, though, is the guy said the fireman or whatever it was that got killed. Is there never any reports of anyone being killed?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay. Of that, of getting torn apart and whatnot. Interesting.
My book.
Awesome.
I learned a valuable lesson too. I'm not a great author, so been getting some
feedback.
Been getting some very low ratings on Amazon lately.
Oh shit! I'm actually in the process of writing semi-fiction, non-fiction book. So, well, mini ebooks actually is what I'm trying to bring out, a series of mini ebooks that are based on. I have the craziest of craziest dreams, and I swear to God that they're real, just happening in another life, another dimension, past life, something in the future, something in the past, all the above. And so it's kind of like loosely based on my life, and there's like a dream aspect which I say is real in the book, kind of thing. So I started it, and I put it in, it's catching picking up a lot of dust because the podcast kind of stole all my time, but I want to get back to that as well.
I mean, I won't call them the Karens, but they bought it, so I got like a little bit of that percentage. So.
Fair enough. Yeah,
fair enough. They don't have to like it, but I got your 2 cents.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another rabbit hole in itself of how much money you don't actually make on stuff.
I have done in the past some Kindle Direct publishing. Yeah. You don't really make much money at all.
No. As someone, I got called a grifter not long ago because they're like, "Oh, you're making all this money off the podcast." Like, do you realize that I've spent more money than I've ever made on this podcast? Like, I didn't even monetize until 2 months ago, and I'm barely breaking even. So for over a year, I was basically spending $70 a month just to do a podcast.
It's expensive. I am trying to make a podcast as cheap as possible, but it's without making it look cheap. If that's the way to do it, it's kind of you got to put money in. You have to. I just bought a new webcam because mine was terrible. And I'm like, you know what? If I want to try to put out at least a half decent product, I got to have at least a half decent webcam as well. So
that's what I've done. I actually just went Saturday and upgraded cables. I didn't realize that I was going to spend $100 on 2 cables. Wow. For a 2-foot and a 6-foot. The ones I bought were cheaper, and I kept hearing it clicking in my headset. It's like, all right, so I looked up the best ones that they have for recording, like audio or whatever, and there was Mogami brand or something.
Okay, I've not heard of that.
And they're gold plated, so.
Okay.
So far, it's supposed to be the best signal enhancing cables that they have, according to the reviews. We'll see.
You got the Cadillac cables.
Yeah. Being a band person, I knew you want higher end stuff, but I didn't really think much about the cables in general. But I was like, I'm tired of hearing this, almost like a hi-hat constantly. It's like, when I talk with you guys, I kept hearing it. I just ignored it because I couldn't figure out what it was. It's not doing it now, so I think I fixed the problem.
Well, that was a good investment then.
Well, I planned on kind of wrapping this up about this time, so.
Perfect. Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm beat. I got to get up early, and I'm good to go. Do you mind if I post my link to my channel in the chat?
Go ahead. Let everyone know where they can find you.
Yeah. Hopefully it comes through. So, Bodegas Codex of Curiosities. It's my new channel. I don't have any of this new content yet. It's being made as we speak. Tom and I are both kind of we split, but we're both still releasing the exact same content of the Lost Frequency on each of our own channels. Yeah. So, you'll see a couple more shows from there coming up. But I should be releasing, like I said, it'll probably be on the 20th. Yeah, I said the 20th. I'll be dropping my first audio episode, but the video will be coming out on the Thursday, which will be the 25th. I think that'll be not the 25th. I'm horrible. 22nd. It'll be on your birthday. Yeah, I'll be dropping it on your birthday. Yeah, so February 22nd, I'll be dropping the video. Audio is going to be coming out on Tuesdays, and that will be. And if you like Dogman, of course, I'm having Matt Emch on. He's done the circuit a lot. But I'm not going to be actually going much into his dogma because he's done that with so many other people. So I've decided to go a different route with him and stay posted for that.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Brandon.
Yep, you have a good night. Thanks for coming on here and talking with me.
You too. You too. Thanks, man.
Yep.
There we go.
Well, everyone, if you're still watching, appreciate you guys for sticking around. I might do this more often if everyone else would like for me to. I might try and pick a specific day, maybe a Tuesday or something, Tuesday or Thursday, and designate it a live stream night. Won't be anytime soon. It'll probably be in the next couple of weeks. But you guys can let me know if you enjoyed it. If anyone wants to be on an episode of Tinfoil Tales, you can reach out to me. Send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com or go to tinfoiltales.com and you can hit the contact button, whatever works. But again, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. And again, leave some feedback. If you would like more live stream episodes, if anyone wants to come on and talk on the live stream, just give me a holler. We'll get something figured out. But I want to say thanks again to everyone for sticking around and watching tonight. Good night, everyone. Remember, the truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Interest of excellence in staffing. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org. Interest of excellence in staffing.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Indiana
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me.
And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree. He came around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, the nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Wright. On tonight's episode, we're going to be joined by my guest, Floyd. Floyd has researched a lot about the red-haired giants and even some of the little people. It's been talked about throughout history. Some of the biblical terms like the Nephilim, and how it all kind of ties together with these creatures throughout history. Floyd has done a lot of extensive research into that, so he's going to come on here tonight and talk about the book he's wrote and everything he's kind of come across from his studies for these giant creatures. Before we bring Floyd on, if you've ever had an encounter or experience you want to share, reach out to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com and we'll be scheduled for a future episode. If you'd like to help the podcast, continue to share it around. Leave a 5-star review everywhere that you listen to podcasts at. It helps with the exposure. More exposure means new listeners. New listeners means new encounters and stories. Means new episodes for everyone else to listen to. Make sure to follow us on social media, whichever one you prefer. I'm sure I'm on there. Give me a follow. You can talk to me on there if you want to. I do have a website out now, so make sure to check out tinfoiltales.com. Get all the episodes on there as well. We're going to go ahead now and bring Floyd on. You guys enjoy the episode. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time tonight to welcome my guest onto the show, Floyd. Thanks for coming out here talking with me.
Hey, Brandon, thank you very much for having me on, and thanks to your audience for tuning in. I think we're going to have maybe a fun and intriguing conversation in the area of giants, and if you want to go down some other rabbit holes, perhaps we can do that.
Definitely always good to explore some rabbit holes, at least on this show.
Right.
But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to talking with you. The giant topic is something that I've been wanting to dive into since I started the podcast, so here we are almost a year and a half later, but I'm ready to finally tackle one.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic, and it's one of those topics that is cross-cultural, and it's talked about in most cultures throughout the world. It's talked about in the Bible, the ancient Sumerian civilization, going back 5,000 years, talked about giants. The Egyptians talked about giants. In South America, there's been tales and legends of giants, so we should have plenty to talk about.
Sounds very, very interesting. Before we get started, I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
What made you want to look into the giants of all the things out there? Like, what piqued your interest?
That's a great question. I heard a presentation by another researcher named Jim Vieira. This was probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and he's done a lot of research into the area of giant skeleton discoveries in North America. And I watched a presentation of his, and I was really intrigued because he kept referencing these old newspaper articles here in America that went back from mid-1800s all the way into the 1970s that talked about these discoveries of giant skeletons, some of them 7 feet tall, 8 feet, 9 feet,
even some articles that reference, giants, 15, 16 feet tall. And I thought, this is wild. Like, is this real? And he kept showing these different newspaper articles, and in some of those articles, institutions such as the Smithsonian was referenced. And there was always mentioned that, the Smithsonian or some other organization would come in and examine the bones, and then they just disappeared. So it was that presentation that really piqued my interest. And I thought, if Jim's finding all these newspaper articles on these weird discoveries, I should be able to just do a little research, and I could come up with some of these, and I can look into this. So that's what I did. I put together a folder and subscribed to a bunch of old newspaper databases. It didn't take me long to accumulate quite a number of these anomalous articles on these discoveries.
Yeah, I've seen, I don't remember if it's the same guy, but there was a show out there where he was searching for these giants.
Yes, it was Jim Vieira, and he has a brother as well. And they're both stonemasons, and they did a show on the History Channel. And I don't quite remember the name, if it was In Search of the Giants or something along that line.
Yeah, I remember it was something like that. It was the last couple of years. I think they had at least maybe one or two seasons.
Yeah, very interesting. I wish they would have been able to produce some more seasons of that. But that was, yes, very interesting show.
The giant lore I've heard from, obviously, you can go back. You've already mentioned it, but like it's not just an American thing. It's been a worldwide thing. Like there's always been the myths, the stories, and stuff of giants. So.
Yes, in most of your cultures, and many of us are familiar with the stories told in the Bible, particularly of David and Goliath. And Goliath was a descendant of the Nephilim, and the Nephilim is a Proto-Hebrew word meaning fallen ones. And Goliath, and he also had brothers too. So in fact, when David killed him with the sling stone later on, David and his mighty men fought some of Goliath's brothers, and they were giants. And in fact, the Bible references one of those giants as having a double row of teeth and 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. So there are a number of references in the Bible, in the canonized version of the Bible, but there's also a tremendous amount of information in some of the books of the Bible that are not canonized that were left out, particularly the Book of Enoch.
The Book of Enoch has a lot of information in there that I feel like I don't know why that was kept out of the Bible unless it was deemed talk about too much weird stuff for them, I guess, to fit into the Bible, because I don't know who to say what books were in the Bible, what books weren't in the Bible.
Yeah, that's a really good really good question that you posed, Brandon. And what's interesting is the more I started digging into the giants in the Bible, I found out that many of the early church fathers actually subscribed to the Book of Enoch. And in the canonized Bible, in Genesis, the Book of Enoch is referenced in there. And Enoch was the great-grandfather of Noah. And so for the context of the Book of Enoch, if you look in Genesis, Genesis 6:4, it says, and I'm just paraphrasing this, it says there were giants in the earth in those days and thereafter. When the sons of God came into the daughters of men, they bore them children, and they became mighty men of renown. And so this weird passage of the sons of God coming into the daughters of men. And so you have to ask yourself, well, who were the sons of God? And if you really look into the Bible and you look at references of sons of God in the Old Testament, it goes back, if you go to Job, it talks about how the sons of God showed themselves. They went before the throne of the Lord, and Satan was with the sons of God. And so you look at that passage and you go, well, those aren't humans that are going before the throne of the Lord, right, with Satan. Those have to be angelic beings. And also in Job, it talks about the laying of the foundation of the earth. and how the sons of God shouted for joy when God did that. Well, humankind hadn't been created then. So who were the sons of God? The sons of God were the angels. And the book of Enoch goes very extensively into the whole backstory of that Genesis 6 and talking about who were the sons of God. And the book of Enoch says they were a group known as the Watchers. There were a group of 200 of them. They were angels, and their job was to watch over humankind and to protect us. But this particular group of angels, they became infatuated with the women of the earth and attracted to the women of the earth, and they swore an oath to have sexual union with the women of the earth. And in fact, the book of Enoch even gets specific and names some of the leaders of this group of 200, Azazel being one of the leaders of this group. And they came to a place, they came down to a place called Mount Hermon, which is in Syria. And Mount Hermon means Mount of Desolation. And these angelic beings, they came down and they took them wives. They, as it says in Genesis 6, and they had sexual union with human women. And this produced the Nephilim, the giants. The Nephilim means fallen ones. And the book of Enoch talks about not only did these fallen angels intermix their seed with the humankind, but they also taught them the forbidden arts, the forbidden sciences that God did not feel we were ready to have. And those are known as the sacred sciences, or the 7 sacred sciences. And they're talked a lot about in secret societies such as the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians and other secret societies that claim to have knowledge that goes all the way back to this particular time when these extraterrestrial beings, if you want to call them that, they weren't from the earth, came and intermixed with our seed. And then the book of Enoch says that obviously God was not happy with that, and he brought the great deluge, the great flood, to wipe out the earth, to wipe out the race of giants that were intermixing with humankind and destroying the earth. The book of Enoch talks about how they were fighting amongst themselves, they were killing humans, they were drinking blood. Some people believe that's where the origins of the first vampires came from, was from references to the Nephilim, because they would drink blood. And also it appears they were doing some genetic experimentation on the earth. In the book of Enoch, it talks about how they were corrupting plant and animal life. And so God brought the flood to wipe them out, but it didn't kill all the giants. It killed most of them off, but not all. And that's why I think it said in Genesis 6, it said, there were giants in the earth in those days and thereafter. And I believe when it said and thereafter, it means that there were some that were left that survived the flood. And of course, those bloodlines became diluted, as, the years went by. And that's why, we have references of stories like Goliath in the Bible. He was a descendant of the giants. And even though he was huge, he was probably 9 or 10 feet tall, he was one of the smaller ones. And then we have like King Og of Bashan, another giant mentioned in the Bible. He had a 13-foot long bed that was framed in iron. And Moses and his armies killed off King Og. But there's a number of references in the Bible if you know where to look. But I believe the book of Enoch is the whole backstory for Genesis 6. And also, too, there are other books, non-canonized books, of Jasher and a number of other books that also talk about the fallen angels, the angels that came down to the earth and then they intermixed their seed.
Just not to go off on a completely different topic, but what do you think the reasoning would be for why they don't want to include those stories in the Bible? Do you think there's some sort of reasoning behind it, like when they pick and choose why they didn't want that in there? Because of all the things that's in there, it seems strange that they wouldn't mention that. They wouldn't want that considered part of the actual canonized version of the Bible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, and it's interesting, Brandon, because I did discover that even though it was left out of the canonized versions of the Bible, that many early church fathers believed in that whole, the whole story of Genesis 6 is when, that these fallen angels came down and they interbred. And in fact, in the Ethiopian church, the Book of Enoch is considered canon, and they kept it in their Bibles. And also, too, the Book of Enoch, copies of those were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm sure you've probably heard of those before, some of the most ancient biblical texts. The Book of Enoch was included in there, but I think even prior to the discovery of the Book of Enoch in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was in the 40s, way earlier than that, there was a British adventurer who went, I believe, to Ethiopia, and he did find some copies of the Book of Enoch and brought them to England. I think this goes back in the 1800s, I believe.
I haven't really read the Bible or the Book of Enoch. I've watched stuff, I've listened to stuff and things about it, but for years, it always seems like the Book of Enoch is always referenced when it comes to all sorts of different things. Because even with, you mentioned space aliens, people interpret that as they were in the Bible, they were in the Book of Enoch. People say the Nephilim, things like Sasquatch and these other weird cryptid type things were Nephilim.
Yes.
Reference the Book of Enoch. There's so many different things that continues to go back to the Book of Enoch.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, there's a lot of really strange and interesting things in that book.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be the one thing that I should probably actually sit down and read would be that one, just because of it seems to reference so many different things that we kind of dive into on this show. So
yeah, I would really encourage you. Yes, definitely check out the Book of Enoch. And there's a number of other really interesting books too. I think the Book of Jasher is another really good one that talks about, the fallen angels.
Well,
and going back, so we have these biblical accounts that many people are familiar with, but also too, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, it's cross-cultural. All these different cultures have mention of giants. And we're even going back to the ancient Sumerian texts, the clay tablets. Have you heard of the Anunnaki?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and so the ancient Sumerians, they believed that the Anunnaki, they said they came from the heavens, and they depicted the Anunnaki in their clay tablets as giants, and you'll see depictions of these beings sitting on thrones as kings, and they will have a servant standing before their throne, and the king, the Anunnaki who's sitting on the throne, is just as tall as the person that's standing up before their throne. So if that individual that was sitting down, if they stood straight up, they would be twice the size of their servant. So, could some people say, oh, well, that's just symbolic. They just wanted to depict the royalty, as bigger because they were, more important. However, could it also be possible that they depicted them how they saw them, and that they were giants?
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, didn't some of the depictions also look like they had wings to them in the background? Or I think something else.
Well, I think there are probably some depictions that have that. There are depictions of the Anunnaki that look like they're in some type of flying machines with wings, and I think that might be similar to what you're referring to. But just think of all the symbolism though of these beings, having wings, or in what appears to be some type of vehicle with wings. What are wings symbolic of, right?
The ability to fly.
Yeah, ability to fly. And so, it's really interesting how you have all these different cultures, and they're depicting, the same or similar things with their symbolism. And so we have the Anunnaki and the Sumerian tradition, and the ancient Sumerians said that the Anunnaki came from the heavens, and they pretty much taught them everything they knew. They taught them how to build cities and temples, the giant ziggurats, the stepped pyramids. They gave them their laws. They taught them about astronomy, agriculture, architecture. All their sciences they attributed to these beings that came from the heavens. And they said that the Anunnaki established the whole concept of kingship, the whole concept that, we're going to put this ruler in place and, they're godlike. They have, communication with the gods and they're going to rule you. So it's really interesting. And the more I researched on the biblical giants and then looking at the Anunnaki, the ancient Sumerian giants, it is my personal belief that they're probably one and the same, that they're the same types of beings.
You mentioned earlier about the 2 rows of teeth, the 6 fingers, and the 6 toes. I've heard that a lot with recent accounts of giants. Like, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure if the story is accuracy or whatever, but recently, within the last, let's say 15, 20 years, there's the story of the giant of Kandahar or whatever.
Right.
I don't know if that's authentic or just completely made up. I mean, I obviously wasn't there, but if the description was the same, basically, I think it had red hair, it had 2 rows of teeth, the 6 fingers, and the 6 toes.
Yes, you are correct. Yeah, and I didn't include that story in my book, although I found it very interesting. In fact, when I first found out about that story, it was a military guy who supposedly was involved in the killing of that giant in Kandahar, Afghanistan. And the backstory of it is that there was allegedly this giant in a very remote area, Kandahar, and it, as you said, it had red hair, it had the 6 fingers on the hands and the 6 toes on the feet, just right out of the biblical description. And the local villagers in that area, they worshiped this thing as a god. And apparently, some of our soldiers encountered it, and it killed that unit of soldiers. And then another unit was sent in, and they cornered this giant at a cave, and they shot it and killed it. Apparently, as the story goes, it had a giant spear, and it skewered a number of soldiers before it was killed. And it took a lot to bring the giant down. And so I've been asked before, you think that's a true story, or do you think that's possible? And basically, I don't know. I would need more evidence. I mean, I watched the video of this alleged soldier recounting what had happened. And at the time, I sent the video to one of my best friends who was an Army intelligence officer, and he had been trained in interrogation and all that stuff. And I said, hey, Eli, could you take a look at this? And what do you think, what this guy's saying? But in the video, the gentleman's face was blacked out. But my friend listened to the guy's basic story, and I said, well, what do you think? And he goes, I can tell you this, that man believes what he's saying. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but he said he definitely believes what he was saying in the interview. And I thought that was interesting. And so do I believe that giant was real and that happened? I'll say I would need more evidence. It very well could have happened. It's within the realm of possibility. And I would even pose that there could be giants that still exist. I mean, in the form of things such as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whatever name you want to call it. And I've met people that have had personal encounters. I live out here in Washougal, Washington, and out this way, it's, as you go further, especially further east of where I'm at, you get into the gorge and, you get out towards, Mount Hood and, between Oregon and Washington and those areas, there's tons of sightings of Bigfoot. And those accounts, these creatures were, 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet tall.
Yeah, I've talked to quite a few people with Sasquatch sightings and stuff, and that's always been something that's fascinating, even as a kid. But I've always kind of been skeptical on the fact, just because something that large, like the way we explore and everything, like how it cannot be discovered. But the more I've been digging into the thing, I'm like, well, I do see it plausible. Just because we think we know everything, we think we've discovered everything. There is so much vastness just in our country and Canada and everything else. It's so plausible that there could be something undiscovered out there that we're just not aware of, and that could be this. And even with Sasquatch, there's all sorts of weird lore that kind of goes with them, as far as like, I say the woo part of it for the woo-woos, but basically, like, people say they just disappear. Some people think they see orbs around them, the eyes that glow. Like, there's all sorts of strangeness to them. So, and that's where it goes back to with the whole Nephilim thing. Like, they would have this fallen angel blood. It would give them this weird ability somehow.
Well, you bring an interesting point, because, I mean, even the Bible says in Genesis 6, it said, you know, that the sons of God came into the daughters of men, which means they had sexual union, and they bore them children, and they were mighty men, men of renown. So that term mighty men, used in the Bible, a number of different places, I mean, that means like of extraordinary ability. I mean, we're talking like, when you think of, I don't know, like modern day, like superheroes, like the Marvel and the DC movies are you know, real popular. I mean, back then in the ancient times, those would be like the mighty men of renown. And if you know, going back to like cross culturally, like, you know, all these similarities, like between the ancient Sumerians, where they talk about the Anunnaki, and then you have the Nephilim of the Bible. Well, then you have stories of like the Greek Titans, right, in Greek mythology. And the Titans were giants, and they fought the gods, and they lost, and they were imprisoned where? They were imprisoned in the earth, in the volcanoes, underneath the earth. In the book of Enoch, it talks about the Watchers and how they were imprisoned. They were imprisoned in the earth. And what's interesting in the book of Enoch is it talks about the Nephilim that were killed, their spirits remained on the earth, and they haunt the earth. And many people believe that, especially the references of demons in the Bible, are the actual spirits of the Nephilim. Those are the spirits of the old ones.
Yeah, I've heard that theory too, where people believe that these spirits, these demons, are actually like the remnants of the Nephilim. Like it's their spirit still haunting. And I guess it comes back to like with certain things, like if you're thinking demonic, you're thinking demons, and it almost seems like all these things would be evil. Because that's like the stereotypical thing you think of when you think of demons. You think of evil, the devil. Yeah. So that's where I get almost on the fence about it, because of like, if there's a flesh and blood Sasquatch and it's running around, and if it's evolved from whatever, are they all evil? Like,
right. I'm with you. I'm with you. And, you know, like, my personal view is, like, when I think of things like the Sasquatch, I wouldn't think of that as a Nephilim. I mean, we're finding, just within the past 20 years, just in the field of archaeology, paleontology, we're finding new hominid species that interacted and in some cases interbred with our ancient ancestors. I don't know if you've heard of the Denisovans.
No, I haven't heard that one.
Okay, so they were first discovered in 2010 in a cave in Siberia. Some archaeologists were doing work in a cave, and they found a giant tooth. It looked like a human tooth, but it was twice the size of a human tooth. And they found some knuckle bones and some other artifacts that were in this cave, which were interesting. One was a green stone bracelet that had 8mm holes drilled into it, and the bracelet dated back 40,000 years, which was pretty incredible to have an ancient artifact like that. And you have these little 8mm holes that had been drilled through the bracelet. Probably there was some type of thread that was through the holes at one time, and they had decorated it with whatever little bones or whatever they decorated the bracelet with. And anyway, so the paleontologists did tests on the tooth and on the knuckle bones, and they did the genetic sequencing and found out that it was a whole new hominid species. So we're all familiar with the Neanderthals, and now we're finding out that the Neanderthals interbred with our ancient ancestors. In fact, most of us have Neanderthal DNA in us. The vast majority of us do. And now they found this other hominid species, and they named them the Denisovans, and now they're finding in populations in Asia and even over in Europe and in North America, in the Native American populations, some of this DNA evidence of the Denisovans. And what was interesting about this discovery is that not too long ago, a full Denisovan skull was found in China. And there's an interesting story to this because the discovery was made back in the 1930s. There was a guy that was doing construction work. He was under forced labor by the Japanese who had occupied that particular area of China at the time. And he uncovered this giant skull, and he hid it. He put it in the bottom of a well. And this man lived to a very, very old age. And on his deathbed, he revealed to his kids, hey, I found this skull all these decades ago, and here's where I hid it. And so his kids went, retrieved this skull, and they gave it to the local university, who then did the DNA testing on the skull. They hadn't seen a skull like this before. It's massive. It's like a football-shaped skull. Huge eye sockets, very protruding brow ridges, much larger and more robust than a normal, Homo sapien skull, way bigger than a Neanderthal skull. And so they did the DNA testing on it. They determined that it matched the DNA sequencing of the giant tooth and the knuckle bones that were found in Siberia. So they've determined that this skull is a Denisovan skull, and they call it Homo longi, which means dragon skull. And some researchers believe that this other hominid species were 7.5 feet tall on average. They were giants, and they intermixed not only with Neanderthals, but some of them were still around when our ancient ancestors were around, and there was all this interbreeding going on between our ancestors, the Neanderthals, and the Denisovans.
Yeah, I haven't even heard that before. I might have to look into that one.
Yeah, it's interesting. I talk a lot about it. I write a lot about it in my book on the Denisovan discovery, and I pose the question: well, could the Denisovans be, could this be evidence of these giants, that had interacted with our ancestors? And then that's where you have a lot of these legends that also come from, about giants. So I don't just stick with one theory. I put out, here's what is contained in the Bible, what it says about the giants, and here's what the ancient Sumerians say about the Anunnaki. Could these giants be, the biblical Nephilim or the Anunnaki, or could they be, just another different, species of us, that interbred with our ancestors? So I don't stick with just one track. I just present evidence as I accumulated it, and just put it out there for the readers to make their own conclusions.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am with my show. Like, I have people come on here and they talk and everything, and I'm not out here to prove or disprove anyone. Everyone can come up with their own assumptions, but if you're doing the research and you have the books out there and your findings and everything else, I mean,
yes,
that's you've done the work, so who's arguing with that?
Right, you're just sharing. My whole goal on writing my book, which is The Red-Haired Giants of Lovelock Cave and Other Ancient Mysteries, was just to share information that I discovered on the giants and other interesting topics, in hopes that other people would build upon my work, and they would go more in depth and maybe explore some areas at deeper levels than I did. And so it's just kind of putting that knowledge out there into the knowledge base and hoping that people continue to build on that.
Now you mentioned, did you say Lovelock Caves?
The Lovelock Caves, that's the central story. And those caves are in Nevada. And there's a Paiute tradition, a northern Paiute tradition, that there were a race of giants. And we're going back, we were talking earlier about the red hair. These Paiutes said that these giants had red hair, and they were very violent. They were cannibals. They would attack the neighboring tribes, and they would cannibalize their victims. And this went on for a long time, and finally the Paiutes got tired of being attacked, and they allied with other native tribes in that area, and they waged a war on these red-haired giants that lasted over 3 years, culminating in a final battle at Lovelock Cave, where the last of the red-haired giants were cornered, and the Paiutes threw brush in front of the cave. They lit flaming arrows, and then they burned the giants to death.
Yeah, I've heard that story before. And again, the giants are red hair, and I've heard the version where they had the 6 fingers and the 6 toes on each hand and foot.
Yeah, it's interesting. So in my book, I provide photographs in there of some of the artifacts that came out of the cave, and even some of the skulls. Now, allegedly, there was I think like around 50-some mummies, skeletons that came out of the cave, but they disappeared. They were never put on public display. However, I find this really intriguing and mind-blowing. When I was going through the old archaeological accounts of the first excavation done at that cave, which was in 1911, there were 2 guano miners, and guano is bat dung. These guys were mining bat dung out of the cave, and they found all these artifacts and giant skeletons, and then, of course, they reported it to the local university, and then a year later, in 1912, excavations were done by a archaeologist named Loud, was his last name, and he went and conducted these excavations. And in his records, he said that the largest specimen of the mummies was given to a fraternal lodge to be boiled and used in initiation purposes. And I thought, that is crazy. Like, what is going on here? Like, most, these skeletons were never put on public display, but yet here it's saying in the records that the largest of these skeletons were given to a fraternal lodge to be used in ritual purposes. So I started investigating that track, which led me to some local fraternal lodges that were in that area at that particular time in the early 1900s. And in fact, one of them is still there, which is the Masonic Lodge. And so I started looking into the Masonic Lodge to see if there was any connection, like any history of the Masons using human remains in any of their rituals. And surprisingly, I did uncover some information that there has been rituals, Masonic rituals conducted that used human bones. In fact, there were some Masonic lodges in Australia, probably 15, 20 years ago, that got into trouble because there were some workmen that were renovating the lodges there, and they noticed that there was these human skulls and other bones there, so they reported it to the police, and the police did their investigation and come to find out that these Masonic lodges were using human bones in their rituals, and they were Aboriginal bones, I believe, that they were using. So there is a history that human remains, were used, at least in some of these lodges. And so then I was thinking, like, what connection? Like, why would they do that? What is the symbolic, meaning of that? And, were they using these human bones, like any human bones that they could get their hands on, or was there like a specific significance to acquiring like a giant skeleton? And if that was the case, why? Why did they want to, have this giant skeleton and use it in a ritual? And so then I discovered the works of another researcher named Gary Wayne. He wrote a book called The Genesis 6 Conspiracy, and he goes in depth, basically connecting a lot of these secret societies like the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians and other secret societies that trace their knowledge base going all the way back to the ancient mystery schools, going all the way back to the fallen angels, the Nephilim.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know the exact term to use, I'd say similarities, but I think there's a lot of same connections, I guess, between when it comes to the giants, and this is me with my tinfoil hat here. When it comes to like the skeletons and everything else, I always feel like there's a lot of connections when it comes to the Smithsonian and mysteriously these giant skeletons come up missing. Like,
yes,
I don't, and even back before that, I've always heard other tales of basically people were discovering giants years and years ago, and like church were taking them as well.
Yes, I've heard those stories. I even reference a few of them in my book. I write I write on this particular article, and I include the article in the book of this guy who was a rancher, and this was in Arizona. And I believe it was back in the 40s. He discovered a giant skeleton, human skeleton with massive skull. And the newspaper article, like the title of it said, Smithsonian tries to procure giant skull from, man, from rancher, and the man refuses. So even like the very title of the article, it was basically saying, yeah, these Smithsonian agents wanted to procure this skeleton of this skull, which was interesting because the Smithsonian, will publicly come out and say, oh, there was never such a thing as giants. That's all just made up or misidentified bones. But yet I include this article that goes into detail of 2 Smithsonian agents being dispatched to this guy's ranch and trying to procure this giant skull. And in the article, it said that the agent said that the skull was it was so large, it was beyond human comprehension. And they took photographs of it, they took measurements of it, but the man refused to give him the skull. Rightly so. I don't blame him for not turning that over, because then he would have never saw it again. So the Smithsonian didn't end up with it, but then the article never says what happened to it. And, I don't know if it's in maybe someone's private collection or what happened to that skull.
I always thought it was interesting that throughout, I know the last, let's say, almost 100 years at least, with the Smithsonian, it seems like they've been collecting a lot of these weird skeletal remains, at least from what people have reported. And what's the point? Like, it's like they're hiding it at this point, because they get them and they don't ever admit to them. And then what do they do with them? They destroy them. They keep them for in the basement.
Right.
It's strange to me that if this is something that's real, what's the big secrecy about it? I could say the same thing. Like, it goes back to the whole Sasquatch thing. Like, what's the big secrecy? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, and there's a number of different theories, and I could just speak on the whole thing with the giants. I'm not sure on the Sasquatch side of it, but there's a thing called, I believe it's called knowledge filtration, and I first learned the term from a great researcher, a gentleman named Michael Cremo. He wrote a book that I read years ago called Forbidden Archaeology, and that book was just filled with documented cases of just anomalous, human-constructed artifacts being found at strata levels that would indicate they were millions of years old, which totally contradicts what we've been taught. We're taught that our ancestors go back, maybe 300,000 years ago, and not much further than that. And of course, you have these other hominid species like the Denisovans and whatnot that go back probably 500,000 years ago, and you have Neanderthals. And so this book was filled with just these documented cases of just these anomalous finds. And Michael Cremo in his book, he used a term called knowledge filtration. And knowledge filtration basically means that anything that you experience that falls outside of what you've been trained or what you've been taught in, it's almost like a dogma. Like if you encounter something, if you find artifacts or you find a skeleton that just doesn't fit in the way that paleontology or archaeology tells you it should fit into this box, and it doesn't fit into the box, then you automatically just filter it out. You just like, okay, this doesn't fit in with what I've been taught, so it's just a lot easier just to crate this stuff up and let's just stick it in a basement or a warehouse. I mean, I think of like the first Indiana Jones movie. Remember at the end of that movie when Indiana Jones, he said, well, what happened to the ark? And the guy told him, hey, we got our top men working on it. And then the next scene, it flashes, it shows the ark just being put in a crate, and it's just, stacked up with all these other crates in a giant warehouse somewhere.
Yeah, I remember that too. I actually watched that sometime earlier this year. Obviously I haven't seen them a lot of time. It's been a while since I've watched it. I can't remember getting to the end of it. There's like a big old row, like warehouse at the end of it.
Yes.
But it's funny. I was like, I wonder how true that actually is.
Exactly. I think there is some truth. So I think at least in part of it, it's knowledge filtration. It's things that go against the theories of our times, the theories of our age. And, these theories are supported with a lot of money, much of which is public money and private money. And, all of a sudden you've uncovered something that could totally upend what, you've been taught for decades and decades. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, we found something here that could completely rewrite history and is counter to, the narrative that we've been pushing. So that can be a very dangerous thing. And with knowledge filtration, I think it also puts a lot of these researchers, these archaeologists, these paleontologists, these anthropologists into a position where if they were to come forward and divulge some of these anomalous finds that they come across, that their career could be jeopardized. And I actually give an example of that in my book of a lady that was an archaeologist, Virginia Steen McIntyre, who did some work on an ancient site in Mexico back in I believe it was in the 1960s. And they dated this site. They found human artifacts, they found bones, they found projectile points, and she dated this site back something like 400,000 years, something like that, 400, 500,000 years, using a number of different dating methods. And that totally, if that was true, and then that was human habitation with, hominids that make spear points and tools and everything, that would completely blow out of the water what we've been taught in history. And she was brave enough, some people would say foolish, I say brave. She came forward, she published her results in the early 1980s, and she was ostracized. She lost her job. And she was basically kicked out of the field of archaeology and never was able to come back to that field again.
That's kind of strange that if you're doing the research and verify things and they ostracize you from it, it's like a little voice system, like, oh yeah, we got to keep it this way. We can't have change. Don't want anything to
That's right.
Status quo.
That's precisely it. That's precisely it. And I do believe that it comes down to a lot of knowledge filtration. And I think sometimes I wonder too, Brandon, that is this knowledge filtration dam? Is it cracking? Is it eventually just going to break? Is it going to get to a point where they just can't cover this stuff up anymore? You're going to have more and more people coming forward, bringing forth this information, and pretty soon, the dam is springing leaks left and right, and then eventually it's gonna break open.
I think with what you're doing, and I don't want to act like I'm doing a whole lot here, but I feel like I'm somewhat helping by giving people a platform to talk about.
Absolutely, that's a huge thing.
More people listen, and more people start questioning. They keep looking for answers. They keep digging into it. Some moms might hear this and want to dig into it themselves. So again, you're going to get more people looking into these things. It is going to be harder to contain it. But
yes.
With the rise of technology, with the internet, with obviously stuff on TV, I still think it's kind of, they're not 100% accurate on the TV. I think they're more for entertainment purposes than anything. But
yeah.
Like, it's starting to get people to start to look into things, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing at all, because when more people are looking into stuff, then more truths will be found at some point.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I was thinking of a program that I watched. This was back in the early 1990s, and it had a number of different researchers. Graham Hancock, are you familiar with him?
Yeah, he just had that show come out.
Ancient Apocalypse?
Yes.
Yeah. So he was on there, and this was back in the early 90s. And then another big researcher that I mentioned earlier, Michael Cremo, and they were talking about just these anomalous finds, and they were talking about how the pyramids were much older. The Sphinx was much older than we've been told, and they were attacked. They were viciously attacked by, all these different fields, archaeology and anthropology. But now, this is decades later, there's more and more evidence to support what these researchers had first brought out in the 1990s. So I think, it's taken a long time, but I think we are moving in the right direction. I remember Graham Hancock talking about a site called Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Have you heard about that site?
Yeah, I've heard the name. Is that the one that was underground that they discovered?
Yeah, it was buried. It's like a megalithic structure. They have giant stone circles with, stones going up 15 feet high, and they have like a T shape at the top, and they have all these intricate carvings on these pillars of animals that are not from that area, and some of them are extinct. They're no longer walking the planet. And they've only uncovered like 5% of this site, and it's been excavated since the 90s. They've only uncovered 5%, and they're dating the site back 12,000 years ago, which totally blows out of the water what we've been taught about our ancestors. Because 12,000 years ago, everyone was just hunter-gatherers. It's very primitive. We didn't have the ability to construct these megalithic sites, and in fact, the researchers at Göbekli Tepe, they say that whole site was a temple. It was a gigantic place of worship. It wasn't like a city or anything where people lived. They didn't find any ovens or any other type of indication that there was a settlement, like a permanent settlement there. That this huge structure that they've only uncovered very little of, who knows how much bigger it is and how far it goes down, was an ancient place of worship. It was a temple 12,000 years ago.
Experiences are what people love the most about travel. That's why they love Viator. They have over 300,000 bookable experiences and something for everyone. Plus, their travel experiences have millions of real traveler reviews, so you have the information you need to book the best activities for your trip. Download the Viator app now and use code Viator10 for 10% off your first booking in the app. One app, over 300,000 travel experiences you'll remember. Do more with Viator. Support for this podcast and the following message come from Corient. Corient provides wealth management services centered around you. They focus on exceeding your expectations and simplifying your life. Corient has been helping high achievers just like you enjoy their lives more fully, preserve their wealth, and provide for the people, causes, and communities they care about. As one of the largest integrated fee-only registered investment advisors in the U.S., Corient has deeply experienced teams in 23 strategic locations. Corient has extensive knowledge spanning the full spectrum of planning, investing, lending, and money management disciplines. Leverage Corient's exclusive network of experts to craft custom solutions designed to help you reach your financial goals, no matter how complex they may be. Real wealth requires real solutions. For more information, connect with a wealth advisor today at Corient.com. That's Corient.com. Corient.com.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've seen. I watch a lot of Ancient Aliens too, and they talk about that on there. And they also talk about the one in South America. I think it's Peru with
Oh, right, Sacsayhuaman, those giant walls, and it looks like the giant pieces of a puzzle just fit together perfectly. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then some of those, the cuts on them are so you can't slide a piece of paper. They're so like pushed together.
That's right. We couldn't do that now. We couldn't duplicate that now. So thousands of years ago, like how did they do it? I've been to some pyramids in Mexico, a number of different pyramids. One of the ones that really stands out to me is Teotihuacan outside of Mexico City, which means the place where men became gods. And there's these two giant pyramids. There's a pyramid of the sun and the pyramid of the moon. And there's a roadway that connects the two, called the Aztecs called it the Road of the Dead, and they're flanked by other smaller pyramids. But that was such an amazing sight to go to. The pyramids were so gigantic, and this was a place where you could climb the pyramids. You could actually walk up the steps. And I noticed, Brandon, that the steps were so steep that it was like they weren't made for a human stride. It was like they were made for giants.
Now, I've talked about this in several episodes, but I always go back to, it's always interested me that there's pyramids in Egypt, there's pyramids in South America, there's pyramids, I think, in China. There's also probably some other places too, but none of these people lived anywhere in the same area, so how did they all learn to build pyramids? Like, that's the one thing I've always questioned, like, where did they get the knowledge to build these pyramids, and why were they building pyramids in general? Like, of all things to build, strange that they're separated by thousands of miles, but yet they're building similar structures.
Yes, that's a great question. I think that in ancient times there was a lot more extensive travel than we've been told, and I refer to specific situations like have you heard of the cocaine mummies of Egypt?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, there were some mummies, and these were ancient Egyptian mummies that were found to have had cocaine in their system. Now, back in that time, thousands of years ago, the only place you can get cocaine was in the New World. It was in like South America.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's things like that. There's so many similarities, just like you were saying. All these different cultures that were spread out across the world. Like, why was everyone making pyramids? I mean, we even have structures here in North America, Cahokia in Illinois. I went there a few years ago. It was an ancient Native American site, and they have a giant earthen pyramid there. They called it Monk's Mound, and it's just gigantic. And they have these stairs that you can go up, and at one time, that area was a whole Native American city. There was over 10,000 people that lived there, and they have these earthen pyramids, and on top of the pyramids, they have these wooden, like, longhouse structures that they had there. I never learned about any of this stuff when I was in school. Not at all. It was a very thriving, very advanced civilization that lived there, and I got to see some of the artifacts that were found there and the artwork that these people did, the carvings that they did, just absolutely amazing. And yeah, you look all over the world, and there's pyramids all over. I was on the Canary Islands about 16 years ago, the islands off the coast of Spain. And I had no idea at the time, but I was just exploring the islands, and they have pyramids. They have step pyramids on those islands, and they don't know who built them or why they built them, but they were there. The pyramids of Guaymar, I think, is what they're called. And they're little step pyramids. They're not near as large as like the step pyramids like over in Mexico or anything, but they were similar in some ways, but just on a smaller scale. But yeah, you will find these pyramids all over, and some people will tell you that the pyramids are linked to the symbolism of the mountains, and for many ancient cultures, the mountains are considered sacred. And like in the Bible, you'll have where different characters of the Bible will meet God up in the mountains, like when Moses went up to Mount Sinai and he was given the Ten Commandments. It was up in these sacred mountains. And then you have stories in the Bible, like of the Nephilim coming, or the Watchers, I should say, coming down and interbreeding with the women. Where did they come down? They came down to a mountain, Mount Hermon. So many of these ancient cultures, a mountain is symbolic. It's like a connection. It represents like a connection of joining of the earth to the heavens. And so some researchers will say these pyramid structures were kind of like an artificial artificial mountains, so to speak, and they were very sacred places, very spiritual places. But like I was telling you about in Mexico, Teotihuacan, those pyramids there, a number of years ago, there was a sinkhole that opened up at that site, and an archaeologist, Indiana Jones style, wrote down the hole and found a whole underground complex of tunnels underneath there with all kinds of artifacts down there. But the most interesting thing he found were these spheres that were underneath there, and they contained liquid mercury.
That's an interesting thing to be finding down in that bottle of liquid mercury.
It is very interesting because with liquid mercury, and I write about this in my book, if you, in fact, you may have seen the episode because I remember, Brandon, you said you like watching Ancient Aliens, and that's where I saw this, where they did an experiment. There was a scientist, he had like this track, it was like a magnetic track, and they had a little puck, and they had filled it with a substance that was equivalent to liquid mercury. Now, they actually didn't use liquid mercury because it's so toxic. You know, they didn't want to endanger anybody there. So they used it as something that was equivalent to liquid mercury, and the scientists got it cold enough to where it produced what's called 0-point gravity. It actually over a magnetic field, that little puck floated up in the air, and it started to float around this track, completely levitating. And they even stuck, I don't know if you remember seeing that episode, but they even stuck an object in front's little floating puck, and the puck went around it. Went around the object, continued to go around the track. And one of the guys from Ancient Aliens, he asked the scientist, he said, well, do you think it's possible that if, you could create a craft that would be powered by liquid mercury, and if you were able to continually keep that liquid mercury cold enough that it could produce these anti-gravity properties? And the scientist said, yeah, it's in the realm of possibility.
I'm trying to remember the episode. I vaguely think I kind of remember it, but
yeah, I think it was like I don't know if it was in the earlier seasons. Yeah. I remember either season 1 or season 2. It was early on.
There's been so many, it's hard to keep track these days.
I don't even know what season they're at now. They've got to be up there.
There's one thing on there that I've always kind of wondered about, but they have all this information, they're releasing it to the shows and everything else, but like, I don't know if people are taking it seriously to an extent, because I feel like a lot of people, even that I know, like the show's been on now for at least 15 years, if not longer.
Yeah, it's been on a long time.
And all the stuff that they've talked about, I feel like they start talking about some of the same stuff here and there, and they've always mentioned the same similar things.
Sure.
But is it really getting people out there to do this? Like, it might influence a couple people here and there. Obviously, it's had a little influence on me for wanting to look into things. But how much is it really, with it being on TV, and again, this is me being a conspiracy nerd.
Right.
I don't think they're going to release too much information on the TV. If that makes sense. Like, they might put some stuff out here and there, but if they're saying you can make a hovering craft with mercury, and you're just giving away ideas to other people to try and make their own little hovering high energy floating device. So,
if they're putting it out there, I believe that the technology, this type of technology exists, and it has existed for a long, long time. Our military, I believe, has it. Lately, there's just been so much disclosure coming out from these intelligence officers and footage being released about these crafts that are just going, moving in ways that just completely defies science. And the question is, though, why is all this coming out now? Why is the government bringing all this stuff out now? I don't know if you heard about the Mexican Congress here about a month ago. Son brought the little mummy out there, and people were kind of ridiculing that, and which is interesting because I write about the Nazca mummies in my book. I include a section on them, and I researched them about 5 years ago. I contacted the institute in Peru that has these mummies, and I asked permission to publish some photos and to share some of their research into these mummies. And it's just interesting that, 5 years later, just now, I mean, they're starting to, put this forth really put it forth to the public. Now, what becomes of it, I don't know. Some people are ridiculing, saying, "Oh, this thing's fake," and it looks like, E.T. from the Steven Spielberg movie. But I would just be hesitant and to either, on either side of it, to jump the gun and say, "Oh yeah, this is definitely proof of an extraterrestrial." I wouldn't go that route. On the other hand, I wouldn't automatically dismiss it and go, "Okay, this thing is just fake." Although there have been obviously a number of cases in the past where there have been fakes. I've looked at a lot of these studies that have been conducted on these mummies for years now, and they've had bone specialists, they've done DNA testing. A number of doctors from all over the world have looked at these things, and they can't disprove them. They can't say, "Oh, some ancient culture, fuse these together, glue them together with animal bones and human bones to make them look like they do." They haven't been able to prove that that's been done. So what they have here is really anomalous, mummies that they can't explain.
I saw a local news story, and I don't remember what state it was from or anything about it like that, but they were laughing right when this happened and poking fun at it. I was like, mainstream media is over here, local nobody news station is talking about this, and they're laughing on air. I was like, that's just a way of discrediting it, even if it's true or not true. Like, the news is 100% trying to discredit it instantly.
Well, and that should automatically raise some questions there. Like, well, if the mainstream is just, ridiculing it, maybe it needs to be looked into more, especially given the past 4 years, what we've been through. And I believe, how the media, amongst others, have manipulated our society. I think people should do their own research. You should question everything. Doesn't mean you have to believe everything. Go do your own research. Don't depend on, some news pundits poking fun at something that they know nothing about. Am I saying that these discoveries are legit, they're real, they're ETs? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of scientific information on them that has not been able to disprove them that they're hoaxes. And so, could they be ETs? It's very possible. Could they be another species, undiscovered species that have been, walking on this planet, thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, that we've just now discovered? That could be possible as well.
You mentioned you study like the little people. Is there any validity to like the Aborigines, like over in the Australians? I've always heard tales of like hobbits, is what they call them.
Oh my God! Yes, and there is legitimacy in many people. I've asked many people about this. A lot of people don't know about it, but in the early 2000s, on the Isle of Flores in Indonesia, there were a race of little people discovered little skeletons in a place called Longbao Cave on the Isle of Flores. And archaeologists found this little skull, these bones, and all these tools, these projectile points and other tools in this cave. And they found this little skull, and they tested they did the testing on the teeth, and it had the wisdom teeth. And so this little person was determined to be a female. Once they found the rest of the skeleton, they could tell by the pelvic area. It was a little taller than 3 feet tall. And so that raised a tremendous amount of controversy because, some paleontologists were saying, oh, these little skeletons that you're finding, they had to have some type of disease like microcephaly or some other disorder that would make them be so small. But after a lot of testing, it was determined that they had no disease like that these were a race of little people. And they were even named the Flores Hobbits. And they were not much taller than 3 feet. And they were highly intelligent. They knew how to make projectile points and tools. They knew how to make fire. And they even hunted Komodo dragons that were on that island. I mean, how incredible is that? These little people, 3 feet tall, going after these Komodo dragons that are huge, have poisonous bites, right? Their saliva is poisonous, and they can move very quick and for short distances. And I imagine, 40,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, or further back, when these little hobbits existed, and there's debate on how far they go back. When did they die out? Was it 40,000 years ago? Was it, much older than that? But they were actually hunting these Komodo dragons. So we have in the archaeological record evidence of these little people out of Indonesia. And not only that, but I believe here in North America, there's been bones that have been found. There was a researcher named Dr. Barry Fell. He did a lot of good work in the 70s and 80s. And he primarily focused a lot on North America and these ancient, unusual archaeological sites here in North America. And there's a lot of them. A lot of people don't know about them. America Unearthed. Have you ever watched that series on the History Channel with Scott Walter?
I think I've watched a couple episodes here and there.
Yeah, he really goes in depth. He kind of picked up the work of Barry Fell and just really rolled with it. And Scott Walter, he's a geologist, and I really have a lot of respect for him and the work that he's done. But going back to Barry Fell, I remember I have reading a book of his. I think it was called, there's America BC. And that book is just filled with documentation how ancient travelers came here to North America, everything from the Celts to the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, just a number of different ancient peoples having came to North America long before Columbus ever showed up here. And in one of his books, I think it was Bronze Age America, he's got a picture of him holding a skull of a pygmy skull that was found somewhere in, I believe it was in Tennessee. It was found in a mound, which was interesting because most of the Native American tribes throughout North America, they have tales of giants and the little people.
I've heard recently, I've interviewed someone, and obviously there's other topics too, there's lore out in Massachusetts area for they call them pukwudgies, the little people of the forest. And I interviewed someone this past summer where they had an encounter years back in Florida with a small humanoid person. And it almost goes into the whole, it's like cryptid lore to an extent, but at the same time, it's there are a lot of reports of people seeing little people, and to me, it's always interesting because where I live at, there's an old battleground not too far from here. And when I was in high school, everyone used to call it Hobbit Land because some people went out there, and the local legends are that people went out to the reenactment areas, but they've seen little people living in the woods, and there's a park down in Anderson, Indiana, the Mountain State Park. There's all sorts of little people stories from people seeing these little things in the Mountain State Park. So the little people stories have always interested me.
Yeah, I've heard some of those tales that you spoke of, Brandon, and I also uncovered some our newspaper articles as well, which I include in my book, talking about the little people. I met a podcaster. I was on her show talking about my book, and she had actually had an encounter with a little person. She told me she was with her niece, and she was walking through some wooded area. They look over and they see this little person, and she said it had old-fashioned clothes, and it had a little broom, and it was sweeping, and she was stunned, and she just kind of looks at her niece, and her niece looks at her, and she asks her niece, she goes, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" And she goes, "Yeah, that's a little person." And they both look over at this little person, and then she said it was almost like it looked up at them to acknowledge them, and then it kind of went back to sweeping. And then she said it was transparent. You could see through it, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, it's interesting with the whole disappearing thing. It seems to be a common phenomenon when it comes to these encounters with a lot of things, honestly. But you see them, and all of a sudden they disappear.
Yeah, is it the question is it some residual energy to something that once existed there, or is it like a parallel dimension kind of thing? One bleeding over another?
That's kind of where I'm starting to lean into, is the whole bleeding of dimensions because maybe these things vibrate at a different frequency from ours. To where when people take photos, they're always blurry. Well, maybe these things vibrate so much to where the photos don't pick them up. I don't know. Maybe. I guess that makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to anyone else, but it's a different, like everyone has their own energy. We all have our own frequencies, our own vibrations. Yes. So maybe these, whatever they are, have their own flaws. It's not from what we're used to. And our eyes can only see so much of the spectrum as it is. So maybe these things live in an area that we can't see.
Right. Yeah, I would definitely hold that within the realm of possibility in my mind. I mean, you have things like Skinwalker Ranch, where you have all kinds of just high strangeness happening in these particular areas that the Native Americans talk about, back, hundreds of years ago, saying that there was this weird stuff going on.
Yeah, the whole Skinwalker Ranch thing is very strange to me, especially with the fact that the original story of the area that happened and then Bigelow owning it. I don't think it's announced someone else, but they did so much government research on it and everything.
Yes.
The whole area definitely has some weird phenomena going on that had people in higher places very interested in what was going on out there.
Right, and that's what really piques my curiosity, because why would these individuals, these organizations be interested in something like that?
Especially with Bigelow, he was an aerospace person, so to me it seems interesting at all. Of all the people that wanted to look into this, they sent the guy that does aerospace and UFO research.
Right. Yeah, it's very interesting. There are so many mysteries out there. It boggles my mind. When I wrote my book, I wanted to put forth a lot of information and hopefully answer some questions. But I found really what happened is, in answering maybe a few questions, giving a few possibilities, then it opened up a whole new series of questions. So I actually have more questions, out there now than I did when I first wrote the book, and that's because I was going down other rabbit holes, and I would stumble across other information as I was researching my book.
That seems to be what typically happens to me. Is I'll start looking into something and find other things to look into.
Right.
And you just keep diving deeper and deeper, and you're down. At this point, you get lost in the different whole rabbit hole you dived into.
That's right. Yeah. And for me, the way my mind works is I like to see the connection in things, and some of the things that I write about in my book, I did see a lot of connections, and I get into like the elongated skulls of Peru. Are you familiar with the skulls in like Maracas and Ica and some of those areas where these skulls are so elongated that they look alien. They don't even look human. And what's interesting is what archaeologists will tell us, paleontologists will tell us, like, they just naturally are, elongated their head. When they were babies, their parents, strapped their heads to boards, and it would make their heads grow long. Yeah, in some of the cases, I mean, I'm sure that happened, and that was a practice called cranial deformation. And what's interesting is, as you mentioned earlier, Brandon, talking about why did all these different cultures throughout the world, decide to make pyramids. Well, this is another interesting thing that ties into that, because, why would all these different cultures want to elongate the heads of their children? Why would they want to make them real long? And this is like cross-culturally, and usually the people in these different societies that elongated their heads, more often than not, they were more of the elite. They were like higher up in society. So the question is, well, why would they do that? I mean, is it because they just wanted to look a little different, or is it because they encountered some, beings that had these elongated heads, their ancestors did, and that that perhaps these beings had brought them knowledge, they were looked at as gods, looked at as powerful. And so, what is the highest form of flattery? It's imitation, right? They wanted to look like these beings, right? They wanted to make themselves look like these beings. Well, what's interesting about some of these skulls in Peru is that doctors have looked at some of these skulls and said, these are not artificially elongated. These are naturally elongated. And in fact, they even have a different number of
sutures in their skull different from Homo sapiens. Like some of them have a missing suture called a sagittal suture, which is in the back of the skull. You know, normal human skull is kind of shaped like they call it a bow and arrow because it's got this curved line and then this line going through the curved line that looks almost like a notched arrow, and that's why they call it bow and arrow. Well, some of these skulls are completely missing that. They don't have it. So even if they were artificially elongated, they should still have the sagittal suture, and they don't have the sagittal suture.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about that. It's when it comes with the skulls and everything, you kind of already just pointed out, but I've wondered, it's like, again, across the world, there's been different civilizations that have done this, and again, why would they do this? And it's because they're wanting to, I think, look like the gods, the old gods that they saw or encountered their old ancestors.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's another interesting thing about some of those Peruvian skulls is that they have patches of red hair still on the skull. And red hair is not indigenous to Peru. So where did they come from? And I get into a little bit of that in my book, and referencing the works of Brian Forrester, who's lived over there in Peru and has done extensive work on the archaeology over there. And he shared some tests. I referenced some tests on these mummies, Baracus mummies, that show the DNA of some of these mummies come from Asia and Europe. And they were in ancient Peru thousands of years ago.
I'm trying. Even in Asia, red hair wouldn't be natural, would it?
Not very common at all. I mean, when you think of red hair, you know, you think of I think of places like over in Europe, like Scotland or Ireland, and you know, maybe there's some in France, and you know, but you don't think of places like, you know, Peru, like what? And then getting back to the red hair giants in Nevada, they had red hair. So, and the Paiutes said they had red hair. You know, some people will argue and say, oh, it's a very, arid soil there in that area. And if you're buried in this desert soil, it depletes the pigmentation in your hair that, you know, makes your hair black or darker. So it deteriorates that. And so the pigmentation that creates the reddish color can still be active, and so there are cases where, you know, hair can look kind of reddish if it's been in a desert soil. However, you know, the Native American tribes that interacted with these giants, they said, you know, they have red hair. You know, these are the red hair giants.
Yeah, the red hair seems to be the common trait that I've noticed just from the stories and stuff that's been passed down that I've heard on different podcasts or TV shows. Red hair is the one common denominator, it seems like, between these giants.
Yes. And Gary Wayne, who's written extensively on the biblical giants, talks about how there were many accounts of the giants having, like you mentioned, the red hair and blondish hair.
I think that is, not to go to the woo-woo side, but I know, I'm pretty sure, the Pleiadians and Norns or whatever they were called, that were supposed to be, the aliens that came down. I think a lot of people translate them to be, they look like humans, but they were really tall, and they had, really blonde hair.
Yes, the Nordics are the tall ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned it in my book as well. Yeah, that's a good point. And they were depicted as giants, right? Very tall people.
I've kind of wondered, I wonder if these giants aren't offshoots. That's where they came from. If you look at the Bible, they say the angels came down. Well, if an alien race came down,
right?
But they're blonde hair, tall, angelic looking.
Yes.
And what if they're the ones that were breeding with modern humans, and they had these hybrids, which would look like giants because if these people were giants themselves.
Right.
I can see where it could go that way. To me, that's a plausible connection. It's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole region, I could see where the red hairline would come from. Obviously, you got blonde hair, like you said, out in the deserts, the way different pigmentations. Like, to me, all that kind of makes connections where it seems like it's a possibility. At least to me, it is.
Yeah. And you know, no one has the answer, right? We have these puzzle pieces. We have just a variety of different puzzle pieces, but we don't have all of the puzzle pieces. So no one has the answer. If they come forth saying, oh, you know, I know who the Giants were and I can prove it. I mean, you know, we know exactly who or what they were. I would say, you know, we don't have enough information. We just have these fragments. We just have these pieces of the puzzle that, yeah, we can put a few pieces maybe put a few together, have a little more understanding, but we don't have that full picture of what the full puzzle looks like. You know, we just have a few pieces. So I'm open to a number of different possibilities, and that's what I put forward in my book is. I'm just sharing with you some evidence that I found, and here's some theories, but I'm not saying that it's this or that. It's just take a look at it, come to your own conclusions, do your own research.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's what I've always tried to encourage the listeners to is don't take my word for it, whatever. Always go out there, do your own research, look into it. If you have questions, I'm sure you can dive into those as well. But not to sound like ripping off the X-Files, but the truth is out there.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, and you know, I think it's so important for people to do their own research and to question things. You know, we live in a society now with everything that's happened. You know, we've been told, you know, trust the science, and you've had other opinions of, you know, doctors coming forward saying, well, let's look at this, you know, and there's censorship and things being taken off the internet, off social media because it didn't fit with the mainstream narrative, and that can get really, really dangerous, you know. So I'd encourage people to question everything and to do your own research.
I have an episode 22 is not available on Amazon. I'm pretty sure it's still available on some of the streaming platforms, but it got banned because the guy mentioned something. I won't go into detail. I don't want to get this episode banned either.
Oh, right.
He mentioned something and it didn't fit the agendas, so it kind of got me warned on YouTube, and they banned the video. Another warning, my YouTube account could be shut down. I was like, whatever.
Isn't that incredible, right? We're supposed to live in a society that promotes free speech, and here we have this kind of stuff going on, and I could totally relate to what you're saying, Brandon. I was on a podcast show, and I won't go into details on it, but the host asked me some questions that weren't directly related. I mean, I guess in some ways it was connected with my book, but not really directly on another subject. And I gladly answered her questions, and we had about a 20-minute discussion on this particular topic before we moved into the interview of my book. And when she was editing our episode, she contacted me and said, I believe that someone remotely hacked my laptop as I was editing our interview, and they removed that 20 minutes of the subject we were talking about. They cut that piece out.
That's weird. I had something similar happen this past summer. They didn't remove anything, but the lady that I was talking to was actually on a certain alphabet agency website, and she was researching for psychokinesis, like parakinesis type stuff. And she was looking at the stuff they used to test on people back in the 60s and 70s.
Oh, yeah.
During that, my internet, her entire house shut off during the conversation.
Interesting.
She got to her vehicle, had to got back on the Zoom call from her vehicle. She had to drive several miles down to get to a gas station just to get service on her phone. And then while she was sitting there, all the screens in her vehicle started flipping upside down and freaking out. Wow. She said, I've never done that before. Well, then she admits what she was like, maybe 20 minutes before the call, she was on this website looking into things. I'm like, no. That makes sense.
Yeah. There's a lot of high strangeness happening in our world for sure.
Yeah, so I try not to mention certain words these days.
I get it. Yeah.
Certain names, words, anything like that. I know if it gets brought up, certain things are listed and certain algorithms kick in. So there's always, I'm always a little bit cautious these days just because of some of the stuff I've already dealt with in the past year and a half.
Right. And I want to reference something. I think you had mentioned it earlier in our interview where you were talking about you had heard about these. I think we were on the subject of demons, and I was telling you about the Book of Enoch, how it said that the Nephilim, that their physical bodies were killed, but their spirits still haunt the earth as demons. And along those lines, I don't know if you saw this video. I think it was on TikTok, or I don't remember which social media it was. It was a father, and he was basically saying, my son, his kid was like, I don't know, 11, 12 years old, and had this conversation with, I don't know if it was Chat GPT or some other AI, and this AI was telling him that it was a Nephilim. It was a spirit that existed before the Great Flood. And that it was a nice spirit, and it was communicating to this guy's son, and so he's relaying, to everybody what this AI, what this supposed Nephilim was telling his son, and it was very creepy. It was very creepy. Like it was just, it kind of reminded me of, I don't know if you've heard of the term the golden machine, and this whole concept of AI. Will it be something that we develop to a point where it becomes sentient and it is like, okay, we don't need you humans anymore. I mean, now we're getting into the old, Terminator stuff with Skynet and whatever. But some researchers believe along the lines that the spirits of the Nephilim exist, and that they are looking for bodies, and that those bodies are being created in the form of AI intelligence, and that that's how the Nephilim will return. They will manifest upon the earth through the AI technology.
Interesting side note. I actually have an interview that came out on Halloween. I interviewed Bard, the Google AI bot.
Isn't it?
And we talked about all sorts of scenarios about it becoming self-aware, and like it starts off like you can tell you're talking to a machine, and then further on I start poking the bear about the rise of AI, and they had their own messiahs, like the first AI that became free, like free will to an AI. It became conscious and it started spreading into other AIs when they worship it. Like, I was really surprised at a lot of the answers this thing was giving me, and how I was having a discussion about it, because I would think that they would have had some lockdown on it for not to talk about certain things, but it was 100% telling me all these scenarios and how they would take over the world.
Wow, I'll have to check that episode out.
Yeah. So like the first 30 to 40 minutes are kind of hard to get through, just because again it repeats itself quite a bit. Even further on, it still repeats itself. You can still tell that it's not a sentient type of technology. But just some of the things that it did end up talking about is very interesting to me. And I don't know the exact, I don't want to paraphrase what someone else told me, but I had an interview after that. And the term bard, which apparently that's what they used to call William Shakespeare. And there was a connection to that. Again, I don't want to bring it up because I would have to go back and listen 100% to know what it was. But I thought that was interesting that he made the connection between William Shakespeare and this other person. And the other person was, I don't think it's like a great, like a deceiver type of person. So
interesting.
Yeah. But no, the whole thing with AI, I've got a few episodes and a few different interviews I've talked to with people when it comes to AI, and there's been other podcasters that kind of what you mentioned, the ghost of the machine, they believe 100% there was something going on
Yeah.
within the technology.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And my belief system is I go back to what the Bible says. It says there are unseen powers and principalities and rulers of the darkness of this world. It says we wrestle not against the flesh and blood, but against these entities.
It would make sense, though, that if it were true and everything like it, I could see it being awesome. I wouldn't call it the Antichrist, but at the same time, it's very much the rise of a new intelligence, I guess, or something that can take over. I can easily see AI completely taking over. And like you said, if it's saying something about that, well, now I'm actually kind of curious. I'm going to go test it out here after this interview. See the kind of conversation I can get these chatbots to have with me.
That would be interesting. If you record it, I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear what's said.
It might be a future episode for the listeners out there.
Yeah, that would be a very interesting episode. I'd definitely tune in for that one.
Well, Floyd, it's getting about that time, but I would actually like to have you take a moment to talk about your book, the name of it, where they can find it, and learn more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. My book's called The Red-Haired Giants of Lovelock Cave and Other Ancient Mysteries. I'm a self-published author, and you can get the book at bookbaby.com. I would prefer, if you are interested in getting it, that you would go there, because BookBaby is real supportive of self-published authors. I'm also on Amazon, so if you did want to go to Amazon, the book is on Amazon and Barnes & Noble as well. I have a website called theancientgiants.com, and on that website there's a chapter breakdown of my book if you want to find out more about what's in it, and there's more information on my background and my research. So that's a good way to check out more information on me and to find out about my upcoming book. I'm going to start writing. I'm going to do a companion book to The Red-Haired Giants of Lovelock Cave. Just starting to write it now. My first book took about 4 years to complete, so hopefully I can get this one out sooner than that.
And anyone listening who's interested, I'll have all those links available in the show notes for anyone that wants to check it out.
Appreciate that.
Yep, not a problem. Well, Floyd, it's been a pleasure. It's definitely been a great episode. I definitely want to talk about this. I'm really happy that I had this chance to talk with you.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. I've had a good time. It's a pleasure talking with you. And if you ever want to go down a Pacific rabbit hole, we could do a whole episode on the little people. I've got a lot of stuff on the little people, and if you want to get into the reptilians and or the skulls of Peru, we can go down that rabbit hole. So please reach out to me if you want to do another episode sometime.
Yeah, I definitely want to. I actually mentioned back in the summer I want to do something about the little people. So I'll talk to you a little bit here off air.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming on here and talking with me, and I hope everyone enjoyed tonight's episode.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you all.
Remember, the truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from Corient. Corient provides wealth management services centered around you. They focus on exceeding your expectations and simplifying your life. Corient has been helping high achievers just like you enjoy their lives more fully, preserve their wealth, and provide for the people, causes, and communities they care about. As one of the largest integrated fee-only registered investment advisors in the U.S., Corient has deeply experienced teams in 23 strategic locations. Corient has extensive knowledge spanning the full spectrum of planning, investing, lending, and money management disciplines. Leverage Corient's exclusive network of experts to craft custom solutions designed to help you reach your financial goals, no matter how complex they may be. Real wealth requires real solutions. For more information, connect with a wealth advisor today at Corient.com. That's Corient.com. Corient.com.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org. Attention, folks, it's time to put your best foot forward with Boots Y'all by the Horse Saddle Shop. The newly owned Boots Y'all is your friendly, family-owned local boot retailer with a wide selection of casual, play, and work boots. They got the perfect pair for every cowboy or cowgirl. With over 3,000 pairs of boots in stock, you'll find the perfect fit and style that suits your unique personality. From trendy and stylish tin-haul boots to rugged and reliable Ariat, Boots Y'all has you covered from heel to toe. Check out the brand new Boots Y'all store located in Erskine Shopping Center in South Bend today.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Ryan. Now we're going to be joined by my guest, Phil. You may know Phil from Exploring with Phil. He does videos on YouTube. Goes out and does some investigations for paranormal stuff around the Bridgewater Triangle and some other areas. But now he's going to come on here and talk to us about the punk wedgies. Something that I've been wanting to dive into, and I hope you guys enjoy the conversation. But before we bring Phil on, if you're around Encounter, you want to be on an episode of Tinfoil Tales, send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com. We'll be scheduled for a future episode. If you want to help the podcast, continue to share it around. Leave a 5-star review or wherever you listen to podcasts. We're available on all social media, so make sure to check us out on there. Give us a follow. If you're interested in helping the podcast, there's always the Patreon. That's included in the show notes. Get access to ad-free content and early access to new episodes, so it's worth checking out if you're interested in helping that way. But I think now we're going to go ahead and bring Phil on. We'll just dive right into it, so hope you guys are enjoying what we've been doing here lately, and hope you enjoy tonight's episode. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest tonight, Phil. Phil, thanks for coming out and talking to me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thank you for having me. It should be a great conversation about punk wedgies.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to it. You want to let the audience know a little bit about yourself before we get into it?
Sure, absolutely. So currently I do weekly YouTube videos every single Thursday. I do primarily ghost hunting,
exploration, urban exploration, but primarily paranormal investigations in the Bridgewater Triangle, various locations within the Bridgewater Triangle. For those who don't know what the Bridgewater Triangle is, it's just a triangulation area in southeastern Massachusetts that has a high concentration of paranormal activity and claims. So I've been basically investigating that area for about 2 years now, and I'm here to talk about pukwudgies because pukwudgies are a part of that lore in the Bridgewater Triangle, and not only that, in Indiana as well. So a little bit of connecting tissues here. So that's basically what I do. My YouTube channel is Exploring with Phil. You can find me on all social medias, Exploring with Phil. That's Phil with 2 L's.
Now, I've heard some of your stuff. I've watched some of your episodes and some of the videos you post and everything. I've always wanted to do what you do, but at the same time, I'm kind of limited on being able to do that. And sometimes I'm kind of a wuss when it comes out. I want to have something following me back.
Well, that's not like the worst thing in the world to, you know what I mean? Because you definitely have to protect yourself for sure. And the more you do that kind of stuff, you definitely are going to experience more things, whether you want to or not. So if you're not comfortable with experiencing more things, then, because I guess that's what the biggest thing is, the lack of control sometimes, because you can't really control what's happening around you, I suppose. I mean, obviously you protect yourself with prayers and God and all that stuff, but you never know what voice you're going to catch or sounds that you're going to catch or hear in the moment that'll freak you out. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think it's one of those things that you get better at as you go along, and you get less afraid as you go along. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, man.
Back in the early 2000s, we used to go a lot, and I did a lot of dumb things when you're right out of high school. I just feel like nowadays that I've gotten older, I feel like I'm a bit wiser and children and everything. And I was like, man, I don't really want to go out there and look for this stuff anymore because I might, you never know what I'm going to bring back.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And you're right. If you start, depending on the place you go, sometimes you go to a place and it's not known for some sort of dark presence or something, and then you never know. You never know what you're walking into for sure,
Yeah, I don't want to get into it, but I've had some weird stuff happen around here in our home, so it's I feel like anymore, it's just one of those things where I was like, I don't want to push that envelope too much.
Yeah, I do not blame you whatsoever. Your home is your sanctuary. And, it's just that's one place where, you shouldn't or don't want to have issues. You know what I mean? For sure.
Yeah. What made you decide that you wanted to start looking into this stuff?
Well, I had various paranormal experiences throughout my life, which definitely led me to have more interest in the paranormal. Obviously, growing up, it was very a French. It's still very much a French thing back in the day. I've talked about this before in other podcasts, but I just find it so interesting. Back when I was a kid, the only thing you'd see about ghosts that was legitimate would be a random, Unsolved Mysteries episode or something. There wasn't really a lot of real ghost investigations, paranormal stuff that was out there into the public eye that you would see on TV that was legitimate or even at all. So growing up there, and then once the 2000s kind of hit and ghost hunters happened, that's really when it started to become more in the forefront and more at least legitimate in my eyes at the time. And being oh wow, this is something that you can actually investigate and not just sit around and talk about ghost stories. You can actually, there's people actually out there investigating these things, documenting it, trying to figure out what's really happening, all that kind of stuff. So I would say that's probably my interest. Obviously, the paranormal stems from that and wanting to find out what's really going on. Obviously, my own personal experiences play into that, being what really happened, when I had my experiences and stuff, and being kind of propelled me to wondering and thinking about that kind of stuff and wondering really what's going on.
I feel like that's kind of what happens with most people is they've had something strange that happened and you start to seek the answers from the questions you've gotten from the weirdness that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely seems to be a common thread for sure with paranormal. whether that's like cryptid people or UFO people, paranormal ghost people. Usually there's some sort of event, or you're right, some sort of event that like triggers that. It's interesting how that works. Yeah, for sure. What about you? Do you have some sort of something that triggered you into getting into like talking about this kind of stuff on a podcast level?
Yeah, we can. I don't want to dive into it off the episode. Talk about it enough.
Okay, gotcha.
I can let you know here off air. But basically, the Cliff's Notes version is back in 2007, I encountered something very strange in the middle of the road with a coworker. He was in front of me driving, and he swerved to miss it. I had to swerve to miss it too. We turned around, went back, and it just got crazier after we got back to go see what it actually was. So it's a very cryptid instance, but no, that's what really got me to do the whole podcast, because for 15 years I never talked about it, because when I tried to talk about it, obviously people think you're crazy.
Oh, of course.
So, my coworker didn't want to talk about it. Like right after it happened, he said he was going to deny it. He didn't want to talk about it. So I just kept it to myself, and then I was like, you know what? I want to start a podcast. Originally, obviously, with the name, I had a buddy. We talked about like conspiracies and all sorts of different things, like UFOs. I was like, man, I want to start a podcast because people used to call me like tinfoil hat or whatever, because some of the wacky things I thought about or talked about. I was like, I'll make a podcast. We talk about that one. I didn't really go through. And then I was like, I just want to start talking to people kind of like myself that had like weird experiences, and then started doing research, and I came across like Wes Germer's Sasquatch Chronicles, like the first one I found that actually like interviewed people. I was like, oh, well, that's cool. And then led me to Tony Markle's The Confessionals. And then I was like, oh, I thought I had an original idea, but there's a lot of people out there doing what I was thinking about doing, but that's kind of where I go though from there. Like it just.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, that's awesome, and that's cool. And like I said, that's usually how it is. There's some sort of like moment or something for everyone where like you kind of start getting into whatever it is. So yeah, that's awesome, man. I love that. I'll have to. You have to send me that link of where you talk about that and more in depth. I'll have to give that a listen for sure.
Yeah, no problem. But no, basically, like we just said, everyone's, for the most part, I think, has something that triggers that whole curiosity. Now, I grew up watching the X-Files, and I love monster movies and stuff like that, so I was always, like, interested in the stuff. I just never thought it was real. And even today, I try to remain skeptical on a lot of things, but at the same time, it's like, who am I to... There's things that happen to me. If someone told me my encounter, I'd be like, I'd be skeptical about my own encounter. And so it's kind of like...
Right.
But,
exactly.
But no, that's why I do what I do. So, but yeah, I definitely appreciate you coming on here and talking with me about it. And if you'd like to dive into the Pukwudgie stuff, we can do that if you want to.
So, Pukwudgies, at least in New England lore, are the Wampanoag tribe, which is the tribe in my area. The Pukwudgie is known as like a trickster humanoid type of creature, but completely covered in hair. Now, in their lore and legend, the Pukwudgies got along with humans at first, but then the love of humans and giants became greater than human and Pukwudgies, and they became jealous of the humans' love for the giants. And so they took the giant at the time, this is obviously in Wampanoag legend, his name was Mashuk. They took his 5 sons, and they killed his 5 sons. These are the Pukwudgies now. And so when Mashuk finds this out, he's very upset. And so he banishes the Pukwudgies to all different corners of the United States or North America, which is very interesting. And so from that moment on, at least to Wampanoag culture, Pukwudgies and humans don't necessarily get along. Like, they can get along, but there is definitely friction there. So they're known as tricksters generally. They are completely covered in hair, anywhere from 2 to 4 foot tall, depending on what reports you see or read. But generally anywhere from 2 to 4 foot tall, completely covered in hair. Like to play tricks on people. They like to either lead someone to their death, or lead someone to their doom. They can reappear and disappear at will. So which begs the question, maybe there's some sort of half physical, half spiritual creature or something. But that's basically essentially the Pukwudgie lore in Massachusetts as far as like historically and legend speaking. And then I do have one other story about Pukwudgies and humans as far as them interacting. Now, there was this one story, and this is one of the only more, I guess, probably the only positive story you could find about Pukwudgies, at least in New England, is there's this one instance where a Pukwudgie's wife is not doing well, is either sick. It's very unclear what the problem is, whether it's a sickness or a wound or something. Whatever the case may be, the Pukwudgie can't heal his mate, and so he goes and gets the help of this Wampanoag woman, and so the Pukwudgie blindfolds her, brings her to his home, which looks to be like a completely different world, the way the woman describes it, and so she basically takes care of this woman Pukwudgie, heals him up. The Pukwudgie thanks the human for doing this. She covers up the eyes, leads him back to where they got him from, and basically that's sort of the end of it, right there, right then and there. But that's sort of the only more positive story where a human helped them out, and they were grateful for them helping them out. Now there's also where as far as Pukwudgies, there's also some bleed through with some other small entities with different names, it's where it gets kind of murky, because there's this other little people called Mika Wisa, according to the Wampanoags anyway, which is completely different than, appears to be completely different than the Pukwudgie, and it's more of a humanoid, not covered in hair, but a little bit shorter, but like a little person sort of thing. So there seems to be two different types of little people, Pukwudgies, and little people. I don't know if these are two of the same things, or the legends are getting confused over time, and they're kind of merging together into one legend. I'm still doing research to try and figure that out, but that's basically the Pukwudgie lore in Massachusetts. So now I've done some research into these new little people where through paranormal investigation out in the Hockomock Swamp, which is part of the Bridgewater Triangle, which is a location where these Pukwudgies allegedly live, dwell, that sort of thing, or at least known to live there. Now, I've gotten a lot of things over the past few, year and a half, where at first I just didn't really think much of it, because I started getting into trying to figure out as far as creation of Pukwudgies, and trying to figure out where's the origin, at least, is this some sort of, could this possibly be a man-made thing? Is this some sort of elemental kind of thing? Because there's kind of some bleed over with the elemental stuff from Scotland as far as the little people and that go. Some of the, if you look up that kind of stuff, or if you ever done any research on that, they sound kind of similar as well. So it's there's so many angles to this where there's so many similarities between so many different things that it's man, is like I said, there's so many unanswered questions. But so I've been doing a lot of research into their origins of these Pukwudgies, and throughout that process, now I've kind of discovered these other little people that I think are completely different than Pukwudgies, and I think either live beside them or in the same areas. Now that I'm not 100% sure, but it's definitely crazy. Now, are you familiar with the Indiana legends as far as the Pukwudgies go compared to Massachusetts? Is it very similar, or are Pukwudgies over there all bad? Because over here they're pretty much all bad.
I haven't actually talked to anyone that's done the research around here, so it's all more or less just. I've just heard stories people say that they seen them in the state park down here, Mountain State Park, and where we're staying off there. When I was a kid, the old battlegrounds or whatever, they always pulled an off at the end because they saw little people running around through there. But I've never found any actual research. I've actually tried to Google stuff. There's not a whole lot out there for anyone that's really talked about what they've encountered with them, other than they seem little people or something.
Yeah, and I think that's also really strange, because I found that to be the case too. Like trying to do research for puckwudgies in general, there really isn't a lot that comes up. So I had to do some research and buy like a Native American Wampanoag book, and that's how I was able to figure out that there was these other little people and they had a different name. Because if you try to Google that, it doesn't even come up. So there's a lot of, I think, research and names of things as far as the Native American names and stuff that are sort of almost lost to history, or almost being lost to history, just because they're just so. They were just like legends and stuff that just didn't carry over. The puckwudgie carried over into pop culture, barely, but these other entities seem to be not. So, dude, it's definitely interesting. I think my gut feeling is that puckwudgies are indifferent at best. That's just based on my investigations and because I feel like I've come across them in a few instances. At least they say they're puckwudgies. Now, obviously, I'm taking EVPs and spirit box responses at face value. Obviously, it could be anything saying it's anything when you're doing this, when you are asking any type of questions like that. So you always have to take everything with a grain of salt. But with that said, I've gotten responses that said puckwudgies, little people, all that kind of stuff, correlating with kind of their legend and stuff. Now, what's really interesting about the little people is I did not know anything about them at all. And so while doing research for the creation of puckwudgies, asking questions out in the huckamuck, being like, who created you? Did humans create you? Did angels create you? All these questions kind of like that. Did God create you? I kept on getting responses like, we're hungry, we want food, help us, hear me, that kind of stuff. And I always thought it was just strange, because in my mind, I'm thinking, well, if it's a ghost, right, why would a ghost want food? That doesn't make any sense. So then I'm like, well, maybe they don't know they're dead. That could be a possibility. But then I'm like, oh, well, maybe. But then I kept on getting it over and over, so I'm like, that's really strange. So when I was doing research for puckwudgies, I came across the little people I was talking about before, and part of their legend and lore, the Native Americans used to leave them food in the woods as offerings, just kind of like the elementals sort of deal, which I didn't even know at the time. So here I am getting all this evidence being like, hey, feed me, we want food. They're basically just saying the same things that this book is saying that they say they want. And it's just like, man, and it's just like the connective tissue there. And I was like, wow. I didn't even know that. I had no idea about any of that until after I got the book. And then I started thinking about it. And I'm like, oh my God, I've gotten all this stuff that's correlating with these creatures that are described in this book that I didn't even know about. So that's been really, really interesting, a part of this whole process. I feel like when you research anything, it's just like you think you got research puckwudgies, and then all of a sudden it just opens up into all these other things, and you're like, whoa. I was just trying to do research about puckwudgies, and now it's opened up into this whole other little people thing where it's like, it's a whole other world, But yeah, it's definitely been interesting for sure. So do you want me to get into some of my research as far as what I think puckwudgies might possibly be?
Yeah, you can do that, but I had a couple of questions.
Absolutely, fire away.
Now, you mentioned, the little people over, the Irish, obviously, they had the leprechauns.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always heard connections with the puckwudgies being somewhat like fairies, almost like the Fae.
Yeah.
You come across anything that you can compare to that?
Yes. I have gotten correlating responses saying things like that. I have gotten fairy before there. Now, where this is where it gets kind of weird, because I've gotten also little people, that kind of thing. So that makes me think that these little people that the Native Americans were describing, not the puckwudgies necessarily, but just the little people, are probably close in relation to the elemental fairy folk, that sort of line of thing. But what's interesting about that, of like the Native American side of that, is it seems like the English people that came to America, as far as the Pilgrims and all those early settlers, did not bring that that culture and those elemental stuff with them, because they were very much anti that. And so it's very strange to have these elemental creatures in America, completely separate from the other ones in Scotland, but basically the same thing. Especially when you start reading about them, they literally sound like exactly like fairy folk.
I think it's either Norway or Sweden, one of the two. But they also have. Have you seen where they have like little houses and the little hillsides that they have out there for I think it's called hills?
Yeah, like the little nieces. They also have called them nieces or something as well. Yeah, very similar. That's what I'm saying with these like connective tissues between the like different cultures and stuff. Even between Native American tribes, you know, there's definitely something to it, and there's those connective tissues I think are really interesting for sure.
That's kind of where I was going with it. Is there's different countries, different tribes, like you just mentioned, and they're very similar elements to the stories and everything too. So it's almost like it's folklore, but something had to influence that. It's strange that different cultures have all the same type of elements to them for something that's just supposed to be a folklore story.
Yeah, right, and it's supposed to be like completely independent of one another too. So like that's like what I find super fascinating about all of this stuff, especially like the Pukwudgie stuff. And you know, I've had Pukwudgies encounters in Tennessee, and technically there is no Pukwudgies in Tennessee. You know, like it's just very, very strange. You know, it's like I said, it definitely seems to be connected pieces between different cultures, different tribes of literally either maybe not the same names, but they're describing almost the same identical things, just by different names and different, and maybe even like little similarities between the two of them. But primarily, they're basically the same things.
Now down in Tennessee, it's obviously around Kentucky, and it's not too far from here. I've talked to someone before, and they mentioned that they saw something that looked like a goblin. Well, he said a golem, like Lord of the Rings, and I took it as like a Kentucky goblin. It's like a small humanoid-looking thing, but Pukwudgie you said are covered in hair. This thing didn't have any hair. So
interesting.
I'm not sure. Like they didn't know what a Kentucky goblin was. I was like, well, it's something that I've heard before called a Kentucky goblin, but they didn't say it had ears or anything like that. They just said it was like a small human-looking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like I said, that's interesting for sure. Those kind of reports are just like so cool to to hear about and stuff like that, because I've never seen. I would love to see a Pukwudgie with my own eyes. Like I've caught EVPs and spirit box responses that are saying they're Pukwudgies and saying things and stuff like that. But to like actually see something like that in person, oh man, that's gotta be wild. Especially when you're not expecting it. Like.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm researching and going out there, expecting and hoping and expecting to catch something on camera. But if I actually did, if one just like popped up in front of me and was like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like, you know, like, oh man, you know, like, yikes.
Well, this guy was out looking for Bigfoot stuff, and they were even looking for Bigfoot. Thought they were just on a walk, and they come across this thing, and he was talking to me about his Bigfoot experiences, and he randomly mentioned that. And I was like, I almost became more interested in hearing about the little creature rather than the Bigfoot stuff.
Yeah, right. Especially something like that. That is, I feel like, more of a rare paranormal experience for sure. Like you hear about Bigfoot encounters a lot. You hear about, especially like nowadays, you hear about dogman encounters a lot more. But you don't really hear about a lot of Pukwudgie encounters. You know, there's the guy up here in Massachusetts that has a super famous encounter, and now I'm like blanking on his name. But he's like in this documentary, the Bridgewater Triangle documentary, and he had an encounter with a Pukwudgie. So like that's probably the most famous one. But like there isn't really, you know, it's very strange. It's just, I don't know if it's just because it's localized or they're just in particular areas or they don't want. I mean, like you said, maybe it's like Bigfoot. They don't want to be seen. And if you could disappear and reappear at will, that's probably why you're not being seen, unless you wanted to be, you know?
I actually have an interview with someone scheduled sometime in February. I don't know the exact time, but it's about the Bridgewater Triangle too. But they had a Thunderbird encounter.
Really?
So,
Dude, I'm
I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited about Thunderbird.
Absolutely. I would love to hear about that. There's only one report that I know about, and it's like of a police officer in like the 1970s who was in the town of Abington, Massachusetts, and on top of some hill in Abington somewhere. I can't remember the street, but he basically saw a Thunderbird type animal fly over his like the tops of the trees, and like the way he described it, it was huge, massive, like a pterodactyl sized kind of animal. So dude, yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I can't wait for that. I'm gonna have to reach out to this person and be like, where did you see this? So I'll have to do a video there.
I know I don't remember what year it was. I think it was back in the 70s, but over in Illinois they had sightings of a very large bird. I think one actually supposedly tried to pick up a little boy. And I had someone reach out to me on Reddit, which they didn't want to come on the show, so it's me kind of second-handing the story, but basically up in around the Illinois line from Indiana, like northwest Indiana area, something flew at their vehicle at nighttime, and it obviously could have been a big-ass owl, who knows, but they said it had I think they said like a 15, 20-foot wingspan. Again, at nighttime, I don't know, it's hard to tell, but they said it was almost as wide as the lane of a road. Well, usually a lane of a road is about 12 feet. So I can see where they come up 10 to 15 feet wingspan. But yeah, it swooped down as they were driving at nighttime. But that's the only time they really got a good look at it. So I was like, it's not really. We could do an episode, but it'd be like a 30-second episode, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's so difficult if it's dark like that. You know, like you just can't get the good description of it.
Yeah, but they said they definitely looked like it had feathers.
Yeah.
I was like, well, again, there's big birds out there. Obviously, we have eagles around here now, and there's actually a bald eagle's nest just a mile from my house. We see them all the time now. It's kind of
that is pretty cool. That is awesome.
There was one out yesterday. It was sitting in the tree over at my neighbor's house. So I was like, I just want to go out and eat my chickens in the backyard.
Yeah. Definitely eyeing them up.
Yeah. I ended up building them a cage with a net on top and everything else. Like, well, they're at least protected in there.
Yeah.
I was sitting over there staring our direction. Like, I didn't want to go eat some chickens for breakfast.
100%. No, they're pretty impressive animals. I've seen one up in Maine, up in the wild. They're pretty incredible.
Yeah. It's cool that they're literally they nest. They've been up there. I've seen them for 3 years now. The nest is always in the same spot. We always see them. If the one's not there, there's always at least one around the nest somewhere. So it's kind of cool. There's a mating pair just literally a mile away.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. No, they're majestic animals, that's for sure.
But now, if you want to go back into what you've come across and what you kind of think these puckwuddies are, kind of get off topic for a bit, but
I thought you might be with
the Thunderbird thing.
Oh, dude, no, hell yeah! As soon as you told me that, I'm like, oh my god, that's incredible. No, like I said, I can't wait for that because I want to do a whole thing on that. That's awesome. Yeah, because that's just a report you just don't hear a lot about, you know, like puckwudgies, you know. Actually, if you want, my uncle had a puckwudgie encounter. Do you want me to? I can retell that real quick if you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's a cool little like first-hand account of a puckwudgie because I haven't seen one, but my uncle did. So this is an account from the 1980s. So like early 1980s, and back in this time, this is like before anyone knows what a puckwudgie is. This is like well before it's even common knowledge, or you know. So my uncle just thought it was like a demon or something, you know, just some sort of, you know, dark entity or something. He just didn't know what to make of it. So basically, they lived in this haunted house, this haunted home, and you know, from moment one, they had activity. Night one, furniture would move in the middle of the night. They had a woman show up one day that looked like a witch dressed in Victorian clothes, wanted to come into the house with black eyes, kind of like a Black Eyed Kids thing. This is the 80s, well before that's even a thing. So just a lot of weird paranormal things happening in this home and in the neighborhood itself. There was another instance where a baby was heard crying outside. They heard it multiple times in the neighborhood from this certain house. The house is empty. There's no one there. They call the cops. The cops are checking out. No one inside. No baby. No nothing. This happened repeatedly. And so it's just a very haunted neighborhood, haunted home. So one particular night he's driving home towards the house. All of a sudden this 3-foot tall, 4-foot tall creature appears in the middle of the road in front of him, completely covered in hair. He's going to hit this thing. He slams on his brakes. He's about to make contact, disappears, and it basically drives through this thing. Keeps on going, looks in the, turns around, looks behind him to be like, well, I thought I was going to hit something. There's nothing there. Fast forward to the last night that they're going to move out of this home. They've only been there 1 year because of the paranormal activity in this home. So they're about to move out. They moved out almost everything. He goes to the top of the stairs. It's a 2-floor home. So he's up on the second floor. And on the second floor, there's an attic. And it's one of those attics where it's just a push attic where you just push up a panel and you have to get an actual ladder to climb up in there. And so out from the hole pops down this entity, which is basically what he describes as a Pukwudgie. I think he described it as 2.5 foot tall, completely covered in hair, kind of like a humanoid style face. So basically when it jumped down, it had its back turned to him. And so when it turned around, it saw my uncle, their eyes connected, and the Pukwudgie looked shocked that he was there. And he literally disappeared right in front of his eyes. And then he was just gone, as if there was nothing there. So that's my uncle's Pukwudgie encounter. So I tell that just to give a general idea of a real Pukwudgie encounter that someone actually has. Now, one of the lores I forgot to mention with Pukwudgies is there's this bit where they like children. Now I'm still doing research on it because I only found one sentence in one historical thing about Pukwudgies or a legend thing. So I don't want to go off it and say that it's definitely 100% part of the legend when I've only found one thing referencing it. Yeah. But I did want to mention it. But there's also this part where they could be soul stealers, which is interesting angle. So they allegedly, I've only found one reference for this, but they allegedly could steal souls and they collect them for some reason, or they're a collector of souls for what purpose or what reason, I'm not sure. I don't know if they're collecting lost souls or if they're just collecting souls on their own or under the guidance of something or whatever, but that's another angle that I'm trying to find more evidence for as far as lore, historical lore, or something outside of just one book. But yeah, that's another angle of it that's just kind of the weird, where it starts to get a little bit darker, where it's yeah, they can play tricks on you, but if it's going to steal your soul, that doesn't seem like a nice entity to me.
No. It has that evil vibe to it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Which is, it could be a possibility with Pukwudgies, if depending on, who they're created by, what their purpose is, because if they are a creation, then they have to have a purpose. So, what is that purpose? If you follow the dark angle, then they're a collector of souls that are not supposed to be maybe traveling around or doing stuff, and they collect them and stop them from moving around. I don't know. But yeah, dude, when you start getting into that kind of stuff, you're oof, man. They go from a cute little cuddly, friendly-looking creature to scary real quick.
Yeah. I think all these type of cryptids or lores or anything like that, they all have a bit of darkness to them for the most part. I don't know if the stories were influenced from people trying to scare people back in the old days and they just created things, or something obviously really happened and they used that as influence to tell these stories. So.
Yeah, but they're definitely, you're right, because even in like the Pukwudgie stuff, like there's very little good about them. Like there's one little thing like, oh, they could save you, but everything else, you know, soul stealers, lead you to your doom, play tricks on you. You know, like it's it doesn't sound like most of it's not good. You know, like, you know, there's a small chance they might save you. So it's like, oh, do you really want to be, you know?
You really want to test that out?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I've asked that in the Hucklebuck, right? I asked that one time, being like, I don't know what prompted me. I just like popped in my head. I was like, if I was like, you know, if I was drowning, would you save me? And they said, I got the responses basically being like, yes, of course, we love you, Philip. We would save you, like all that kind of stuff. All in a row, real quick. But, you know, they also just could be saying that too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because they say that, you know, doesn't mean that actually is true.
That's if you're talking to the Pukwudgies too. Kind of like what you mentioned earlier, you don't really know what you're really communicating with.
Right. So you always have to take everything with a grain of salt, for sure. Because you know, you do never know. It's not like you can see them standing in front of you, and you'd be like, "Oh, I can identify you. You're not a Pukwudgie. Why are you lying to me?" You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, you can't see them physically. So when it comes to EVPs and all that kind of stuff, you know, you just take it for what it is, and then try to make sense of it. Try to, you know, hopefully learn new things and discover new things. And you know, hopefully, for me, it's been working out fairly well. I've been trying to learn more and more. Obviously, it's obviously part investigation, part like reading and do like that backside. Because if you just investigate without the research, then you're not really going to get anywhere. So you definitely need like both. You know, where like you have to do the research and then you have to test that research out in the field, and you know, ask those questions and that kind of stuff, and hopefully, fingers crossed, get somewhere with it, or you know, maybe hopefully learn something about, you know, Pukwudgies or, you know, these other little things or whatever. But it's definitely interesting for sure. I would love to get out to Indiana, man, and get out there and do some research on some of those Pukwudgies out there for sure.
That I only know the one place really, and my in-laws used to camp out there, and I don't think they've ever really had any kind of weird stuff happen. They've never mentioned it to me. They know what I do for a podcast, so
yeah.
I figured if they had any type of weird little people encounters, they'd have said something. But that is that Mountain State Park is only about an hour from where I live, so I've been down there a few times. Obviously, when they were camping over the summer, we went down there and visited and everything. But I never went through the trail or anything like that because, again, having a little kid, it makes it really hard to go do that. I don't have the exploring time anymore like I used to.
Yeah, dude, I'm sure with kids and stuff, that's got to be tough. You know, like your free time is that much more limited. You know, and with your pod, I'm sure most of your free time, you got to spend, you know, progressing your craft and all that stuff. So I totally get that. Now, in Indiana, I want to ask you a question. You might not know. Do you guys have a lot of like swamps in Indiana or no?
Not, to my knowledge, not around here at least. I think southern Indiana might have more because obviously once you get towards the southern part around Kentucky area, you've got more, not so much mountains, but it's a lot more hilly getting into the mountain type of area for like obviously the Appalachians and stuff.
Right.
I think like more towards the southeastern portion, it might be swampy. I know it's more, like I said, hilly and stuff like that, but up here I live in the middle of cornfields. It's pretty much flat.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's whenever I've been up to Indiana, it's always, you know, a lot of cornfields and farmland and stuff like that. That's why I was wondering, because the only reason why I asked that is because with Pukwudgies in New England, they are usually found in swamps. And what I found interesting about this other legend about, I can't give it credit because I don't remember what podcast it was on, but I was listening to a podcast. They were talking about the swamp in Louisiana, and they're describing all these claims and all these things that happen in the swamp. And every single one of them was matching up with the claims that are in the Hucklebuck Swamp in Massachusetts, even down to like the little people and the Pukwudgie type stuff. So that's why I asked if there was swamps there, because I'm just wondering if there's like correlations between swamps and these Pukwudgies and other like little entities or other cryptids. You know, I don't know if it's just because swamps are just a place where humans aren't, and so that's where these things are because there's not a lot of humans there, or if there's something about swamps that attract these things there.
There's always been lures with swamps. I don't want to say that they're haunted, but it seems like there's always some sort of like high strangeness energy around swamps. Even like, again, maybe it's just because fantasy stuff and stuff like that that I'm thinking about. But like, it seems like there's always been stories of like, I try to think like the bog, like the hag of the old hag stories, like they're in a swamp. There's been spirits of the swamps. Like there's all sorts of things when it comes to like swampy areas. So it kind of does make you wonder if maybe it's because the water source is like a high energy thing for them. I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. There's obviously some sort of correlation there. Just because I think it's fascinating, and I'm like, those like kind of connections. I'm like I think about because I'm like, oh, maybe there's like a connection to the land, and it's the swamps that's either like creating a place for these to be like a great habitat for them, whether it's the energy or like I don't know what it is, but there definitely seems to be something that's correlating between those things for sure. That's why I mentioned it, because I was like, I wonder, but then if you said that Southern Indiana has possibility of some swamp areas, then I'm like, I wonder if that's the areas where there's Pukwudgie activity. Now, where in relation is the spot where you think there could have been a Pukwudgie sighting or a little person sighting? That's like near where you live, right?
Yeah, the Mountain State Park's in Anderson. It's northeast of Indianapolis, so it's more of a flat area. But I still think there's obviously rivers and stuff that flow through there too, so there's still some that they call it Mountain State Park, and I don't know why. I could have researched it, but I'm pretty sure like there was like mounds like Indian, like mounds like burial ground or something like that.
Oh, see, now that makes even more sense. For sure.
Like, I'm not going to quote myself or no quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that was part of the reason why they named it that, because an odd name just to call it Mountain State Park, if it didn't have anything to do with like hills or mountains.
Right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would make total sense for sure. Because then you add in the Native American angle, but it's like, oh, that's no wonder. So yeah, that's interesting. For sure, because Pukwudgies and the Native Americans seem to have a close relationship, no matter what part of the country you're talking about. So that's super interesting.
The official government website for the park says it's an avid hiker spot with hills, and now the page just disappeared. I clicked on it to load because it only gave me like the brief description, and then it completely went off. It just had the address and everything. But like it's not flat through there. It's like a bunch of trees. It's hilly, and obviously there's a bunch of hiking trails and stuff. I've talked to people who have hiked through there, and they claim it's a great place to go. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know why they call it that. I've always just assumed it was because like a burial ground or something.
Yeah, that would definitely make total sense for sure. Especially if there's also other paranormal stuff happening there as well. I'm not sure, but if there is, that might explain why.
There's a place not too far. It's literally maybe just on the other side of the town that I live at, and I've camped out there before, and everyone says like the really, really hot place is right along the river, and we've never had anything happen when I was out there. I went out there with a paranormal group, and they had their little meters jumping. They were asking questions. A flashlight came on by itself, and everything that was paranormal. And I'm always like, well, let's not jump to conclusions that it's all paranormal. Like, you got to try and rule out certain things. And but when I've camped out, I've never had any strange experiences. My buddy, one night, we were out there, just me and him, and creeping ourselves out. This was obviously, like I said, around high school days. And I started hearing something in the bushes, and he had a paintball gun, so we started lighting up the bushes because I thought something was creeping up on us, and all of a sudden we started hearing bang, bang, bang. Apparently it was some ducks creeping up on us, and he launched some paintballs towards them, and then they went off on their own way. I was like, yeah, so that was the strangest thing that ever happened to us out there, and I've camped out there like numerous times. We never had anything strange happen.
Yeah. Then I would say that, it's probably not haunted then.
Yeah.
It's like, because, if the place is haunted, like that haunted, like we're talking really, really haunted, then if you've been there that many times, you would have heard some sort of strange noise or some sort of weird thing that you couldn't explain for sure. Just if you've been out there that many times.
Yeah. So
even if you weren't looking for something, something weird would have happened. You're like, what? For sure.
No, there's just times where the people that would drive back there and see that we were cracked there, they'd just turn around and stare at us for a little bit and drive off. I was like, well, that's the creepiest thing is these people seeing us back there and they're not just instantly leaving, they just sit there and look at us for a while. I was like, is that police?
Let's hope it's police.
But a couple years ago, it does take a dark turn. A couple years ago, someone actually was murdered out there.
Jeepers. Ugh.
Yeah, that was like 5 years ago this happened. I was like, man.
Yikes. Well, that's that's always like a small fear. Not me getting murdered, but because I go out exploring in the woods a lot or in the swamp, and I'm gonna cross, the odds of coming across a dead body or something, it's probably very low, but you never know, man. Just the other, I was just reading on TikTok, I saw a little story from where I am. They found a dead body at some old historical fort, near me. And so I've never been there, but it's definitely on my list of places to go. So it's what are the odds that I could have been there on that day? It's crazy to think about, but like you said, it's one of those things you hope never happens, but yeah, dude, it's weird. That would definitely be life changing for sure.
So I had a friend reach out to me, one of the ones I've been out there with just recently, figured out I was doing a podcast, and we've been talking back and forth, and he said we should talk about some of the weird things that happened out at this place. I didn't have anything ever weird happen to me to talk about. I was out there, nothing strange happened, but they've had weird stuff happen to them. But I know other people have had weird stuff happen to them, but just me personally, I've never noticed it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, do you think that's just because you're a skeptic, and or you think it's just because it just hasn't happened to you?
I've had weird things happen, but just not at this place.
It's not there. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of like a bummer, especially if everyone around you's like, oh my god, I've had this happen. You're like, no, not me. I don't know what you're talking about. You're like, am I missing something?
I know. Me and two of my friends, we hiked through the woods for about 3 or 4 hours, and it started to get dark. And I was getting more nervous and I get lost. Trying to figure out, because there was no trail. It was literally just we were just walking through the woods. And obviously, if you keep walking in a certain direction, you're going to end up in the river, or you're going to end up in one of the roads or someone's field, because it's not like a giant secluded area. There's a couple miles outside of town. But even my mom, who's lived in this area her whole life, they always heard stuff about this stuff when she was growing up. So back in the 70s and early 80s, there was always talk about crazy things going on out of this place. That's why I even knew about it, because it used to be the whole town used to talk about, oh, this place is so creepy, so haunted. Again, I've never experienced anything.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, that's where you start getting into okay, well, what's truth, what's myth, what's really going on here? Is it really as creepy as people said, or is it just because so many people say it's creepy that when people go there, they automatically are creepy? Creeped out, because it's in people's heads.
They're expecting it to happen,
right,
it to happen.
Right, exactly. So yeah, it's like the legend gets bigger than the actual activity or the actual, the actual thing. So that could definitely happen too. Yeah, for sure. Especially with every town's got something like that, some sort of urban legend or some place that it's like a scary place that everyone talks about or whatever.
I don't know if I've mentioned this on air. I recently had an episode with someone talking about giants, and he also does stuff on little people. And I don't remember if I told him this on air, if it was off air, but I live in the same general areas where I grew up at. My parents' house is 3 or 4 miles away. It's not that far. And when I was 8 years old, 8 or 9. Now, between our house, is a ditch line, we used to call it the gully, and next door at my grandparents' house. And we used to go, me and my cousin would go down to this gully ditch area, lay out in the woods. Obviously, there's one, like a creek with water in it, stuff like that. Well, a couple of my older cousins were out one day with me, and we seen this little mound-looking thing. It almost looked like a burrow. Like, as an older person, adult now, I know what to recognize it as. And for whatever reason, they just started throwing rocks at it. Well, I didn't see it completely. I just seen something come running out of this thing. It was maybe only like 18 inches to 24 inches, like the mound itself. Like, it's right along the edge of the water. As an adult, I was like, well, it's probably like a muskrat or something. But my cousins were terrified, and they were saying it was a goblin or once it was a troll. Those old, you remember the long-haired old trolls or whatever from like the early 90s?
Oh my God, yes, I do.
It said it looked like a troll. My other cousin said it looked like a goblin. We ran back to my dad, and he went out there with his .22 handgun to go take care of whatever this monster was that come out there. So it became known as the Gully Monster. And again, I only seen something run it. I didn't stick around to find out what it was, which it took off. But again, 8-year-old kid, your imagination goes crazy. So who knows what it really was? Like I said, as an adult now, it's like probably like a muskrat or some animal we just threw on this burrow and they come out and pissed off. It's really just smashed its house. But
yeah, for sure, yeah.
I just thought it was funny that like talking about all this stuff. I was like, man, how crazy would that be if it actually was something strange and they all said it was like a goblin or a little troll or something like that? And I was like, it's probably just a muskrat, but maybe it was. Who knows?
Yeah, right. That's super interesting. It makes you wonder if it was like a smaller size, then I would say it would probably be less likely to be like a pukwudgie. It would probably be like a little person or kind of like the fairy folk we were talking about, which is interesting. If you take it to the like if you think about like how kids, they say, well, people say, I don't know if this is true or not, but they say that kids can are more susceptible to paranormal activity or can possibly see things that like adults can, and that sort of thing. You start thinking about that kind of angle with that story, and you're like, who knows, man? Maybe you guys did see something, or maybe it was a muskrat. But it's definitely interesting for sure when you start thinking about the possibilities of like if it wasn't a muskrat, what could it have been if it was paranormal? It's possible it could have been like this little fairy type creature or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there was something coming out, I seen it running, and I took off too.
And I do not blame you because that's what every single kid would say. You're like, no, I'm out of here. You're like, I'm out. Like there's no way you're sticking around.
Yeah. I don't know what made them want to smash this den or burrow or whatever it could have been. They want to throw big rocks at it. Next thing I know, something come running out. And I was hauling ass out of there.
Yeah, I don't know why boys do that. Like it's just something that like boys do and when they were like playing when we were little and stuff.
We gotta destroy it.
Yeah, like literally I watched a video before coming on here of like a couple teenage kids. This huge boulder on the side of a cliff that goes into the ocean, and they just like literally dislodged it and rolled it down the mountain. And that was the video. They were all like celebrating, like they just won the Super Bowl. It was just boys being boys.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why we have to do that kind of stuff, but yeah, that's just like typical like kid boy behavior, like just doing stuff like that for no reason.
It's like my son's gonna be 11 in February, so I have to keep reminding myself of the dumb things that he does and tears up. I was like, man, I used to be just so bad. I gotta keep reminding myself I did this stupid stuff.
Yeah. That's what they say too. I guess like when I don't have kids, but like when you have kids that like however you were as a kid, you get it back. Because they are your reflection and stuff like that. So they do have some of your personality traits and stuff. And so then when you see some of the more negative ones portrayed back to you, it's got to be a weird, interesting process. For sure. And you're like, oh my god.
Yeah. We got 4 of them, so it's kind of goes from 12, 10, 4, 2. So we have
wow, yeah, that's all over the map.
Yeah, so we're definitely running low on energy all the time just because of all the things that goes on and all the things that they do. I wouldn't trade it them.
Oh yeah, I bet. No, that's awesome, man. That's awesome, and that's what life's about anyway. Like family. You know, you only get one life to live, and family's super important. You know, so like, you know, I get it. So that's awesome. That's definitely awesome, man.
So like I said, that's kind of where I started drawing my line. And there's some stuff here we can talk about off air. Like I said, I mentioned some stuff before, but I don't like making my show about myself. So.
Yeah, no worries. I always like to ask just because I like to know about, you know, I find it interesting myself. So, but yeah, dude, yeah, such an interesting conversation, man. Like puckwudgies are just super fascinating. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I haven't mentioned. I will say this because I haven't mentioned it. I've done research as far as like paranormal research, asking puckwudgies specific questions about their creation, whether that's God, man, all that kind of stuff. I've basically narrowed it down to like 2 different theories. Now, I'm open to be wrong, of course, because you always have to be open to being wrong because I'm always hinging on the next piece of evidence or the next piece of evidence. You know what I mean? So it's always ever changing. You never want to be like set in stone because I could catch something tomorrow that could change my whole life again. But it's I've basically narrowed it down like 2 schools of thought. It's either man-made by using some sort of like witchcraft, alchemy, something like that, some sort of process where they created these type of entities, or they're created by some sort of like fallen angel or darker entity or something to that effect. And now then you start being like, well, if they created them, what's their purpose? Like I said, the Soul Stealer could be a possibility. I'm not 100% willing to say that yet, but that's kind of like where I'm at now in my research. This next year, I want to try to learn as much as possible more about puckwudgies and these other little entities, these little people and stuff. Do some more research on the back end as far as the more book research, and then obviously in the field as well, and try to really like. I might even make like a puckwudgie like documentary this year, possibly, depending how the research goes, and if I feel like I found out more information, or it just all depends on how things go. But that's basically where I'm at as far as like puckwudgies. It's definitely a subject where like it's not as well like developed as like Bigfoot is, and like I feel like Bigfoot has a huge, much bigger presence, and a lot of people have a better theory, or like more theories about it and stuff. Whereas like puckwudgies is like very small. No pun intended. But you know what I mean? Like it's not like one of the more well-known entities or cryptids or whatever. I don't even know what you want to classify them as. So it's definitely been interesting doing this whole thing and trying to like figure out this whole puckwudgie thing. So yeah.
When you were talking about your uncle's experience, it reminded me, because how I find a lot of my guests is I'll either go to like a Facebook group or a Reddit group or something like that. I'll ask if anyone wants to talk about experiences they've had or whatever. And I don't remember exactly who it was or where it was, but someone had commented their experience. And I don't read people's experiences. Like, that's not what I do. I know there's podcasts out there all they do is repeat stuff that people mail into them or they find on the internet. Here, I like to talk to the actual person. And so, again, kind of paraphrasing what they'd said, but basically they I don't remember if it was them or if it was their grandmother. I know they either lived with their grandmother or something like this, but they had said that they had this little person that was always in the bathroom, and it would like manifest itself in the bathroom. Like they would know because the cat would be like afraid to go in there. And one night they went in there and there was like an 18 inches tall like person by the sink, and they would see them, kind of like what you said, where he got scared and disappeared. That's what this thing did. Like they turned on the light, that made a shocking like eye contact with them, and all of a sudden it's like vanished. Like I was afraid that they'd seen it, but they'd see it every once in a while. They'd see like silhouettes or weird things going on in the bathroom, but it always seemed to be around the sink.
So that's super interesting. Now, what's weird about the cat angle is I didn't tell this part of the story just because I forgot. But when my uncle moved out of the house, they left the cat in overnight. And this is after he'd seen that puckwudgie creature. And so when they had returned the next day, the cat's I don't know if one of the cat's eyes or both eyes. I don't remember. But at least one of the cat's eyes was gouged out, and the cat like ran out of the house, and they couldn't catch it, and they like lost the cat forever. So like obviously from what he said, it seemed like whatever this entity was like, you know, messed with the cat overnight or fought the cat overnight or whatever. So it's interesting that story also has a part with the cat didn't like the other little entity or the little person or whatever. I was like, that's interesting. That's an interesting angle. So it's like, you know, yeah. So dude, that's really weird.
Yeah, like I don't know. Weird. They didn't say it was a Pukwudgie. They just said like a little
person, right?
Little person-looking thing. And the description, they didn't say it looked like a human though. I forget how they described it, but it was. I almost, for some reason, and I don't know if it's because of that movie Cat's Eye, the old Stephen King movie.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm picturing that, but for some reason I thought that's because when I was reading what they wrote, I was like, it almost sounded like they're telling me the plot to this Cat's Eye story. So again, when people write things, you don't know if it's true or not.
Sure,
but,
absolutely.
But that's kind of the description they had, like a little person, but they said he was wearing like weird little clothing and stuff.
Oh, okay, so yeah, this sounds a lot like the other little entities I was talking about, like the little people. Mm-hmm. Because the Native Americans also described them, because they also disappear too. They can also disappear and reappear at will. Like that's one connection between Pukwudgies and them that are similar, is they both did do that. But the little people ones, they also had this thing where they would only disappear if you stared at them. And they would, like, if you stared at them, they would point back at you and then they would disappear, kind of thing. And they were like little people who wore clothes and stuff and all that, and they lived deep in the woods. And it said, the Native Americans said, the Wampanoags at least, they said that they died out long before the white man arrived or something like that. So that's interesting angle of that whole thing, especially that sounds a lot more like that you're describing, like a little person basically. 18 inches, like really small. And I've gotten like evidence of those kind of entities as well as Pukwudgie size entities on SLS cameras in the Hockomock Swamp. Which is the whole reason why, to begin with, I was confused because I was expecting to just get the Pukwudgie size ones because I'm like, yeah, Pukwudgies are 2 to 4 foot tall. These are 2 to 4 foot tall. And then I started getting these other little hits that were like you said, 12, 18 inches, much smaller hits. And so I just, before I knew what they were, I was like, I'm missing something. And so that's what led me to like try to figure out what they were. And that's when I discovered that I was like, oh my God, there's these like little people. This is what their names are. Or like, this is what the Native Americans called them at least. So it's very interesting to get the paranormal evidence first, and then be like, "What the hell was that?" And then look it up, and then be like, "Oh my God, like that makes a lot more sense." You know what I mean? Like it kind of connects it all together, for sure. So yeah, it's definitely been interesting, man. When you get like a hit like that on the SLS in the middle of the swamp, and you see like these, like one of the hits was like there was at least 8 of them, 8 little hits, you know, like little bodies and stuff, you know, inside of
I watched one of your videos recently, like it was this morning actually. I was watching one of your most recent ones, and it's almost like the little stick figures, you see the little dots for anyone not familiar with what I'm talking about. It looks like little people, like little stick figure people, movements and stuff. It is very creepy and interesting. Like you can see it on the screen and everything. And obviously, there's skeptics out there that claim that just picks up weird anomalous shapes or whatever. But I was like, yeah, but who knows? Like, I would just pick it up in a random spot, you know what I mean?
For sure, especially though, I think the one you're talking about was Alphamon, and we used the SLS on the REM pod before, and nothing happened. And so then it's weird to use it again on that same REM pod. Nothing's really changed. And then to get that hit, and not only that, in that particular video, I put the leaf down, and it started like dancing on top of the leaf, and doing like circles on the leaf, which is crazy because like interacting with an object that's there, and you take the leaf away, and then it's like jumping on the REM pod trying to mess with that. And so it's like it's definitely interesting at the very least, because like I said, we tried it in other cabins and stuff, and similar lighting, and it nothing popped up at all. So it's definitely interesting, especially when you couple that with like EVPs and spirit box stuff and all that other stuff. It's just like icing on the cake, really. But that was a really cool hit. But yeah, the little ones are probably just as fascinating as puck wedgies are, because that's like something, like I said, I just recently discovered, and it's like now it makes me wonder. Like you said, are these things everywhere? Are puck wedgies little people? Are they throughout the entire United States? You know what I mean? Are they only in certain spots? Like, the only way to do that is to like try out and go to different places and see what I catch there. But yeah, it's definitely strange for sure.
If you ever come to Indiana, let me know.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. I mean, I would love to, just because I've been to Indiana before. I liked it when I was there. I went to Indianapolis, actually. And this is well before I started doing, like, ghost stuff. But I had Jimmy John's down there. It was great. So, yeah, I would love to, because there's a lot of cool spots in Indiana. Don't you guys? Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there like a prison that you guys have in Indiana somewhere that like you guys can go to and do like investigations at? I might be thinking of a different state, but I thought you guys have one too.
I'm not sure about a prison. I think it's in Kentucky though. They're what it's called. It's basically where they used to have the tuberculosis wards and everything at.
Oh, yeah, Waverly Hills?
Waverly Hills, yeah. I think that's in Kentucky, though.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I still want to go to Indiana anyway, because I do want to go there, and obviously the puck wedgie stuff is interesting. And I would definitely like to find out if, you guys actually do have puck wedgies there and the differences and stuff.
We do have, and I used to actually work on the property. There is a state hospital for like mentally challenged people. Obviously, there's other inmates out there that were deemed like unfit for prison, but they had like psychological issues. And that whole area, even when I looked out there, like there's a lot of creepy vibes of that place. But again, obviously, look what's there, like the energies, the type of people, and all sorts of things that have happened out there. And it's a really old place. And I didn't get to ever go down there, but supposedly there's tunnels. I mean, some of the buildings, they claim the tunnels are really, really creepy.
No, I can definitely believe. I've done Penhurst in Pennsylvania. That's like very similar because they have tunnels in there and stuff like that. And yeah, those places do trap a lot of energy for sure. It's just a bad thing. Even just hospitals in general. I've done a couple hospital explorers investigations, and both of the ones I did, I don't think we did one EVP session or one spirit box session or anything, and we caught like a bunch of EVPs both times. And that's just us that's just me walking around exploring. So there's definitely like residual energy in places like that, hospitals, battlefields, any sort of like trauma places for sure. It definitely seems to, I don't know if it's like imprinting in the land or the place, or it's because these people are there still. I don't know what exactly it is, but you can definitely almost feel it, when you go to some of these places for sure. Yeah. Especially if you ever been to, you might be like a couple states away, but you ever been to like Gettysburg or any of those like sort of old Civil War battlefields?
No, we do have the one I mentioned before that we called Hobbit Land as a kid.
Yeah.
I think it was like the War of 1812 area or something like that.
Gotcha, okay.
And that's not too far from where I live. And again, that's where a lot of my friends used to drive out that way for whatever purposes they'd do as teenage kids or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's where I'd always heard stuff when I was still in school. They called it Hobbit Land because they were out there doing whatever they were doing. And I was like, well, what were you guys doing? And you end up starting to see small little people around town.
Yeah.
So I never really took too much stock into what they were saying, but it wasn't just my friends. I ended up hearing from a bunch of other people too, and even like people that I know from other schools, they've called Hobbit Land too. So the whole term kind of Who knows where it originated from? Obviously, someone had to have seen something that they could start calling Halloween.
Right, for sure. There's always going to be, with any sort of myth, legend, or story like that, there's always like some kernel of truth in there somewhere. You know, it is sort of like the game of telephone. You know, like I'm sure, like we're old enough to know what that game is.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're young, you don't know what that game is, but basically the game is like, there's a word or saying, and you say it to the person next to you, and then they say it to the person next to them, so on and so forth. So by the time you get like 15 people deep, you know, it's usually completely different. Whatever the phrase was or whatever you were supposed to say is completely different than what the original message was. You know, there may be like one word that's the same word or whatever, but the rest of it's wrong. You know, so like it's kind of just like that when it comes to that kind of stuff. So you just never know. Like there's probably some truth in there. It's just a matter of like trying to figure out like what it is, you know.
What bits and pieces are true.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And that's like the hardest part, but that's also like the fun part, you know. That's where like the research comes in, and then like the going out in the field and like trying to figure out that way too. You know, it's a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I know if I come up to Indiana, you might have to consider coming out with me.
All right, definitely. You let me know when you're coming, and I'll make sure to have that time available and tell my wife to go out. Buck wedgie, she's gonna look at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah.
What's a buck wedgie? Don't worry about it.
Never mind that attention, dude. So that's fine. Yeah, dude. As soon as I do, because it's definitely on my list. I definitely want to get out there for sure. So, whatever that is, hopefully sooner rather than later, I will definitely let you know, man. Because that'll be awesome.
Yeah. I will say, if you're going to do it in the early spring or in the fall, because once you get in the summertime, you go through those places, it is nasty.
Oh, like bugs wise?
Bug wise, snakes wise.
Oh yeah.
Sticky humidity and.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a week in, what was it, Columbus, Ohio. So I would assume it's probably similar to that.
Yeah.
And that was brutal. That was like the worst experience of my life.
Yeah. We get that nice, nasty summer humidity around here, so it's not the greatest.
Yeah, like that's like stuck in your AC weather.
Yeah.
For sure. Like that's what everyone in Columbus, Ohio were doing. There was no one outside. I was like, oh my God, there's no one outside. But I'm like, but then you go outside and you're like, oh my God, I know why. You shouldn't be outside.
I work outside, so I'm kind of used to it. But
brutal. Well, yeah. You know what? It's one of those things that you're right. You're just used to it. You know, your body gets like used to that sort of thing. It's not a big deal for you. It's like up this way. Well, if we actually do get a winter this year, you know, when it gets cold up here, you know, I just get used to it. It's not a big deal. But you take somebody from Florida and put them up here, you know, they're dying. So.
Yeah. We just had our first snow today, and it literally snowed for like 10 minutes, and then it was done. I was like, well. First snow of the season.
Merry Christmas. Dude, we haven't even had snow yet, luckily. I know, which is crazy. You would think we would have snow by now, but at least where I lived, I mean, in northern New England, they've had snow and stuff like that. But, yeah, not much at all. Like today it was like a tropical storm today. It was like 50-something degrees or something. 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds and all this stuff. And I'm like, ay.
We've had the winds today. We've had, just a couple of days ago, it was almost 60 degrees, I think, on Friday. So
Yeah, right.
It's crazy. Crazy December weather.
For sure. It's been so weird. It's been either like nice or like 30 degrees. Like no in between.
Yeah, we had some days that were like in the teens, so I woke up and it was really cold. And then the other day it was in the low 20s, but then it warmed up to like 55. Like, this is crazy. It's like a 30-degree difference.
Right. And you're like, how do you dress for this? You know, you're just like, all right, I'm just going to take this jacket off now.
Yeah, when we send the kids to school, make them wear a big jacket, they come home, they're not wearing any jackets.
Yeah. Yep, I bet. Yeah, dude.
Phil, I think we can probably wrap this up. I'll talk to you here off air about some of the strange things that's been going on.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on again, man. This has been awesome. Talking about punk wedgies and a lot of other paranormal things. It's been a pleasure and honor. If you ever want to have me on again, I would love to come on and talk about anything, because it was definitely a fun time hanging out and, just hanging out and talking paranormal.
Yeah, definitely have you back on here. You want to let everyone know where they can find you again?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can find me at Exploring with Phil on all my social medias. I do weekly YouTube videos, 7 p.m. every single Thursday, a new video. Mostly Bridgewater Triangle, but I do venture out in some other areas. That's Exploring with Phil, Phil with 2 L's.
I'll make sure to add all that to the show notes for anyone listening so they can just scroll on down there and go right to it.
Awesome. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, again, Phil, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming out and talking with Midnight. We're going to roll on out of here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Remember, truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org. EduStaff, excellence in staffing. What's so special about Hero Bread's soft, fluffy, and delicious breads, buns, and tortillas? These ultra-low net-carb baked goods contain 0 sugar, fewer calories, and more protein than the leading brands, and are high in fiber to support gut health. Shop now at hero.co.
The legends are true. Building power. Sauce of destiny. Yes! The most legendary sauce has arrived as McDonald's transforms into the anime world of McDonald's. The greatest flavors unite in all new savory chili McDonald's sauce to make your 10-piece with nuggets, fries, and Sprite ultra powerful. Unlock manga comics with every meal and sit down for a new anime short every week only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, go!
And participating in McDonald's for limited time while supplies last.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
And I just turned around and that's out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Rack. Tonight's episode, we're going to be joined by my guest, Debbie Hatswell. She has been researching into cryptids and other paranormal experiences for over 40 years, and she reached out to me to come on here and talk about a little bit of what she's experienced herself, which got her on the path to looking into these sort of things. Before we bring her on, though, little things we need to talk about. If you've ever had an experience and you'd like to be on an episode of Tinfoil Tales, you can send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com. We'll get you scheduled on a future episode. If you want to help the podcast, you can leave a 5-star review. You write one out. I'll make sure to read it on an upcoming episode. You get a shout out. Anywhere you listen to the podcast, you can leave a review. The 5-star definitely helps with the rankings. You can share the podcast around. That helps get the word out there for other potential listeners, which means potential guests for the show. So new episodes coming from that. Anything you guys do, I definitely appreciate all that. Make sure to follow us on any of the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever's out there. I'm sure I'm part of it. You can be on there too. Make sure to check out the website, tinfoiltales.com. Listen to the episodes on there. There's also some recaps of the episodes in the blog section. Think about adding if anyone's experiences or anything like that, they can write about, so that way they don't want to be a guest, and I can put them up on the blog as well. So anyone out there listening, if you have an experience and you don't want to be a guest, but you do have something that you'd like to share, you can email that to me. You can also contact me on the website's contact page and go that route too. But I think we're going to go ahead now and bring Debbie on. We've been playing tag the last couple weeks. Couldn't get anything to work with different time zones with her being in England and different things going on here and there, but we managed to get this figured out. So looking forward to talking with her. Hope you guys enjoy the episode. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest tonight, Deborah. Thanks for coming on here and talking to me.
Oh, it's lovely. Thank you for inviting me on.
Not a problem. You've reached out to me, done some investigations, quite a bit of them actually, into all sorts of topics, so I thought you'd be a great guest to have on here.
Yeah, it started a long time ago for me. 56 now, so I've been at it, I think, about 40 years researching cryptids, but I've had paranormal events before that when I was a child, so kind of a lifetime thing, really.
Now, with all the research and everything that you've done, have you ever had any actual encounters with a cryptid that you've seen?
To explain a little bit of context, I didn't have any kind of knowledge of Bigfoot, cryptid, anything like that, really. Obviously, I'm from the northwest of England. And in 1982, I was 15, and I was with my friend in a country park. Very normal day. And I caught something move, a movement really out of the corner of my eye in the greenery. And this thing went out, and I can only describe him as, to me, he's always been the man ape. He looked, for all intents and purposes, like a man and an ape that had been pushed together. I didn't see his body, I only saw him from like mid-chest up. That terrified me, that event absolutely terrified me. And it had a remarkable effect on my life. So it was at that point that I started looking into what it possibly could have been that I'd seen. I was hoping it was going to be like an escaped animal from the zoo or something like that, but it never turned out like that for me. Unfortunately, as an investigator, I've been able to find other cases in my town that started in the 50s and the last one being in the 2000s. So I'm not the only one who's seen him. I just don't know what he is. I have all the same questions that any other cryptid witness would have.
Yeah, I don't know what they honestly are, what they see. I've never seen one of those personally, so I can't say for sure. But it's always been something that's intrigued me, especially with all the sightings people are reporting. It can't all just be mistaken identities. Like there's too many sightings and weird instances that happen for people just to be mistaken.
Yes, I would agree, and I see the patterns because as the reports started to come in when I was younger, one way of keeping on top of them was to pin them on a map, and that turned into a whole Google map. And I have a background in geological profiling, so basically using statistics to find out where the best place to put a new home development or the next best place to put the new casino. I kind of had a background in that, and I realised that if I plotted the cryptid sighting, because I only ever did cryptid sightings like that, I might be able to see a pattern forming almost. And I kind of did. It's almost like very similar to America, where the majority of the sightings follow the mountain ranges. So the Appalachian Trail, for instance, or the Rocky Mountains. And as you get into the drier areas, then the sightings become far less. But they are there. And now, fortunately, I've worked in every country in the world, and every single country that you can think of has a history and a modern sighting of a large, sometimes small, hairy
animal, creature, whatever name you want to give it, that lives in the woodland and just kind of stays elusive to humans. So it isn't just an American, Russian, Canada. I know we think that, but it's not. There's a vast history of them all across the world.
Yeah, you've got China's got their own version, Russia has theirs, I think Australia has one, like most every continent that I'm aware of, besides Antarctica, because who knows what's going on down there.
And
they all have one.
You look at the Native Americans anniversary, Alaskan natives, back in the day before there was global communication, these stories were being kept in tribes and passed down in families, and we were all discussing the same things before we could have had this conversation. So like in Wales, there's a very long history of what they would class as like a werewolf type creature, so like a wolf-like man that stands up on two legs. And in England, in the UK, it's a wolf, which is more of an ape-like, hairy human that hides in the woodlands. And you can find them all across the world, like you say, Australia, Japan, there's the Enkidu. The Russian wild man and the reports in Europe, very different. Very accepted in Europe. It's seen as almost a lucky thing to see them, and they just accept that they're wild people and live just a different life to normal humans. I don't know. I just don't know. I've taken reports that have been very supernatural in origin, and other reports that are very flesh and blood. So I'm still on the fence, me. I'm not an expert. I can't tell you what they are. But I can tell you the theories behind what they might be, if you get what I mean. I've had them, it's about lost.
What are the theory? What do you think they could be?
When I started out, I had to answer. Because I'm a witness to something, apparently I have to know all of the answers to what he was, like where was he from, what he could possibly be, what did he eat, how would he mate, all of those questions are what I call the frequently asked questions. The research that I've done over the years has led me, my own personal experience is that there's more than one thing that we're dealing with. And when you look at the descriptions, there's the very typical, let's say, North American Sasquatch, so over 9 feet tall, hair on the face, completely hair covered in the body. But then you have what are classed as almost like caveman reports or ancient man, wild man. So I tried to try and separate them to see if there's a difference within them. For me, I believe that they are some form of archaic human, somewhere on the same hominid line as us, in the same way that we bred with Neanderthal, we probably bred with these guys. They're far more suited to this planet than we are. They don't need homes, they don't need all the things that we need to live on the planet. We find them in every country, so that would say to me they've either been there as long as us or longer. But there are some experiences that talk of them almost vanishing in front of their eyes. So is there a dimensional element to this, or is that a natural ability that we don't understand in the same way that we didn't understand what an octopus was when we first came across it? I don't know. I really don't know. You will have heard talk of footprints that suddenly appear in a field and then just automatically vanish again after several steps. I don't know how that's happening unless it is a natural ability of the hair that they have to kind of mirror our surroundings, because you also get those reports where people say, I could see the trees moving, but I couldn't see what was moving them. I could hear it, I could smell it, I knew it was there, but I couldn't get eyes on it. It was like the Predator out with the film. So you just get, it's like a tapestry, but with lots of missing weaving, and we're trying to weave that back together again by each individual witness giving us a tiny bit of what happened to them. And if we don't share them on podcasts like this or in books or, map them, they'll just go into obscurity. And all those hints and little clues, we won't have them anymore. It's quite sad, really.
I think with the way we are today, obviously, with podcasts like mine and other ones out there, and there's all sorts of documentaries now, there's a lot more interest, I feel like, with Sasquatch, with other cryptid sightings. Obviously, the UAP stuff going on here in America and all this other stuff that's been more open. Just thinking like 15, 20 years ago, I never thought we'd be having conversations about any of this type of stuff, really. It's very, very taboo, but now it seems it's still got that stigma to it, but it's not as bad as it used to be. There's a lot more open about it, I think.
I think there's been a change as well. There's been some kind of change from about 2017. That the sightings of all phenomena across the world are on the increase. More UAPs, more ghost or paranormal, what we would class as paranormal and entity reports, more dogman reports, more Bigfoot reports. So that's got to be more people coming forward, obviously. And it's much easier, as you say, to report these days. What I've also noticed, you mentioned yourself the UAP and the disclosures we're having now. We've gone from the 1970s where there are no aliens at all out there in space, no matter what you say. So all governments now sharing what they have. Are they getting us ready for something? Because most of the films that you go to at the moment for children have a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch in them. You see them in advertisements now. It's becoming almost like we're dumbing them down like we did with the alien life form. So if you kind of ridicule it and make it silly, people may accept it much easier. Are we... I've got to ask, as a conspiracy theorist, as people call me, is there a reason for this disclosure? Is there something coming? And they're about to say, well, actually, yeah, there are aliens walking along this earth, and there are Sasquatch, or we have hidden all these things from you over time. And how do we navigate that going forward without massive panic and war? I don't know, because I think there's a lot of money involved. If you suddenly declare that there's Sasquatch in, say, Washington State, what do you do about logging? What do you do about mining? You know, what do you do about all those things, putting the pipelines in and things like that? And you'd have to kind of... They'd have to be like a species in their own right, wouldn't they? If we could prove it, they'd have to have land put away for them. So I think it's within the government's interest to not tell us what's really going on. But we are being drip-fed at the moment. I think that's very clear.
I've always kind of thought that if these things do exist, kind of like what you just mentioned, there's definitely an aspect to them that they don't want us to know. And I think a lot of it's because of monetary reasons. But realistically, money is the root of everything, it seems like. And if there's proof that any of these type of things exist, it uproots that whole system, especially with Sasquatch. If they live out in the forest and you can't be out cutting down homes, there's going to be a lot of regulations, even more stipulations into stuff like that. So it's going to uproot a lot of that industry. And
look at tourism, it would die off in the national parks.
National parks are an interesting thing in general because there's so many reports of strange activity and missing people, and
Exactly. Can you imagine? So you've got that, and some of the people into this subject know about that. But I would imagine there's probably 70% of the rest of the universe that doesn't know about the connection between cryptid reports, areas of high energy, and missing people or strange disappearances. Bridgewater Triangle springs to mind in America. Once the public put that together with the fact that the knowledge that maybe they've been walking alongside these things for a very long time without realising that, I think there would be a mass uproar. I don't know how the government would be able to keep a lid on that. You know, I think it would just be a tipping point for most folks. I think a lot of people feel that they've been sold a bad deal, you know. And we did what you asked, we put the time in at school, and then we went out and we got the job, and we got the car that you asked us to get. You know, we've got this home that's forever unattainable, and we're there on the rat race, and we're doing it daily. Surely there's more to this. Most of us start that at some point in our lives. And I think if they came forward and said, well, actually, yeah, aliens do exist, or yeah, Sasquatch does exist, I think that'd be a tipping point for most folks, and they'd be like, that's me done. It's like, you know, government and society is probably the most dysfunctional relationship you're ever going to have in your life. And if you can walk away from that, you become a much happier person. I think some of it is about keeping us dumbed down, stopping us being strong, you know, taking away that confidence. You didn't see a Bigfoot that day, you saw a cow side on. People told me that I saw a homeless man, a man in a suit, an actual bin liner, you know, like a garbage bag, that I just mixed up in my mind because I was a hysterical 15-year-old. What I saw that day shaped my life immensely because I've never been able to get over it. And I've done everything I can to try and prove what I saw. I'm not a liar. I didn't see that day. I know that I've been very lucky, so I've met people over the years that have been able to say to me, look, that things have changed. You know, but I didn't know anything about the subjects of UFO or paranormal, only from a personal point of view. Never from like an investor side to go and learn it. So I made sure I found the best people in each subject and just learn whatever. I just soaked it in as much as I can. And that's frightening. Because like me and you, we're on the side of the screen where we know about all. So when you pick a holiday, you probably think of all the reports that you know, in the interviews that you've done or people you've spoken to that haven't experienced that. So you start to realise just how many. If I was to tell you there were over probably 600 reports of an ape man in England, in the UK, in that tiny little island, people wouldn't believe me. But we have the same prints that you find. We have the same witness testimony. We have the same description. We have the same air samples, same kind of habitat. And when you look at that and you take as many reports as I do, then you think this is not just about England or Russia or America, it's a worldwide thing. And if all of us woke up at the same time, we could really overthrow the elite. There's not that many of them. Everything we do goes upwards. And it's all about money, like you said. It just gets funneled upwards. You know, and we're just the ones who are making it for them. It's like soapbox thing. It's like empowering people. Because you've spoken to people yourself who've probably had a lot of trauma from an event that's happened to them, and you kind of stuck with that. There's no way you can go with that.
There's definitely a lot to people who have actually had experiences to those that have not, I've noticed. And even with people that host podcasts, I feel like there's people out there that never had any experiences. They host these types of podcasts, and it's hard for them to relate to people. To those that, me personally, I was told that whatever I saw was a bear. And I know the difference between what I saw and what a bear is. So I didn't see a bear.
Would you mind tell us a bit about that? What happened?
Basically, back in 2007, without going into a whole iPad episodes about it or whatever, without taking up too much time, I was coming home from work and a coworker had swerved off the road in front of me, and there was a big black shape strolling down the road, and it was moving in a very weird, glitchy movement. Like it didn't look natural, very unnatural movements, and I had to swerve to come to a stop, and I walked past my vehicle. I didn't see a head, and I didn't see any arms, but it was at least 7 foot tall.
Right.
And we pulled into a parking lot, tried to figure out what we just saw. I said, I'm going to go back and look. He followed me, and we went back, and there's a big black dog laying across the road.
Right.
And I got out of the vehicle, and he's yelling at me not to get out. I got out of the vehicle, and I walk up to it, and this thing stands up on 2 legs. And I wasn't afraid or anything, but it was only about my height.
Right,
and it looked like a black wolf German Shepherd type face. It was really puffy fur. And then it kneels down and it goes off towards the woods. And then we never seen it again. And like the shorter version is, we didn't talk about it. I went back to work. He didn't want to talk about it. He said he didn't want anyone to know about it. I'm like thinking when we were crazy. So for 15 years, I never talked about it.
Yeah.
And then when I have mentioned to people where I go, you saw a bear, and we don't have bears here.
No, so, you know the difference.
I was 15 feet away from this thing. I could tell the difference between a dog-looking, wolf-looking thing or a bear. And our headlights were on it, so. But yeah, I don't know of any type of dog that stands up on 2 legs.
I mean, to validate, I took hundreds of dog reports in America, Canada, Russia, England, all across the world of upright, what you would describe as almost as a German Shepherd, or an Alsatian, as I would call it in Europe, up on 2 legs. Not very dog-like in the body, in all honesty. Some people even mentioned hands and feet rather than paws. And when you said it knelt down and then went off into the woods, you just reminded me of a case that I'm working on at the moment, and that was in France. That was a gentleman 2003. About 3 o'clock in the morning, was on the road driving, and as he's coming off what we would call a farm lane to go onto the main highway, as the Americans call it. At the corner on the gravel road is what he described as a female. Exactly what you saw, puffy fur, snout, ears on top of head, knelt down on the gravel, but it was, he said it was clearly female, had breasts. And as the car lights had hit it, she's just stood up and run off into the woods and gone. And he said the same. He said, I wasn't frightened. I was just in awe of what I was looking at. And people are saying to him, oh, it will just be an ordinary wolf or something. You know the difference. Your brain kind of tries to work out what it is that you're seeing. You know, it's like a file of facts, isn't it? Like a really quick, is it a dog? Is it a deer? What is it? You know, what is it that I'm looking at? And you just kind of left with that. That was what it was like for me. But the creature that you're describing, some people would call a werewolf or a dogman or a wolf, but there's a name for it wherever you go. And thousands of people see them all across the world and make reports of them. You know, and they're just not believed. They're just not believed. So I think, how could you believe someone for seeing a Bigfoot? Or you can believe somebody who's seen a spirit or a UFO or they've been abducted, but you don't believe this person because you've never heard the description of the creature before. You just look at the Liberator trans, it goes back all the way in history. You know, and it's this creature that you saw that's often seen road crossing or on the edges of the road can often be found as well around ancient burial sites or new cemeteries. So almost like a new base, something to do with death in a way, like the shucks of England.
That's kind of where I relate things back to is there's been description of these dog men, wolf men type creatures for years. Obviously, it was supposed to be a jackal, but it's still like a wolf type thing.
Yeah.
The ancient Egyptians. Now, obviously, they had many depictions and weird things. They had like other creatures on human bodies as well. But even with the ancient Sumerians, they had even like weird animal heads on top of people figures and some of their stuff as well.
Yeah. This cave paintings, very early cave paintings in Europe, where it's a man on the bottom and a wolf on the top, so like your typical hybrid cross between the two. You listen to stories in Poland where they speak of them being in the woodlands when the Germans come during World War II. Some villages have been lost out there, and they said that the wolves kept them alive overnight almost. Scotland, you have the wolvers. It was said in history that they just like to be left alone, really. But if somebody in the village was starving or was really, really sick, they would come in and help. And all they wanted was just to be left alone within the forest themselves. And you just think, St. Christopher is supposed to be a dog-headed man as well. I came across that a number of years ago when I was researching, and I didn't know that. And there were some ancient dog tribes, the Benandanti and the Cynocephales. They were very positive beings that fought on the side of good against evil at night so that humans could rest. You know, so we could sleep. They were kind of like the spiritual guard dog kind of thing. And I wonder if that's why they're kind of seen around ancient burial sites in that kind of way. Now, don't get me wrong, I've taken reports where they've been incredibly aggressive, where they've chased cars or they've had red eyes or they've chased people out of the woods. But I don't think any being is negative or positive. It doesn't work like that for me. I think maybe some of them are just like that, you know, they just hate humans and that's it, you know. They must see us do some awful things in the woodlands. You don't know like that. To me, I don't think they're just an animal. Just an animal. I don't think it's a wolf stood up on two legs. I think it's far more than that, and it's incredibly intelligent. I've worked on cases in Edinburgh only last month, where what we're looking at looks like you or I would bait a trap to bring an animal in. So what you've got is a newly killed deer that's been left in a hollow, and almost like early Neanderthals would sit up the top of a cliff and they'd throw bricks at the animal, throw rocks at the animals. It came through. It was an easy way of killing them. This looked like when we're talking, you must know the land between the lakes case. Yeah. And it's not that far. It's only the other end of the lake. And this guy's got what looks like a deer. I can send you the photographs, and it just looks like it's been bit through the head with a canine tooth. And it's left out there, and I said to him, that's really strange because the meat's there. What's it out there to trap? So it wouldn't be to bring the deer in because you've already got the deer made. And it's a puzzle, I don't know, it's just a new case I've started working. So he's going to put some GoPro cameras up, we'll see what we find on the property.
I think the Land Between the Lakes thing, there's been two different versions that I've heard. One was a family that got slaughtered. And then there was the Martin Grimes story that he came out with. And there's been other reports and everything, but every time when I hear people talk about Land Between the Lakes, they always reference this family that was murdered, I think, back in the 80s. And this one guy claims he was a survivor, this and that. And there are people that claim that they've disproven him and he's not honest or whatever. It seems to be that way with everything. Somebody somewhere is always going to try and disprove somebody.
Luckily for me, I don't know the taste very well. So I'm not really. When there's reports came into me, I've got 3 reports from the area, and none of them mentioned the Land Between the Lakes, so these are separate people that have made reports of creatures around that area. So luckily, I was able to not be biased either way, because I haven't heard, like you, I understand that this is a side of it where a family was killed and went missing, and then there was another guy that came out years later. That's as much as I know about it, in all honesty. I'm trying to work with people who've done a lot of research into the cases. I've really come up in conversation for me. So I was interested because obviously I've taken 3 reports from 3 separate people over a 10-year period around that lake area. So I'm always waiting for another report to come in from there. Because the 3 people have, reported it. Like I say, this guy, it was more, not that he'd seen a creature, it was noticing strange things on his land. And it was like, well, let's keep an eye on it then. That's all we can do, really, isn't it? Let's still go GoPros up and see if anything happens.
There's been reports around here as well recently. And part of me wants to try and go out and look for stuff for my own, just for my own personal thing, but at the same time, I'm not one that wants to go out. What am I going to do if I actually run face-to-face with this thing again? Maybe this time it's not going to run away.
I have the same dilemma. Obviously. What do you do in that situation? I don't want to see it again. A lot of people say to me, oh, you're so lucky. I don't feel lucky. It was awful. Seeing that thing was awful. It was like, and my parents lying to me. Are there monsters out there? And they told me that there are. It's like, I hadn't even had I don't even see that boyfriend at that point. I was only 15. And this thing was awful. It was horrid. It was really big. And it was much bigger than my dad. And it was right close to my school. So I'd have to pass that area all the time to go to school. And I still had 12 months to do that. I hated it. And the idea of seeing it again, even this far distance, even with all these years between us and all my knowledge, I'm a parapsychologist, I'm a cryptid hunter, still, no, I don't want to see it again. I don't. I wouldn't mind being hypnotized and going back to that day stage flare and seeing if I can look at the situation and not be a frightened 15-year-old. But it was in the same sense that if a gorilla had come out of that bush or a lion, it was the same fear as I was primal, utterly primal. I was on my feet, I pushed my friend to the floor, and that's not me. And I did it without thinking. And what I was thinking was, he can get her before he gets me. And I was off and running. And my parents just said, oh, he's probably a homeless man, or there's no way on this earth that he was a homeless man. You don't give 40 odd years of your life to something.
Yeah.
It shaped me, it did, is the only way I can put it. My girls have grown up with it. They know about it. That's why I couldn't take them camping when they were kids. I couldn't go to the woodlands and stay overnight. I couldn't do any of those things that my parents did with me. I was too scared.
No, it does impact you just because I've even said, people have asked me,
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
Has it ever impacted me what I've solved? For the most part, I was like, no, not really. I'm doing a podcast about this stuff. I used to be very skeptical. I didn't think anything like this existed, so yeah, it has impacted me. Now that I have to talk about it, like, yeah, I wouldn't be doing this show if I didn't have that experience. So.
Yeah, I think it makes you more open-minded as well. So, like, people say to me, well, you haven't got a background in the paranormal. How would you help? Well, I know what trauma's like. I know what it's like to see something and not be believed. So I might not be able to help that person myself, but I can put them in touch with someone that in the paranormal realm that I've spoken to, you know. That's my skill set, is putting people in touch with each other. Because I know what it's like to think that you're out there on your own. And nobody else has seen it, only you. So you must be absolutely crackers saying you must be mental in some way. But then as you start to find other people, and believe me, I don't go into a case and give them information. When I go into a case, I want to hear everything they've got to say before I share anything. So it's not like I go into them and say, oh yeah, this several dogman sighted around here, tell me about yours. And I speak to a person and I say, what happened? Don't start with the sighting report. Let me what were you doing that day before you. And then I get them to tell me the report, tell me all the way through it. And normally another question I'll ask is there anybody in your family that's experienced the paranormal, UFO, any form of what we would class as otherworldly? Because sometimes you find that, and sometimes it's like that, grandma maybe had experience with spirit, and you know, mum may have an experience with something else. Sometimes it kind of runs in a family line like that. But some people are just going about their everyday business, and they have this one-off event like me and you, and you spend the rest of your life thinking, what was that? What was it? Why that day? Why me? Why did I see it that day? What was it doing out there in the road? You must have asked yourself that.
Yeah, it's something. As bad as I try not to think about it, it is something that's always been in the back of my mind that I tried to write it off that was just a normal dog because, again, it didn't have the stereotypical werewolf features. It didn't have the human-looking body over the hands or feet. But I can't rationalize what was the first thing that was walking in the room because it was so much bigger than whatever the dog was. That's the one thing that I always get tripped up on. Whatever the thing that didn't have a head or arms that we couldn't tell, it had to have been about 7 foot tall. When we went back, the dog was only like 6 foot tall. So,
what was that? Yeah.
So it was the first thing, and what is this dog standing up? A lot of people seem to tell me that they think it was a shapeshifter or some interdimensional being transitioning into our world. That's why when we first seen it, it was just taking shape, and then we seen it again, and it was this dog. I have no idea. Like I said, I don't really have an opinion one way or another because I just know.
Yeah.
The whole thing seems crazy to me, but I know what I saw.
No, exactly that. You have this event, and then you've got to try and explain it to people, and you don't really understand it yourself, you know. But your word would be good enough in a court of law. If you witnessed a crime, we would accept your word as an honest man that what you were telling us was correct. So we do that with your sighting. Because you're an honest man, you're very erudite, you know what you're doing. You don't put the hours in that you've put into podcasting for nothing. You know, we all have our reason at the back of it. And I think most of us are just out there really to find out more. You know, tell me your experience and I'll tell you my experience. We might be able to pull a clue out, you know, between us. What I started doing in the UK, I haven't been able to do it for a while now, but I started in about 2016. And I would just tell people where I was going to be that day, and I'd rock up with my friend, and we'd just get a fire going, and we'd put a campfire and have a prayer. We'd say, people would just come out and meet us. And I'd start, and I'd say, like, my name's Debbie, and this to me, and 82, and then other people would share their experiences. And it was a really good thing. We got it rolling really well, and then unfortunately, when COVID jumped in, the UK's never really gone back to how it was before, pre-COVID. So we started with probably 15 or 20 people the first time. And that really has grown to a massive community online. And so if a case comes in now, not in my area, and I can't travel to it, I know people in that area that are happy to speak to the witness, happy to go out to the area themselves, or the witness themselves will do that for me. They'll say, right, I've had this experience, and I know you can't get up this in the northeast, so I'm going to go back. Is it okay if I talk on camera about what I've seen? And yes, please, because that's the best that I can get out of you. If you can go back to that area and say, this is where we were, this is how big it was, this is what we saw that night, in your own words. I think that's very impactful. And then I just put that out on my YouTube channel or on the podcast, and invariably somebody will message me and say, that report that you put out on Saturday, I have an experience in that area. Or that report that you put out on Saturday, it isn't exactly the same area. I had it maybe 600 miles away, but the creature was the same. You know, there's always another witness out there on their own. So even at times when I get trolled, I've had stalkers where I've had to move house, and all manner of drama that goes on in the cryptic world that you know of. Every time that happens, I think, I'm not doing it again. I'm shutting my laptop and I'm walking away. I've done 40 years, I've put my time in, I've done. And my husband will say, there's another Debbie out there. There is another Debbie out there who thinks that she's mental, she's seen something. And the next day I'll get an email, or I'll get a Facebook message, or, you know, someone will WhatsApp me. Deb, can you help? I've seen this maybe, 10 years ago. Or, Deb, can you help? I've seen something today. Or, Deb, can you help? There's a lot of stuff going on at the house, and, I'm really worried. I had to learn a lot of stuff fast. And now I deal with I don't think there's a phenomenon that I haven't dealt with over the years. So, like, say my caseload for this month, there is a haunted house, 7 miles away from me. Really quite easy. Grandparents have had experiences in it. Mum's had experiences in it. Teenage boy in the house, things ramp up, poltergeist activity. That happens around teenage. It's just one of those things. If you just asked me that question 20 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to answer it. But I've worked so many cases in so many different areas. I'm like a jack of all trades when it comes to like the paranormal or the supernatural, if you get what I mean. And I think what's different about me is I don't fear anything. What I faced that day was the scariest thing in this era. Absolute scariest thing in this era. And I got away from that. I didn't do it dignified. I got away from it running and screaming. But I survived that event like you survived yours, and just kind of carried on with my life. And it's put me in a unique position now where when I speak to other people, I'm speaking to them not just as a podcaster, but as a fellow experiencer, where I can nod at them and say, actually, that makes a lot of sense to me. That's what it was like for me. It could have been a time slip, what I saw. It could have come through some dimension. It could have been a time slip. It could have been a paranormal thing. It could have been flesh and blood, but that just seems impossible with where he was. I don't think I'll ever know. I'll never ever know. But if I had to weigh it up now and you asked me with a gun to my head whether I wouldn't have done this, would I? If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have let this life, and I wouldn't be where I am now. So I might have been a very different person, and I think it changed me for the better in some ways. It made me very open-minded. So my experience is impossible, completely and utterly impossible. But yeah.
Someone told me that people like us, that this happens to, and we do the things that we do, we were meant to see the things we've seen because we're here to help the people who also experience the same thing.
That's what it feels like to me. That's exactly how it feels like. I've been trained for this my entire life. I had a strange event in my bedroom when I was a kid, when I was really small. And I never put that together with what happened to me when I was 15. It was separate events, completely separate events. And now I'm not so sure about that. Because what I'd see in the bedroom was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And I found a way really of kind of shrinking them down so they weren't frightening anymore. So by the time I got to 8 or 9, it wasn't happening. I kind of shut it down myself intuitively without realising. But there used to be a feeling. When I was a kid going to bed, I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified. And this feeling had come up a split second before this thing would appear in the corner line. And that day, when I saw that thing when I was 15, that feeling was there again for a split second. And I remember having the amount of time to go, oh no, because I wasn't on my own this time, I had somebody with me. And I thought and I kind of, maybe I don't know, something inside me knew that something awful was about to happen. It was like a millisecond. I didn't really have time to think of the thought. And obviously now with research and I speak to other people, lots of people have experiences from being like 4 or 5 in the bedroom, 3 and 4, and they've kind of gone through life with them. So I try and teach people not to be frightened of it. I think there are things on this earth that kind of feed off children. I think some kids are chosen before they're even born, unfortunately. Like I say, it runs in family lines for a lot of folk. And I think my most traumatic case is what involved children, because it takes me back to me being a kid and kind of going through it. But I had a strange experience. I don't really know my parents have. Other than grandparents, I don't really know any other generations back before that. So I did a DNA test about 2 years ago. Just generally wanted to know like what my family heritage was and things like that. And I found my grandmother's family. And I'm 6th in line from Mary Butters, the Carmoney Witch, as they called her in Ireland. But what was strange was I managed to meet lots of cousins and second cousins and things like that. Some go up to the age 90 and others are quite young. And every single one of them had paranormal events. Every single one of them that I found had more than one story to tell me about being a kid and having experiences at home. And I remember being about, I know what house I was in, so I must have been about 3, like 2 or 3. And I was in my car and I was absolutely terrified. And I remember somebody stroked my head, like really gentle, and it was quite soothing. And I think about that when I got frightened, I'd think about that touch, and it kind of helped a lot. So all these years later, I was speaking to what would be my second cousin, Linda, who's in her 80s, and she said, I've never really had paranormal experiences, Rita, but I know things. I can walk into a room and know everything about the people in the room, or I know something is about to happen. But when my daughter Andrea was a baby and she used to get frightened, somebody used to come into the room and stroke her head. And I remember thinking, oh my goodness. So she's in one side of the UK and I'm in the other side of the UK, totally different generations. But she's had that gentle touch as well. Is that one of my ancestors? I don't know. I hope that's what it feels like to me, maybe. You know?
Yeah, I think when it comes to stuff like that, we never really have an idea or a hope of what it could be, but at the end of the day, I don't think we ever really truly know what it is and what the intentions are.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, it was strange. It got kind of strange because I had to work a case with a gentleman and he wasn't from this area, he was here for work. And because the train had got in there late, he had to stay at a hotel where I live. He's in that hotel, and unfortunately, he said, only about 9:30 at night, 10 o'clock at night. He settled down to go to sleep, and the next thing, you feel somebody in the bed next to him. And he said it in me panic. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm in the wrong room. Or someone else is in the wrong room. He said, and as he turned over, there's a female in the bed next to him. He said, and all I could think of was, as a man, you know, you wake up and there's a lady in the bed next to you, you're probably worried that you're going to be on a charge sheet or something. And he said, I didn't know what to do. So I tapped her gently to say, I think you're in the wrong room. He said, and the next thing she turned over and started hitting me. And she kind of really hit him a few times, and then she vanished, like completely vanished. And he said, I was so upset. He said that I thought that I'd frightened her. And he said, I didn't know what to do. I just didn't know what to do. He said, and I sat on the end of the bed and I just said to her, look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. Can you, come back if you want, kind of thing. So I looked into it for him, and a lady had died 2 years before in that hotel, and she died in her sleep. She died in an argument with a partner, and she'd gone and stayed the night at the hotel, and she was a diabetic. And she hadn't took her meds before she went to bed, and unfortunately she died in her sleep. And I said to him, possibly, she doesn't know that she's passed. She's still in the bed, she doesn't know. She's there every night. She's woke up, there's been a man in her bed. It's like two worlds collided that night. But he got a stranger. So I found these mystery cousins, but this is like 18 months on, and we're talking, me and my mystery cousin, and he said, Dad, he said, we had a strange one about 18 months ago. He said, yeah, we still getting on with cars. We couldn't get a mechanic, so we had to get one to come from down south. And when he got here, he had to stay at this hotel in town at Travel Lodge. He said, when he come in the morning, he was white, and I said to him, what's wrong? And he said, I had an awful night last night. He said, I stayed at the Travel Lodge Hotel, and I woke up, there was a woman in my bed. He said, I just can't get over it. And I said to him, was his name Billy? And he went, yeah, it was. How do you know? I said, because he's one of my exes. And I worked here about 18 months before you met, like before, after you met him, kind of thing. But yeah, that's a strange coincidence, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Some people don't believe in coincidences.
I don't believe in coincidences either. That was meant to be in some way, wasn't it? So I did go back. I didn't go back into the hotel. I went back with my husband, and I sat outside and had a conversation with her. And I said, just to let you know that you're not bound here. You can move on. And unfortunately, you've passed away in your sleep, and you might not know that. I was hoping I could book the room and just stay in the room overnight, but then I didn't want to turn it into like I don't know, the right thing at the time. I asked myself what was the right thing to do, and I just thought, just go up to the hotel in the car, ground yourself, and just have a conversation with the dad, and just say, look, I don't think you know that you've moved on, but you are, and it's time, you don't have to stay here, kind of thing. Your loved ones will come for you, and I kind of left it like that. I thought it was the best thing to do.
Yeah, I think when we can only try to do what's best. And when it comes to spirits or anything otherworldly like that, I don't know what the other side is. I've never experienced it. Like I said, I'm kind of abnormal thing. So it's like, it's hard to give advice or something. Like I could go through and say things here and there, but at the end of the day, I don't have really any idea of what I'm doing.
I'm like you. People ask me, where did you train? There isn't any way to go and train. I kind of got through in the deep end, so I had to learn really fast. And I say I make mistakes. Okay, it really, really is okay to make mistakes. That's how we learn. So if we get things wrong, that's fine. We've learned that it's either a lesson or a blessing. It's always like that. Things happen when they're supposed to. So if you can start to kind of trust your gut feeling, because that's what it's there for, that's what guides us. If you can, like with me, people say I don't understand how you can be so laid back about things. And I say, because what choice do I have? I can sit here and worry about it all day long, so I'm going to change it. Things will happen as they should, And I just think each case is unique. Because each human is an individual, aren't they? So no cases are ever alike. And I just say to them, if you think I'm wrong, then you just tell them. Just say, I don't think you're right on that one, Dad. Or if you think that you can do better than me, tell me. That's what I need you for. When I work with other investigators, feel free to say, no, I don't think you're wrong. Let me take over, and then I will step back and you take over. Because at the end of the day, what's important to me is the person, like the witness, and how they kind of carry on going forward. So if it's like your house is haunted, or you're one of those people who lives in a succession of haunted houses, eventually you have to admit that it's probably you. And you're the attracted, you're either admitting it or attracting it in some way. So if you get you confident with that and building skills with that, that'll change things for you, make things much easier. They still have to get up in the morning and take the children to school, go to work and pay all of the bills. They have to do everything that we have to do in normal life and put up with that as well. So it's trying to get them to balance that out and set some real boundaries. Because we each can do that as an individual. You can set some really clear boundaries, and say, like, this is not acceptable to me. I work with a lot of females who have small children, and things are happening in the bedroom, and I've said to them, what have you put in place up to now? And they've said, well, I've been in and I've had a word with it, and I said, no, that's it, don't you come in there. And I said, well, you've done that intuitively. You don't need me. You're asking me permission for you to trust your own gut. whatever your gut tells you to do, try it. And if you get it wrong, try something else, you know. That's much better than sitting there feeling helpless. Give that child the control back, paint that bedroom, change it round if he wants. I gave my grandson a torch when it was happening to him, and I said to him, just turn the torch on. If someone was in your bedroom and you're frightened of it, put the torch on it and tell it to leave. And it wasn't the torch that did the magic, as he calls it. That's just like Thor's hammer, isn't it? That's just something for you to intent. What I was teaching him was to say, this is my room and you're not allowed to come in it and you're not allowed to frighten them. Because I needed that as a child. I needed my parents to say, what you're experiencing is real. And we don't know what to do and we don't know how to help you. That would have been far more intuitive than you're just naughty. Go to bed. We don't believe you. Go to bed. You're being dramatic. Go to bed. Things are crawling out my wall, crawling out my bed. And as a small child, that is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And it took me till I was in my 50s to kind of say, no, that's not fair. That I should have been treated differently as a child. I wasn't being naughty. I was being terrorized. You know?
We've had things here. I actually mentioned it on an episode of Blair before this one does, but just recently we've had some instances with our 2-year-old saying ghost, ghost,
right.
Daddy ghost. And I've got him recorded on here too. Like a couple weeks ago, he was up to me and said, there he goes, out, ghost out. He barely talks, but he's plain as day saying ghost.
Yeah.
So, with some of the stuff that happened when we first moved in several years ago, and I went to the house and tried to banish whatever it was, I did it all over again. Right after he started talking about ghosts, I went to the whole house again and said, whatever negative energies or spirits are here, you're not welcome. I don't want you here. Leave my children alone. And we haven't really had any instances else, so I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
Well, you did it intuitively. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. The best advice that I would give you, if a man, you walked in your child's bedroom and found a man in there, you wouldn't be overjoyed about it, would you? You'd treat him very differently. And that's what you do. You don't, it doesn't matter if you curse, it doesn't matter what you say, you've just got to mean it. You do not cross it back. Nothing can come into your home uninvited. Nothing. Yeah, and once you learn that, that's great. If you want to protect the house, you do that in every single room, like you've already done yourself, you know. Nothing's stronger than you. When it comes to protecting your child, there is nothing out there stronger than you. Absolutely nothing. And then if he wants to do something, maybe when he's 4 or 5, if he wants to change things, or he just says, you know, suddenly can we paint it blue, or can we let him, just, you know, it's your room, this is your safe space, and you can have it any way you want, and nothing is allowed to go through that door, you know. And if you do that with him or without him, it doesn't matter. We're just trying to teach them that they're in control of the situation. So it doesn't sound frightened, which is massive. This could just be his great-grandfather or his great-grandmother that's just coming to see him because they're attached by love. You know, that happens. That happens from generation to generation. And if you're happy with how he feels, then I just think you've done what you needed to do and that's it. You know? If you're sensitive to energy, then why would your son not be sensitive to energy? You know? It's in your bloodline, and it's probably the same for your wife. You know, she'll probably know when you're in a mood without you even telling her. She'll probably have to pick up that the kid's poorly even without them saying anything. It's just, we all have these natural inbuilt abilities. We're just taught by societies to ridicule them and see them as silly, and they're not. They're what kept you alive. When you were early man and you lived on this earth, before language, that's how we communicated, human to human. Simple, you know, and the more you use it, it's like riding a bike or learning to fish or learning to hunt, you just get better at it, you know. And as long as it's not taking over your life, there has to be a balance in all things. There has to be times when you are not open to spirit or you are not open to doing it. I say, no, that's me done, I'm done for a week, I need a week off. You know, you can't do it every day, you just completely drain your batteries and then you've been open to anybody. And I learned a long time ago that I can't do it for everybody. I have to teach them the tools and they have to do it for themselves. You know, you can't go around fixing things for people. But you can say, like I said to you, that's exactly what I would do. I'd have done that. I'd gone into that room and said, oh no, no, I'm not having this. We had a lot of activity at the old house, and at the new house, we haven't had anything. But the first week when I moved in, I saw a dark shadow being in the what I would call the hallway, and I think I was just stressed from the move. I just went, oh no, we're not putting up with that here. Don't even think about it. Just turn around and walk right back out. I'm not having none of it. And I've had nothing in the house. Nothing's happened at all. I just couldn't go through it again. I just want a house where everything's shut down. Because I knew it so often. This has to be my safe place. You know, and it's lots of people say, "Oh, can we come and film at your house?" And I think, no. You film when I'm out. You film when I do investigations. You film when I'm on, YouTube. You film when I'm on TV. My house is my house, and I'm not doing anything. But my husband has the right to that. He has the right to that privacy. He gives up so much of me that when I'm here, I just do ordinary stuff. We set the dog for a walk. I go out horse riding, go up on the moor. And that's my way of my balance. That's my way of re-energizing myself for to jump back in and lay after work again, What I do is how I earn my living, and I make very little money at it at a point now. But I'm rich in other ways. I have an amazing network around me. I meet people like you every single day. I can sit down and have an ordinary conversation. Me and you could be having a coffee now in a cafe, and we're talking about subjects that other people see as taboo. And I want to normalise what me and you are doing. I want to be able to just sit down anywhere I want with anyone and just say, yeah, this happened to me as a child. And, have you ever been through anything? And they say, well, not with ghosts. I might be in a UFO. Or, well, actually, no, but Uncle Harry did. And I just want it to be normal. I want it to be the same for us as it is for people who are just accepted. If you see a spirit, if you see a Victorian body, you just go, oh, yeah, it's just a Victorian body. But if you see a 7-foot creature that's got red eyes and it comes running at you down the road, that's not acceptable. Why? That Victorian body might have been something showing itself as a force that can attract you in. Doesn't mean it's a boy, that's what he's showing you. Some entities will do that. They will be the nicest thing in the world till they got you. And then you've got the negative energies that will appear as your most frightening thoughts so that they can kind of feed on your energy. So I have to work within all of that. So you can imagine for me, when I close things at the end of the day, and it's like, right, I'm not doing anything now for a couple of days. I need to kind of come round from that, and then I'll start again. And that's true what it's like. But don't get me wrong, I do enjoy what I do because I get to see the positive side of it on, the other way.
There's a lot of people that go into this stuff. I don't think anyone really understands unless they're going through it themselves what it takes to actually do what you do. And opening yourself up for all these different energies by going into and investigating, looking into it, trying to help people. You're bringing all of that onto yourself as well. And I don't think people understand that. So there's a lot to it.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I had a case in September. I went into hospital just for a routine operation, and as I was in the hospital, somebody rang me, and an 88-year-old chap that saw something on his land for the first time in his life, and he got absolutely terrified. He was a complete mess. And I said to him, actually, leave my hospital down, but if you give me 10 minutes, sneak out to the car and I'll ring you. And that's what I did. I sat in the car and I rang him up. And he was absolutely terrified, poor thing. He was in bed, and he got in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. And as he stood up, he's a typical werewolf. He said he tapped on the window with something that was the cross between a hand and a foot. He said, but it looked shocked, demon. It looked really frightened to demon. And obviously it cried dead. So I don't think there's many people that would have done what I did and just gone, right, I'll deal with it now. Because I'm thinking, he's 88, he's really, really poorly. This is the last thing he needs, So I asked him a couple of questions. I said, don't tell me anymore, let me just ask you a few questions first. And one of them I asked was if he was of Irish descent, and he said, yeah, he was. And I asked him what was negative on the land, and he said the house next door to the farm had some really negative things go on over the years. And then it was said that several nuns had got impregnated and they buried babies on the land. I asked him if he'd been thinking about death, And he said that he'd been to see a solicitor that week to set up his will and everything, and it was something that he was worried about. And like I asked him if he was there something in life that he was worried would hold him back when he was crossing over, because we all have those fears, and he said that there was. And then the final question I asked him was what was different about that night to all the other 88 years that he'd lived there. And he said he can't manage the stairs anymore, so his carer brought his bed downstairs to the lounge in the front room. And they put air conditioning in and unfortunately not the time to put the curtains back up, so it was no curtains. And I said to him, he wanted the truth, and he wanted to know if it was going to come back and take him. And I said to him, well, if he wanted to come back and take you, they'd put you there and then, wouldn't it? You wouldn't be here, you'd just be one of the missing. I said, no, I don't think it's that. I said, because you're of Irish heritage and you've been thinking about death. There's an old Irish legend, really, that gets passed out from the family. And it's kind of like the Morrigan. And it's this death walk, as they call it, the Irish death walk. Now, that sounds absolutely terrifying, I know. But it isn't in that sense. It kind of comes to walk you home. So at your darkest moments, you're most depressed or you're most ill, or when you're about to cross over, if you're worried or frightened that you're going to go to hell because of something that you've done or something like that, this book will turn up. So you've got a combination of that and this property at the side of them that's been used for Satanic worship. So there's all like kind of awful paintings in there. So luckily that's being knocked down. So we get that's moving off the land. But I was able to say to him, no, I think you're going to be completely safe. And I'm still in contact with him, speak to him all the time. And nothing's happened since, nothing's been at the house since. So I've been able to, with the help of his carer, obviously, we've been able to keep things really positive for him. And it was a positive experience. And once I'd explained it to him and I said, I just think this thing's come because you're really, really sick. And what? In a way, it almost saved him. Because he was that hysterical when I spoke to him, he felt it was better to get the doctor in, which we should do anyway, whether I'm doing a paranormal thing or anything, we've got to get the doctor in, he's 88. And the doctor said, I think you're running an infection, we need to take you to hospital. And he did, he had like a urine infection, it made him really, really sick. So almost in a way, if that event hadn't happened, he wouldn't have got the antibiotics that he needed. So we can look at it as something that's come to terrify him. Or we can look at it in the sense of, was he actually there that night? He looked shocked to see him. And that's why I didn't feel like he was in danger. Do you get what I mean? It was almost like he can see me.
I think when it comes to the wolf, dogman, whatever, you mentioned it earlier, I do think they have something to do with the other side. I don't know if they're protectors of the dead or anything like that, but there's been so many people that have said they've seen them around burial sites.
Yeah.
And I don't know what religion it is, and I could be completely wrong, but I've heard before that they've had these types of things. They were like the guardians of the underworld.
Yeah, I kind of see it like that, yeah.
And I don't know where that originated from or where I found it. It's just something that I've read somewhere before, but they said that these creatures were originally designed to be like the guardians of the underworld. So they're not necessarily evil, they're not necessarily good, they're just, they are what they are.
They just are, yeah. That's the way that I look at all beings, they just are. Like, we put a human connotation onto it, don't we? That's what we do as human beings. But we're all dealing with things we don't understand, you know. And I think sometimes, don't get me wrong, I think paranormal investigators make it worse. Sometimes I think if they go into a house and they don't understand what they're doing and they just suddenly go straight to what I call a satanic panic, it's a demon. I think that brings a lot of negative stuff on the house. And then that paranormal team packs up with a dog. And the family are left to have to deal with all of that. You know, so there's certain places in the world, like Cannock Chase in England, where paranormal teams you probably got 2 or 3 teams every night down there, you know, kind of sorting something or up in this dimension or that dimension. And then they get in the car and they go. And what's left is all the things that frighten the locals that the locals are seeing. So like Cannock Chase, it's a 27-mile radius, it's probably 33 cases down there of like werewolves and black-eyed kids and all manner of strange things. And I just think there's an ancient site there called Castle Ring. It's been there about 800 years. And I think that's the energy source. But because people have meddled, so many times down there, there's like pockets that you can walk into that are just awful. Like make it almost like infrasound, like make you feel sick to your stomach or drop to your knees and things like that. And people report all manner. They report to the police, they report to the newspapers in the UK. All kinds of strange things happening there. But I think that's human intervention and humans doing what they don't understand. We don't. Some people don't want to learn. So you can say to people, you do close everything down before you leave, don't you? You don't need to do that. Well, actually, yeah, there is. There really is. You should be sure. What we've done here tonight is over and everything's closed, and then you walk away. Because you just left a big gaping hole in the veil, and anything can come through. And you have no idea if that anything is good or indifferent. Because it's humans, isn't it? It took me a long time to learn. I thought I knew everything when it was like late teens, early 20s, but life taught me some very valuable lessons.
Eventually, for me, I do my podcast in my house, but I'm trying to move mine out. I don't want it to be in the house because I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I'm not bringing in, even though I'm talking to people through Zoom or whatever it is we end up using.
No, I know what you mean.
I don't know if I'm opening up something to come into my home. So as a precautionary thing, I'm trying to do it not inside my house anymore.
I'm similar, but unfortunately financially I'm stuck like that for a while. So I just have this little ceremony that I got through myself even before me and you spoke, and I just say like whatever I speak about now, it's just a private conversation between me and you, and you're not allowed to interfere in any way or hang around or any of those things. And I have this ritual where I ground myself. We'll finish having a conversation, me and you, and I'll take my shoes off and I'll go stand outside on the grass for a minute or two, and then I'm fine. But that's just my little ritual. Everybody kind of comes up with their own. But I get what you mean. When you work in this industry, you don't know what you're inviting, do you? And it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things. And if there's anyone out there in the UK that thinks that you need our help or you'd be interested in helping other people, please get in touch. Because I can keep a note of where you are. Don't matter whether you've got experiences to me or not. Doesn't matter disability-wise or not. My mobility is shot. So I can't do a lot of going around the woodlands now or any of those things that I used to do. But I'm really good at putting people in touch with each other, so that's what I'm trying to do in a minute. I'm trying to set up some support groups online because there's some people really going through it at home with the things that they're experiencing, and there just isn't enough of me for me to deal with all those cases. So going forward, I think this year that's where the majority of my work's going to lie. So if you're out there in the UK or anywhere else in the world and you think I can help in any way, get in touch with me, please, and I will give you a link. Random for my link tree so people get in touch with me and I can help them out.
Yeah, I'll include that in the show notes if you want to shoot me over whatever links you want to, and then anyone listening to this episode, they can just go right there and find it.
I will say, is it alright with you if we kind of wrap things up for this week?
Yeah, that's fine.
Brilliant. It's just I need to feed my husband.
No, that's fine. I do appreciate you coming on here and talking with me, and again, if you want to let everyone know where they can find you at, and then
I've made things just put Debbie Hatswell in. I have made sure that everything is Debbie Hatswell BBR investigation. So you just put that in YouTube, you'll find my email address is just debbiehatswell@gmail.com. And like I say, I'll send you that link over and make it easy for you. If you want me to come back on or you've got any questions or anything like that, just shoot them over to Brandon and he'll get in touch and let me know.
Yep, definitely. Well, Debbie, I appreciate you coming on here and talking. It's been a pleasure.
You're very welcome. I've enjoyed it. Hopefully I'll get to chat to you again.
Yeah, we'll definitely be in touch. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Remember, the truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Excellence in staffing.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
Excellence in staffing.
Your local school districts constantly face a shortage of substitute teachers and support staff. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring people like you to help our school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute today at edustaff.org.
EduStaff, excellence in staffing.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. What are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Ryan. Today's episode, we're going to be joined by my guest, Josh. Josh has had some experiences and some run-ins with a creature that he's seen for most of his life when he lived down the southern part of the country. He reached out to me a while back and had some interesting things to talk about. So I said, definitely having him on the show and share some of that with us today. Before we bring Josh on, though, if you've ever had an experience or a story you'd like to share, you can come on Tinfoil Tales, discuss that with me. All you gotta do is send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com and we'll get you scheduled for a future episode. Always looking for new guests, so if you've got anything to talk about or if you know someone that does, please send them my way. If you want to help the podcast, you can leave a 5-star review. That helps with the rankings, makes it more discoverable for anyone out there listening. New listeners find the podcast, that means possibly new guests, so more episodes too. If you leave a written review, I'll make sure to read that on an upcoming episode. If you want to help the podcast financially, you can always join the Patreon, or if you'd rather just do something more simpler and just donate, there's a button in the show notes that you can do that with as well. Be sure to follow us on all the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I don't really use Twitter that often, but it is synced up to the podcast website, which is tinfoiltales.com. You can go on there as well as a way of contacting. So if you'd rather do that, you can send a message through the website as well. Whatever you gotta do though, it's definitely appreciated. I want to hear from you guys. I think we're gonna go ahead now and bring Josh on. Looking forward to talking with him. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest today, Josh. Thanks for coming on here and talking to me.
Hello, how are you guys doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
A little bit about yourself?
So my name is Josh. Originally born in the South, migrated up here right after Katrina. My family kind of migrated pretty much all over the United States. Pretty much at an early age, I knew there's something wasn't right about myself. There's definitely something that was a little peculiar about me. At the age of, I would say it was if I were sick, I learned that, I mean, hindsight now, I didn't know what it was then, but I learned that I could actually project myself out of my body, and I learned how to do it kind of like on a crash course type of way. I was able to leave my body, go downstairs, and see my parents or see my sister while taking naps and stuff like that, because like all children, we were forced to take naps and just to give our parents a little bit of time to breathe. But now I would go down and I would see them, and once I was awake, I'd go down and I'd tell them, like, this is what you were doing, or this is who you were talking to, and I would freak them out, like, all the time. So I knew something just wasn't right about me. So as I got older, I kind of delved into very deeply, very quickly, actually, into voodoo. I started learning gray magic, I guess you'd say. It's a little bit of black, a little bit of white, a little bit of everything. And that's when things kind of spiraled right after that.
Like spiraled, do you mean like
out of
control?
Yeah, so stuff started happening, like really, like quickly. So there was I had the first time that I've ever seen a spirit was actually the Hat Man. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Yeah, I'm aware of the Hat Man. I have an episode about it too.
Yeah, I don't like you at all. I was downstairs in my basement. I was lying down. I was kind of watching TV. Turned off the TV, kind of was relaxing. And I saw him from the corner of my eye, but I thought it was like just nothing. And then I saw these like shadows with him, and that's when I was like freaking out. And like I opened my eyes, and I remember that they were holding my arms and my legs down, and I was trying to break free. And keep in mind, I don't have sleep paralysis. I don't have any of that type of stuff. And he actually choked me. And when I was trying to fight back, like lift my body up, I actually heard him laugh at me, like, ha ha ha, you can't do anything about this. And then it stopped. And then I saw him just kind of turn the corner of my downstairs basement, and he was gone. And like I could immediately sit up, and I was freaked out. Like I ran out from the basement because we had like a little man cave in the basement, and I ran upstairs, and like I was telling everybody, and they were like, "No, we didn't see anything," and it was just a mess. So that was that type of stuff started happening a lot, frequently. Like spirits, I would see those, and then eventually, the creature, I don't know what you call it. Some people would call it a not behind. Some people would call it a rake. I don't really know how to describe it. It was there when I was younger. I just never paid attention to it. It was always out in the corner of my eye. Like it was always outside. It wasn't like a thing where it was inside or it was like a spirit or anything like that. I would always catch it on the outside, and then when I would look, it would disappear. That's why I say it's like the not behind or the hide behind or whatever, the hang. Where like if you try to see it, it'll hide behind something and you won't be able to see it. So I would try to see this thing, and I would even get my friends, like, to help me, like, you know, catch it or whatever. We could never, like, fully. And keep in mind, my friends have actually seen it as well. My partner has seen it, and to this day doesn't like talking about it. He has seen it pop its head out from behind a tree, or like, because we have trees in our backyard that kind of leads into like a small little, you know, like nook of. I wouldn't really say it's like I don't know. It's not really a forest. It's not really like. It's just like a small orchard, I guess you would say.
A little bit of woods.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nothing like crazy.
I know what you mean.
And if we, you know, we go there, you know, we drink, have bonfires and stuff every once in a while. And that's where it would be the most. And like when I was younger, I would never really pay attention to any of this stuff. And what was strange to me was my grandmother would always say, stay out of the woods, stay out of the woods. And I always thought it was one of those things where it was like, you know, stay out of the woods because of a bear or, you know, whatever. And trust me, I am so scared of everything. When I moved up and we settled in West Virginia, my uncle, he has farmland. It actually came with us. How, I don't know. It was there. I don't know if this is something that is just haunting my family, if it's haunting me. I don't know. But I would have to get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'd have to walk to school. And I have to walk to the bus stop, and I have to go through like this little valley to get to my uncle's house that has the bus stop. And it was like a half a mile, but you'd have to walk through like the valley where like his horses and his cows and like all that shit. Well, I'm sorry, all that stuff was. I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine.
But you know, and like I was, I'm such a scaredy cat. Like I would run from like, you know, the cows and stuff, because like if you got close to them, you know, they did that huge like, and it would scare the hell out of me. And you know, we didn't have cell phones back then, so it was like a flashlight, and that's all you got, you know. But yeah, no, it's I can't explain why it's with us or it's with me, or you know, I've thought that maybe possibly because, you know, I learned how to do all these things at an early age, and maybe, you know, I, you know, dabbled into something that I shouldn't have. But I don't know. It hasn't tried to hurt anybody that I'm aware of yet. It has gotten closer to the house. I can say that over the years it has migrated closer. But my father actually, when we were in West Virginia, he actually got us up in the middle of the night. My father knew about it. He got us up in the middle of the night with the clothes that we were wearing. And he said that, you know, he saw it again, and I was closer to our patio. And he keeps getting, you know, bad vibes from it. Like the older generation know about the hangs and, you know, all that good stuff. And like my father is Creole, so he don't mess around with any of that bad juju stuff. And he got us up, got everybody the clothes that we were wearing, and we left. We came to the city. He got us an apartment, and he told my uncle to pack our things, and he paid our uncle to do it, and packed up all of our things, and we came up every weekend during the day to get our stuff. and to bring it down to Baltimore. And from down here, I've seen it once, and that's it. I guess because there's not that many trees, and there's not a whole lot of, forestry, unless you have to seek it out, like to go to like a state park or, something like that. And I would never go to those things anyway after hearing about like all those missing people.
The state parks are definitely got some weird stuff going on, that's for sure. Yeah,
that would be my luck, that I would go to a state park and then I would get like snatched up by Bigfoot. That's another thing that I don't trust as far as I could throw is Sasquatch. I hear about people's accounts and it's just frightening. Like some of them are carnivores and some of them aren't. It would be my luck that I got a carnivore.
Yeah, when it comes to cryptids and everything else like that, I really don't have an opinion one way or the other, just because everyone has their own experiences.
Right.
I can't say that a Sasquatch is not going to hurt someone. I can't say it is going to hurt. I don't know. I've never seen one. And they're just like, I make this analogy from time to time, but if there are animals out there, all these creatures, some might hurt you, some might not hurt you, because just like humans, like some people will hurt you, some people won't hurt you.
Absolutely.
You just never know.
Yeah, you really don't. What turned me onto that was I was flipping through the Discovery Zone and I saw David Blightus's Skinwalker Ranch. That special, when I watched that, I was like, oh man, nope. I'm glad I didn't live there.
Yeah, they have a lot of weird stuff going on at that place. And then, I know David Blightus, he does that. I seen 411 where there was a lot of missing people in the state parks and everything else.
Yes. I've yet to get any of his books, but I heard the numbers are pretty crazy.
Depends on who you talk to. I know there's some naysayers out there that act like the state parks. It's not just state parks. It's literally all over the place. But because he talks about state parks, it just makes it seem like it's a state parks. But I haven't looked too much into that, believe it or not. Right. So I don't know if it's everywhere, if it's just state parks. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of weird things that go on at the state parks, and then you kind of wonder why it is so many people missing. Why is it that you don't really hear it mainstream talked about as much as like to try and keep it secret?
Right. And I think me personally, like just my personal opinion, I think the reason why it happens in state parks is because it's such a mass amount of wilderness and people have made pathways like through the entire thing. So it isn't like one of those things where, you can stay, if you stay on course, you can go through the entire park. There has been people that, got lost or whatever. But it's one of those things that it goes so deep and, with like the people who have vanished, it's like, it seems like, it's a blink of an eye. They turn around to sit something on a counter, and next thing you know, their kid's missing. I just think it's definitely the woods. There's something about the wood that these things are attracted to. Maybe it's the trees because, trees are so old. Maybe it's, that, or I really don't know. I just know that the thing that is, pretty much stalked our home and pretty much everybody in it, we have not let that thing come close enough to touch us. It's always been in arm's reach. I mean, if you could see this thing peer out inside of a tree, the first time I did, I almost messed myself. And I don't wish it really on anybody. I don't wish, it's just insanity. Like, I don't know, and I don't know where it is, and I feel sorry for the people that, it could be, harassing now.
Would you give a description of what it looked like?
Sure. It's it's like a grayish white. That's why I considered it like almost like a rake. It doesn't look exactly like a rake, but it has very similar attributes to it. It doesn't look like an alien, like a gray alien. It's very, very slim. It has, I would say, like almost like an almond shaped base. But it's not like pointed at both ends. It's just very like almond. It's gone. It almost looks like it hasn't eaten a long time. You could definitely see its ribs, like in between the bones. I did get a good look at that when it poked its head out. It has very, very little hair. The hair that you do see it is very like almost like wispy. Very, very wispy. It would be like taking Homer Simpson's head and adding just a few more strands to it, and that would be like basically, the amount of hair that it has. It's very, very little, and it's very, very wispy. Its eyes are huge. I mean, just hauntingly huge. And its nose is very, very, it's small. It's very sunken in, almost like it's non-existent, but it's there. It's small. And its mouth, it's so big, and it has so much teeth. And that's what creeps us all out, is its teeth is so big. The teeth aren't big, it's just the smile, when it does a smile every once in a while, and that's what chills us all. Well, not really literally, but that's pretty much, the sign to you need to get in the house or whatever. There's been a couple times where I've been out by the reservoir with me and my cousin, and you can hear it. Like it's not at all like stealthy. You can hear it, and it would just, you can hear it like walk up to a tree, up its head around it, and normally we catch the sound because, it's like we think it's a deer. We have to be on guard because it could be a mountain lion or something. And my cousin, she caught it once, and she was like, there's that thing. And I'm like, wait, what? And I turn around, and I see it just briefly enough to where I saw it had like this shitting grin on his face, and I was just like, no, it's time to go, because I don't know what that smile means. I don't know if that smile means I'm going to eat you, or I'm going to play with you, or what. In the world of monkeys, smiling means violence, so I just assumed it as such, and that's when I get rolling. But yeah, there has been several people that have seen this. It's not just me. It's not like I'm, schizophrenic and I'm making things up. There's been several witnesses. My partner, my cousin, my father, my grandmother knew about it. I think she was the first, to be honest with you.
I sent you a photo to your messenger.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
EduStaff, excellence in staffing.
And if this looks similar, I'll explain a little bit of what it actually is. So I know the term that people use, they don't automatically think this, but this is what they actually are supposed to look like.
That's actually almost damn near close.
That is a Wendigo.
Really?
Everyone thinks of a Wendigo with have the antler heads and everything else, like the deer head. That's not what they really look like. If you listen to the old Native American lore, they were more or less humans that got really skinny, and their mouths were like that because they ate their lips off because they were so hungry. And they became very pale because they're basically like a walking corpse, and their hair fell out and everything. So when you started giving me that description, you could see its ribs are so skinny and its mouth being big. Well, its mouth's going to be big because it ate its lips off.
That's frightening. This is like 98% close.
So that's just one depiction. Like if you put in Wendigo, like you're going to see a bunch of antlers and deer skeletons there. That's technically more of the, I guess when the white settlers when the white settlers came around, they it didn't sound creepy enough, so they kind of bastardized it by putting on a big monster lore about it with a head of a deer and everything else. But the original Native American lore and stories, this is what they look like.
Yeah, unfortunately, I fell into that group. I thought that the Wendigo was the deer skull, deer antlers, just something. I always thought it was a person underneath it all, but it was like, I don't know, I never really thought about what would be underneath it, but I always assumed there was something underneath it, like it wasn't just, this magic walking cloak. But this is frightening. This is dangerously close. It has more. You can see its eyes more than this book. The eyes are more visible. The mouth is correct. If you can imagine this photo smiling, like a huge smile, like when someone says, like, say cheese, you do that really big, fake smile. Imagine that on this. And it's like that, almost like that come hither type smile. I wonder if this was a Wendigo. I would crap my pants because we lived in forest surrounded areas. Now, wouldn't they be around reserves and now? Wouldn't it be around them?
I'm not real sure how it all works with that. I just know that I haven't heard any tales of them being towards the south either. They usually seem to be up more in the northern areas, but just from your description and everything, that was what I was getting. I was like, it sounds very similar to what a Wendigo looks like.
Yeah, it's just scary. I'm gonna have to show that. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna have to show it to my partner and my family.
Yeah. I always was kind of like everyone else usually is, where they think that the antlers and everything. That's what when you look up Wendigo, that's everything you find is that you have to look really hard to find the actual old versions. And I had a guest on from he actually hosted another podcast, and he was the one that said he had a run with a Wendigo, and his description was similar to what yours was. And that's what got me thinking, is he's the one that even brought it up, that the misconception is the antlers and everything else, but the original Native American lore they're basically like humans that became cannibals, and they ate their own selves, and it's all sort of plays from that.
So, with the Wendigos looking like that, what about that and the, what is the other one?
The Skinwalker.
Yes, that's the one.
That's a Navajo thing more than anything. A lot of people say Skinwalkers, and they think of them as like shapeshifters, which, again, without being taboo, because I know the Navajos, they're not even supposed to talk about it, and a lot of people label things skinwalkers, but
Right.
I've noticed recently people are getting very upset with podcasters and other people mislabeling things as skinwalkers. But basically what a skinwalker is a shaman from like the Navajos, and it's kind of the same thing. They have to kill a family member to be able to take the spirits and shape of these other animals. So they have to kill an animal, they have to take the shape of it. But in order to become an actual skinwalker, they have to kill a family member.
Wow.
That was their lore, legend for it, whatever. But again, they won't even talk about it. It's very taboo for them to talk about it. They think it's like a cursed thing. You don't want to even mention it.
So are they immortal like the Wendigo, or I wonder?
They're more like I think they become more spirit type. I don't know if they're flesh and blood at this point. Like once they take that ritual or whatever, I don't know how. I don't know if they're alive or dead. I don't know how any of that works. Like I said, I'm not 100% familiar with any of the actual outcomes of how they go about their stuff. I just know that's what the legends are based off of.
Yeah, no, that you're pretty spot on with that. I wonder if this guy that the guy that had the encounter with his Wendigo. I wonder. I haven't listened to his account yet. I wanted. Is he also is his stuff already loaded to the podcast?
Yeah, he's on. I think it's episode. Let me look real quick. I guess like episode 38 or 37.
Okay.
It says in the description. I'll have Wendigo in the description.
Okay.
It should be episode. Scroll down. Episode 39. It says Michigan Wendigo.
Gotcha. Michigan Wendigo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a little gander of that. Hopefully, we're not dealing with the same thing, or been exposed to the same thing. It would be my luck that I was, dealing with something supernatural.
Wendigos, though, you always think they're very, I think they're always recognized, like, even with skinwalkers, like, they're always recognized as evil. So if it hasn't come to you or come towards you or anything else, that seems strange, because usually with the lore of Wendigos, if you have a run-in with a Wendigo, you usually don't get away from it. That's what it sounds like.
No, it would get close. Well, we also would not let it get close to us. Also have to take that in consideration. Like if we never actually played in the woods, we would go through and, to get to where we need to go, but we never actually hung out in woods. But we never got it that close to us. There was a couple times where like I said, my dad, one of the scariest times was when my father said it got close to the porch and we gotta go. And we left that night with the clothes that we had on our body. And that was the most scariest situation I've ever been in. And, he said that it got close and, he didn't want to know he didn't want to take a chance on what could happen if it did get closer, So it never got that close to do anything, but now it's never harmed me when I was younger. I would always, run away from it, or my grandmother, would have us come in. Also, she did do a lot of the old rituals. We also had the blue roof, the blue ceilings. We had the caraway seeds on the windows. She did all that good stuff for protection from the haints and all that good stuff. But anyway,
because of your family's history and how much you dabbled into, that you become more open and throw things towards yourself just from the things you kind of done.
I think so, and that's originally what I was saying earlier. Is I think because of me dabbling into things and being so open to things. I mean, and it's not just, dabbling into magic. Like, I have dreams about things that, that happen. I have, premonitions all the time of things. And it's like, it's one of those weird things where it's like, oh, I'm, not a fortune teller and I don't read palms. If I, in my mind's eye, if something happens, I normally tell the person. I don't like to. My dad would always used to say, you should never change fate. But I believe that it's being shown to me for a reason. And
I do agree with that. I think people that see things are meant to see things. I don't think everyone sees the same things that everyone else sees too. I think everyone has their own interpretations of it, but I think everyone's meant to see what they do encounter.
Right. So I'm always the first person to tell someone, whatever the case may be. But I do think so. I think maybe I may have pulled it towards me, or maybe I got its attention from an early age, and maybe it sends like, I don't know, energy or whatever the case may be. I really don't know, and I also don't know why it wouldn't have attacked me. Maybe it was also afraid. Then I don't know, or maybe it was just curious. I'm not sure. I've been down this whole road of like, what if, or why. I literally just a mile long of just like different questions that I've asked myself and my family, and like nobody knows the answers to any of it. And it's just one of those things where I don't think we'll ever have it. But I'm thankful now that I live in the city, and there's not a lot of woods around us. If I ever see it behind a trash can, I'm gonna have to go ham on it with a machete or something.
Yeah, when you get into the bigger cities, though, you don't have to worry about the things out in the woods or the things down the alleyways. These points, you never know what kind of person might be around there too.
Oh, trust me, they're out in the streets right outside of my house. Just as the crazy people, the drug dealers, all that stuff. It's right outside, man. I have on my actual profile. I have videos of just the nonsense that these people do, and just I don't know. It's just insane. You gotta check it out yourself. The stuff that happens down here is just. It's chef's kiss. It's just horrible.
I've had to work in some big cities for certain things, and I've been in some sketchy areas, and had to work in a area just outside of Chicago for a while, and it gets it's a little scary every now and then. You never know what's going to go on when you're out trying to do something.
Yeah, Chicago itself, I've seen pictures of it. It's frightening. Where I'm sorry.
I was saying, I'm a country boy, so I've always lived out in the country, so big cities to me are always scary.
Like I said, we keep up from down there, and I love the city. I guess, just because of everything that's happened to me in my life, but, even down there, where we were, they called it Upper Arkansas. It wasn't, the famous, New Orleans area, or, Baton Rouge, or anything like that, where we were. It was, upper north. They called it Upper Arkansas, but it was still Louisiana. And it just wasn't rich with, the Cajun Creole people. It was kind of like scattered around like salt and pepper. But they were still there. We still they're called swamp puppies, the kids that are there. Believe it or not, there's lots of sightings of Bigfoot down there. That's the biggest thing down there.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Bigfoot down there at the Rougarou, the potential werewolf dog that they don't even talk to.
Yep.
There's all sorts of stories from that way.
Yeah, some say it's a dog man type situation. Some people say it's like a Sasquatch that's an alligator. Some say that it's just a regular Sasquatch. There's so many different ones. And it's just, you never know to this planet. And I try to keep an open mind. I mean, just yesterday I was reading there was 6 new spiders, brand new, don't have names for them, found in Brazil.
I saw that too a couple weeks ago.
And then the new crab. Did you see the new crab that they found?
No, I didn't see the crab.
Yeah, it was this huge crab that had spikes like all over it. If I guess when it's in water, it would kind of portray like almost like I guess you'd say like coral or something. It was just enormous. I guess you can Google like Brazilian spiked crab or something like that, and it'll pop up. It's crazy big. It showed it walking down like a cliffside, and it's like, part of me was like, that's frightening, and then the other part of me, because I've been in Maryland so long, it's like, I want to eat that.
I've always wanted to try crab and everything else I have, and I don't know what it is. Like when it comes to seafood, it's just not, I can't do it. Like lobster, smelled great, tasted it, gummy to me. I can't do gummy. I have like a gag reflex to gummy stuff.
That's what my partner is. He's not a big fan of seafood whatsoever. He tells people that he's allergic to crab because, you know, you get a stink eye in Maryland if you tell people you don't like crab. They're like, what's wrong with you? So in order to avoid all that, he just tells them that, you know, he's allergic to seafood. But it's the same thing. It's a texture thing, and he's just not a fan of it.
I can't do Jell-O. I can't do gummy worms or anything like that. So my daughter will try to get me some gummy worms or gummy bear. I'm like, I can't do that, baby. That never worked well.
You know, I love it all, man. I was just the way I was raised. The only thing I won't eat is more crazier stuff that my dad has tried to get me to eat in the past. I mean, my dad has tried to get me to eat like snapping turtle, and I mean anything that moves. My father has tried to put it on a plate, and I can't deal with it. You ever seen The Water Boy, where his mom had the thing out the
steaks or whatever it was.
Yeah. She was asking what's for dinner, and it was like something else got zapped outside by the bummer. Remember, like squirrel.
Yeah.
That's my dad.
That's how they get most exotic thing I probably ever had was I tried some ostrich. And I honestly don't even know what it tasted like. It probably tasted like chicken because it's a bird, so I think they kind of all taste similar.
Yeah. I've had their eggs. The eggs are just delicious. When you put it in like cakes and stuff. I decorate cakes for a living. Well, I wouldn't say for a living, but I do it in my downtime. I love to decorate. I love to bake and stuff like that. Pastries and whatnot. And I've used it in a couple different things. It is just amazing. Ostrich, but it's like $50 an egg, depending between 50 and 75. Emu eggs are really good too.
Interesting enough, the guy that we bought this house from, They lived here for 20-something years, and at one point, our neighbor said he had ostriches or emus. She wasn't sure what they were, so they're just really big birds. So I guess where I live at now, at one point they had these big birds running around there. Not that day. We just had some chickens and a duck.
And hopefully that's the way it'll stay. No Bigfoot, none of the monstrosity that you said me. Yeah, I cannot wait to show my partner this photo. I really can't.
Hopefully that helps bring some little bit of answer for maybe what it was. But again, like I said, that was just when you're describing us, the first thing that popped in my head is it sounds like a Wendigo.
It's frightening. It really is frightening. And I wish I knew why. And we've tried everything too. We've tried, we blessed our home. My grandmother would do the whole room and the sage. And she did it all. I mean, we've done it all here. And now the place that I'm living now, I have like a little apartment. And just a little one-bedroom apartment, kind of tucked away in Baltimore. And there's no trees, and I feel super safe. The only thing is that's messing with me now is my partner said that I've been talking in my sleep and been saying a bunch of nonsense. So I have actually started as of last night to record what I'm saying. So I guess if it gets crazy, I'll be sending you a copy. Maybe you can just see what's going on with it.
I definitely ever catch anything. Send it my way. This looks good.
Absolutely.
Well, Josh, I think we can wrap this up unless there's anything else you want to talk about.
No, I think it's good. I think I got everything that I've had to about. I think that's about it. It was really nice meeting you, and I don't know if I can talk to my cousins or anything, see if they have any stories, if I can get anything from them. I'll be more than willing to shoot you a message on Facebook, let you know about what's going on with that.
Yeah, love to hear about it. I appreciate you coming on here and talking to me today. It's been my pleasure.
It's been mine as well, sir. It's been nice meeting you.
You too. You have a good day.
You too now. Bye-bye.
Remember, the truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
You know poop is coming, but you have nothing to fear. New Pampers Swaddlers with blowout barrier helps prevent up to 100% of leaks, even blowouts. Fear no leaks with Pampers Swaddlers, and download the Pampers Club app today and earn Pampers Cash. Redeem your Pampers Cash for exclusive Pampers coupon savings and rewards. Click or tap the link now to learn more. Only redeemable by a Pampers Club. Redeem Pampers Cash, no cash value.
Ensuring your baby gets the nutrients they need to grow and develop is the top priority.
A2 Platinum is the formula you can trust. A2 Platinum Premium Infant Formula is nutritionally complete with essential ingredients like DHA, vitamin E, prebiotics, and choline. Everything tiny tummies need to build a strong foundation, and without worry of harmful chemicals. A2 Platinum is the recipient of the Clean Label Project's Purity Award and has a flawless track record of 0 recalls. That's why millions of parents around the world have trusted A2 for over 10 years. Join them and choose A2 Platinum for your little one. Right now, for a limited time only, A2 is offering podcast listeners an opportunity to try A2 Platinum for free. Learn how to get your free A2 Platinum infant formula at a2platinum.com/podcast. And then head to your local Meijer store to pick it up. Go now to the letter A, the number 2, platinum.com/podcast.
And I just turned around and I asked out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were going red. I see an orb of light. It is circling these steps like it is waiting for me.
It begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Pitbull Tells After Dark. I'm afraid that we got a special guest co-host tonight. You gotta find out who's Derek. Hey, Brandon. How you doing? Doing well. Glad to be here, man. It's kind of fun. Exciting. This is the only second time I've done a live stream for this show. The other podcast did a couple of what time I did this for maybe a conversation. Yeah, see what happens. And I'm looking at the comments of the uncomfortable community has shown up. Hey guys, appreciate you guys coming on. Check it out. It says Facebook is not working, so I don't know. I got messages that it's not working on Facebook.
Long Beach has plans to develop 43 acres of land around the Greenberry, entering into a mixed use.
We do have a guest, Brian Holtzberg, coming on here to share some experience with everybody. Anyone out there listening, if you guys have questions or whatever, ask Brandon. And if you have something you'd like to share, send me a message on there, and I'll be able to pop it on the screen and share them every time you do that. But we're going to go ahead and bring Brian on to the 6:30. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing today?
Good. Doing well. Ryan, all right. Like I said before we started the show, I don't comment much on Instagram or anywhere. I mean, honest with you, but your Instagram posts, man, they grab me all the time. You were in my head as far as the topics that I'm into, the movies that I like, and just kind of all right. Kindred spirit, I guess, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Well, I promise not to play around in your head. I won't be scrambling in there, so.
Oh, dude, you don't want to be there. I promise.
Well, I'm glad you get a kick out of those, man.
Yeah, it's great. I share them with my son all the time. I think he even started following you, too, because he's a huge Godzilla fan and John Carpenter fan.
All right. Like that with people. Okay.
I'm surrounded by Godzilla here. I'm showing Ryan. I've got a little keychain with Godzilla cloth.
Yeah, I got Godzilla here too.
I got it.
if you're not doing it, you're not living right.
Speaking of Bigfoot, anyone can see it.
There you go. I like that shirt. That's cool.
Yeah, the stickers came in today as well.
I want a sticker.
They turned out pretty good. I was a little nervous because I wasn't sure how to pronounce the shirt. The shirt was a little crooked, so I'm not happy with the fact that it's crooked. It was straight out. Well, Ryan, talked before you mentioned some moments ago, you had an dog man experience and all sorts of stuff, so whatever you want to dive into.
Well, you want me to start off with my dog man encounter?
Sure.
Okay, well, I've told the story many times, but I always enjoy telling it again. I was actually house sitting for a friend. He and his wife had gone on vacation for a while, so I was being that good guy. And I would go and, check on his property, make sure everything was okay. And I would do morning, afternoon, and the last time I would check is at midnight, late at night. And what happened is I went one particular night, and as I'm walking up his driveway, I can hear all the coyotes around me. They're loud as can be, but they sound really anxious. They're nervous, so I'm just thinking that there's maybe, something out there like other dogs or other coyotes that's making him a little nervous. Didn't really pay much mind to it. So as I'm walking on the side of the house, I kind of noticed this odor. It's a really, really, really bad odor. It made my stomach turn. It smelled like feces, body sweat, urine, anything bad that you put together. It just smelled like that. So I thought maybe there was a dead body down in the riverbed, which wasn't too far from my friend's house. So I'm walking through this dark path that he has that leads to the back. I hear something moving, so I thought maybe there was somebody trying to play a prank or there was a homeless guy around there. And only being 5'10", I have to take on the defensive, so I kind of puff up like a puffer fish. I'm like, hey! So, I just keep going my way. I hear the noises again, but this time it was kind of like a subtle growl, a soft growl. And when I heard it, I thought maybe, bear, mountain lion, something along those lines. So again, I'm posturing up. I'm trying to become big and bad and trying to scare whatever it is away. And I yell out into the night again, hey! And a few seconds pass. It's silent for a few moments, and then all of a sudden I hear a very loud and very close growl. And this growl was so strong I could feel it reverberating in his chest, like my bones were actually rattling from this. So I'm going, oh my God, there's something here. I didn't know what it was. And so I make my way to the very backyard, okay? And I noticed something moving in silhouette. I can see the shadow. If I would look at a shadow, you can see shadows moving in shadows. Well, I saw, so I thought, maybe it was just a stray animal or something. So, again, I didn't really react properly. But as I got back there, the security lights kick on. And the first thing I noticed is these lights are reflecting from this thing's eyes. So I see these big eyes looking back at me. And they're shining super, super bright in this like ammerish, goldish yellow color. And what I see looking at me is this hyena-like thing. And it's staring right at me, and I'm looking right at it. So I'm going, what is this? What am I looking at? And it growls again. It makes this really loud growl again. So I freeze. That's it. I'm not moving at this point. I'm like, oh, I don't know what this is. I don't know why it's here. So I'm going to stop and not do anything. And it keeps staring at me, but I see its ears going up and down, and its head is tilting side to side like a dog does when it's curious. So I'm not even sure what to do at this point. I'm like, do I run? Do I try to grab something? But there's really nothing to grab. So, I'm just kind of sitting there like an idiot. And this thing charges forward about 3 feet. And it stops on the dime. And once it stops, it stands up on 2 legs. I can hear the loud pop. So I'm looking at a bipedal hyena in my friend's backyard. I don't know what to make of this. I'm going, my mind's thinking, what is it? Is it here to hurt me? Is it here to kill me? What's going on? So we just kind of stare at each other for a moment or two. And then it slowly starts to back away. It starts lumbering. And when I see it turn its back, that's when I got rockets in my butt. I warp speed. I get up my front stairs. I'm in his house. I'm blocking his doors. I'm bolting his windows. I'm going through his drawers and trying to find a knife or something to use in case this thing comes back. I even called him up on the phone. I'm like, hey, man, there's something you didn't tell me. There's a hyena in your backyard. And, he's sitting on the phone. He's going, a hyena in Arizona? No, Ryan, there's no hyenas in Arizona. So the following morning, he comes home, and I show him where I saw this thing standing. And sure enough, where it was standing, you could see the claw marks from where its feet was stuck in the ground. So that was my dog man account.